Good morning, everybody. Top of the morning to you. Welcome back. Tuesday, day 19. Starting the day with Alessi Recross. Didn't really do what I said I was going to do either. Meaning go to bed as early as I should. So, not quite as awake as I might like to be, but I have no doubt as soon as the fireworks start, it's going to have my full attention. Have we only just gotten started? All right, guys, I was having a little thought. I was having a little thought about this. Just thinking about how this cross-examination of this witness has played out. Most of this impeachment so far has just focused on Shannon Burgess's credibility, or the lack thereof. The gold of that academic dishonesty as far as a tool for cross-examination. I mean, what material? What material? It's like getting a ring in the Cracker Jack box, and it turns out it's platinum. You just don't get gifts like that. Very uncommon. Just get a gift like that you can exploit in your cross. So I was thinking about this whole big picture and how all this played out. Because I saw some chatter about it over the weekend. I know Turtle Boy covered it. I don't know if it originated with Turtle Boy. I feel like I saw it on Friday, starting on Friday. Some issues with the resume of this particular expert. And does he have a degree? When did he get a degree? A lot of questions about apparent inconsistencies with this guy's qualifications. And Alessi is up there very prepared. He's got copies of everything. He's got the guy's 2015 CV. Okay. He's got his 2015 CV, which would be 10 years ago, right when he started working as a forensic examiner, right? So, we don't know. We didn't get to see it. He didn't get to ask about it. But my guess, it probably shows he's been lying about his degree from the start. And so that's part of how he's stuck now. You can't go back and undo it. Kind of hard to get it after the fact and then pretend like it was some sort of oopsie. Slide in some kind of edit to the resume. Oh, actually, I got it in 2025. Everybody who hired you before that is going to have some questions about it. Alessi is very prepared for this, and that tells me this was not just an opportunistic thing that came up because Alessi saw what was going on the internet and was like, ooh, I can capitalize on that. Oh, no. No, he already knew. He already knew, and he was already prepared for this. But the information got out. I don't know exactly how. I don't know who talks to who. I don't know if this is independently discovered. If so, it's worked out remarkably well for the defense because look at what it has allowed them to do in terms of a setup. In terms of a setup, Mr. Alessi yesterday had an awful lot of questions right at the beginning. Right at the beginning about, you happen to know what Aperture links to on their website? Do you by any chance have any familiarity with what Aperture says about you on their website? Have you happened to have noticed in the last 72 hours any notifications that someone from the defense looked at your LinkedIn profile? Are you aware that Aperture disabled the hyperlink within the last 72 hours. Do you know if anyone at Aperture directed the link to be disabled in the last 72 hours? Guys, the information was out over the weekend, and the defense is going to be able to watch them scramble. Okay, the information is out. This looks a lot like a setup to me. Information is out early. We watch them scramble. And then the scrambling gets to be part of the cross. And guess what? Guess what they did yesterday while this guy is on the stand, last night after he's done? More scrambling. More scrambling. I see Sleuthy Goosey, as usual, on top of the good information. Sleuthy Goosey finds that as of 6 p.m. last night, yeah, he's updated his LinkedIn. And now that college degree is gone. So, the scurrying kind of shows you're caught, doesn't it? Kind of looks like a setup to me, because boy, has that worked out well. You dribble the information out there, you watch them, how they respond, and then you make them explain how and why they responded. So I'm looking forward today because I want to see if that's going to be followed up on. Since yesterday, have you noticed any issues with the Aperture website, your LinkedIn? Couldn't help but notice you made some changes after we got offline. Yeah, this guy Alessi, he's a beast. He's a beast. And just so good at how he does it. So good at how he does it. The spring in his step. He's very cheerful. He's just waiting right there by the witness stand, ready to be helpful. Don't worry at all if you don't know what you're supposed to look at. You just do. You look at what you want to, what you need to. And if I need to draw your attention to the right place, I'll be right here. Couldn't be more helpful. And that's because every single thing he is throwing out there, he's got a receipt for. Every question he asks, he's got a receipt for. He knows. He knows what they said before. He knows what their prior testimony is. He knows what all of his exhibits are that he's going to be using. He's doing it so by the book that, number one, they can't stop it. There's no way to stop this train that has gotten rolling. They can see it coming. They can't stop it. But it also allows him to do it in a way that is just clean, impersonal. There's no grudge. He doesn't have to hate this guy or judge this guy. The facts are just the facts, and they're going to come out. Every single thing he says, he's got a receipt for. It's really just amazing to watch. Outstanding lawyering. I've been having fun noticing Mr. Alessi, his use of intonation and tone and volume is really how he emphasizes. We've got that. So now, when he's completed his setup, he's very pleased. He knows he's got now what he needs. The trap is sprung. Now it's just a matter of closing, walking him along the path where the trap is set. You can just feel that. You can feel that emanating from him. Very pleased that he's completed his setup. So, and then when he wants to shift gears to make a really important point or a summation kind of point, the point that draws it all together, he gets real quiet. He changes from just his normal tone of voice, or even sometimes he's getting excited, he's getting a little loud, and then dials it right back down. So, what you're saying is, and you get that contrast. It captures your attention, keeps you engaged. I have been riveted by every second of this cross. And so when you're the prosecution, that's not what you want. You want the jury to be focused like that on your case, your points, your direct. And no, they're not. They're not. But man, this cross, you just can't look away. So again, rumors always circling. There's always rumors about the case. Some of them, well-founded. Some of them perhaps not playing out as well. But we just noticed them. So the rumors are Hank is going to rest soon, today, tomorrow. Tends to imply all we have left are these Aperture witnesses. All we have left. That's how he planned to close his case. And then we move on to the defense case. So that's it. If that's it, then we're going to conclude the cross-examination almost certainly today of Mr. Burgess. I'm not sure that Alessi could do a full day cross even if he wanted to. Like he's too good to drag it out like that. Too efficient with his work. So we would be getting Judd Welcher after this, and I'm really looking forward to that. I really am. I think it was such a big mistake on the part of this witness to try to shift the blame from himself onto Aperture. What's on Aperture's website? I don't know what they might have written. They might have lied about your qualifications. Really? Imagine working at that company. Okay, this guy is persona non grata. Okay, he has just threatened everybody's checkbook that works there because you dirtied up the whole company. There might have been room for Aperture to be a victim in all of this. Well, they were misled by this guy and he misrepresented, and they had no idea he lacked these qualifications, and they've undermined the work that they've done on other cases, and they take that kind of thing very seriously. I mean, there was room for that. We didn't see any of that in the initial scramble reaction, right? We saw cover up, manage. But there was room for them to adopt a position that would have made them a victim in all of this, and it would have protected the company. It would have protected the other employees of that company. But now not only did you scramble to try to cover it up and make yourself look worse, but his whole explanation, half of, big chunk of his approach to mitigating the damage to himself and to his own reputation is to blame you. He's just dirtied up Aperture. And that's going to have trickle down effects. Aperture is made up of people, other people. So imagine you work for that company and you got this guy out there not only just embarrassing everybody with these kinds of lies, but now he's pointing the finger at your company like they're dirty too. Like they would lie about his credentials. Where do you stop that? Where do you stop that flow? Where do you stop that taint? Had some thoughts about why Alessi was asking about insurance the other day, yesterday, when he got cut off from that line of questioning. They had a sidebar and he had to stop. But I had some thoughts about that. I was thinking, where is he going with this? Is he going to just appeal to the sympathies of the jury? Anybody who's maybe had a claim denied by insurance, being like, oh, this guy, because of this guy? That was kind of my initial thought. But I did have another one. Is this set and kind of processed with me, which is that insurance fraud. That could be something that feds go after. Misrepresenting things in the course of trying to obtain settlements, obtain insurance money, making material misrepresentations. That can be federal crime stuff. So in that context, insurance fraud itself is not it's not a separate crime for that kind of context. There is an insurance fraud statute, but it has to do with like misrepresenting things to insurance commissioners, insurance regulators, stuff like that. It's more like the company making misrepresentations about their financial status and stuff like that. But when random Joe Schmo is out there, committing some kind of insurance fraud, making a fraudulent claim, trying to get money they're not entitled to, etc., it will, if it's prosecuted by the feds, it's going to be prosecuted typically as wire fraud or mail fraud. It's going to fall into one of those categories. And that's what I got thinking about. This kind of ongoing misrepresentation of the guy's qualifications related to receiving or denying insurance benefits. Does that fall within that wire fraud kind of window? And guys, it might. I think that's part of why Alessi was asking. You do that for the insurance company, or do you do that for the claimants? Because if you're falsely building up your qualifications to help people get insurance settlements, I don't think that's even a close call. Yeah, that's insurance fraud. Maybe not quite as crystal clear. If you're fraudulently representing the insurance company, denying claims, maybe not quite as clear. But I think that might have been what Alessi was hinting at there. What a mess. What a mess. Just blow up. Blow up your entire career like this on TV in front of the whole world. Is your mom watching? Are your friends watching? I really managed. I wanted to manage my expectations after the first trial. I just thought it can't get that. It can't get worse. It can't get worse. Like, surely they can only come back and improve what they did the first time around. It's like a dress rehearsal. So you've had the ability to see what works, see what didn't work. All you can do is edit and improve, right? You can't possibly, it's not going to be more of a shit show than the first trial. I had my expectations managed. But boy, wasn't that entertaining yesterday. They actually are managing. They are managing to handle this worse than they did the first time. And you know who is coming out of this looking better than almost anybody? That's old Adam Lally. Adam Lally is coming out of this looking pretty good. And I swear it's like he's been a new man in court. He's had a new confidence in his voice. Looks like he's lost some weight, maybe quit smoking, like his skin looks better. He looks a lot healthier. Life has just been doing good things for Mr. Lally, it appears. And I have to wonder how much of that is just the power of watching Hank Brennan flail even worse than he did. How vindicating is it for Mr. Lally to be sitting there in that courtroom? Okay, the whole pre-trial and the first part of the trial, and he is just silent, just a lump. He's just there with a 1,000-yard stare. He doesn't want to be there. But now you think he's getting a little bit of feedback. He's been thinking the whole time. Let's see how you can do with this, you motherfucking mob lawyer. Let's see how you can do with it. And he's feeling pretty good about that now, isn't he? They've managed to make it worse. They've managed to make it worse. And I didn't think that was possible. I really didn't think that was going to be possible. But here we are. Trooper Paul, another one who's probably sitting at home feeling pretty good about how things have gone. They made him write a supplemental report in July, and they still dumped him for this guy. How good is Trooper Paul feeling? You happy with that trade now? Made him write a supplemental report before they canned him and went and hired this guy. This guy. Well, Alessi hasn't even really gotten into much of the impeachment of the substance yet, has he? It's been mostly focused on credibility and process. Lo and behold, Tully has his fingers in all of this still. Tully, is this all revealing what a sham the transfer of Tully was? I don't remember the date when it came out. I want to say it was late last year, though, when he was transferred out of the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office to the investigations division or some shit like that. I don't even remember what the name of the unit is that he was transferred to. Is it pretty clear that that's all a sham? Because he's still obviously running middleman in this case. He's still prepping the witnesses. He's still delivering evidence, got his hands on stuff. Seems pretty obvious to me, this whole transfer out. This is a face-saving sham. Nothing has changed. He is still acting in the same capacity that he always did. They just gave him a different title, a different name, perhaps a different home base, but it doesn't matter for any material purpose. So we haven't even really gotten into much of the substance of this opinion with the clock drift. Do we think Lally is, or do we think Alessi is going to have some thoughts about that, some opinions about it? Do we think Alessi is going to have a clearer understanding and a better take on the evidence than this particular guy does? Well, I know what I think about that. So we've really barely gotten started with this guy. Left off just basically starting to impeach / refresh him with the things he didn't take into account. Already establishing, Welcher put down the times in his slide. He identified the times in his slide, 12:31:38, that ended 12:31:43. That's in his slide. But then there's this stuff in Whiffin's report that's a problem with that. The phone lock event at 12:32:09 and the end of the steps at 12:32:16. I don't know how you get past even if you adjust this time frame, 12/31/43, I got to do the math again on my little calculator. It's too early in the morning for me to do simple addition in my mind. If you add 29 seconds, the long end of the variance, to the 12/31/43, the end time of this trigger event, you get 12/32/12. You get 12/32/12. The end of the steps are at 12/32/16. He still walks for 4 seconds at the end of the trigger event. So I don't know. I don't know how this solves anything. But oh, I see. I guess things are bad. We got tech issues this morning. All right, guys, give me a second. I am going to check out and then check right back. Okay, give me a second here. They are going live in court now. So we will be on it.
Right, I have to ask you those same 3 questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow my instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? No. Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you. May we have Mr. Burgess, please?
Mr. Burgess is back. I know I saw some people wondering, is he running? Is he making a run? Last night. Is he actually going to show his face back today? Oh, yeah, he is.
So I'll remind you.
He's going to double down.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Remind you, you're still under oath, as if that matters at this point.
All right, Mr. Alessi, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning, Mr. Burgess.
Good morning.
On your direct examination yesterday, your experience was brought up in questions, correct?
Correct.
On your direct examination, your certifications were brought up in questions, correct?
Incorrect.
There was no discussion in your direct examination about having certifications in Celebrite and Magnet Forensic Axiom. Did I mishear?
No, if I misheard your question, it was.
I asked about certifications. I'll repeat
He
it.
knows
sir,
already. No, we deliberately didn't lie
on your direct examination
about my degree on
your
direct.
certifications were brought up in questions, correct?
Yes, correct.
However, on your direct examination, no questions were asked of you at all about your supposed education, correct?
Correct.
He
And
knew that.
you
They did that on
not bring
purpose.
up your educational background at all on
Correct.
direct examination, correct?
Correct.
Already knew.
A forensic
lying.
examiner must prioritize accuracy, correct?
Correct.
A forensic examiner must prioritize reliability, correct?
Correct.
Both are important.
Correct.
It's criminal proceeding we're in, correct?
Correct.
And therefore, accuracy and reliability are especially important in a criminal case as opposed to a civil case, correct?
I think they would be equally important in both, but yes.
But they're certainly
More at
important in a
stake.
criminal case.
Correct.
And accuracy and reliability are especially important when seconds and minutes matter, as they matter and as you testified to
that theme.
in this case, correct?
Correct.
You testified yesterday that the events on the timeline contained in your PowerPoint presentation that was displayed yesterday and presented to the jury were accurate, your words several times, down to the second, correct?
Correct. For the Lexus, yes.
For the Lexus.
Yes.
You said they were accurate down to the second, correct?
Correct.
Let's take a look at your PowerPoint presentation that you discussed extensively
Yes,
before the jury yesterday.
let's get into your
Mr. Wool,
substance.
could we please bring up slide 32 of the presentation Mr. Burgess discussed with the jury yesterday? And Your Honor, with your permission to publish,
Okay,
thank you. Mr. Burgess, pick your screen.
Sure.
Is this a true and accurate representation of your analysis of Miss Reed's Lexus vehicle traveling to 34 Fairview Road and the O'Keefe residence?
Yes.
According to your timeline, Miss Reed's vehicle powered on at 12:36 a.m. on January 30th, correct?
Correct.
Now, is your timeline on this slide accurate down to the second, as you stated in your direct examination yesterday?
For the power on and off events, yes.
Yes. Could we go to slide 33, please, Mr. Wool?
Oh, is it not?
And we're going to go through a handful of slides,
Sure.
Mr. Burgess, to just give you a heads up. Is this a true and accurate representation of your analysis of Ms. Reed leaving the O'Keefe's residence at 5:07 a.m.?
Yes, it is.
And according to your timeline, Ms. Reed powered on her vehicle at 5:07:46 a.m. on January 30th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
Is the time on this slide accurate down to the second, as you stated in your direct examination yesterday?
Yes, according to the Lexus, yes.
If we could go, Mr. Woog, to slide 34, please. And these are all your slides, correct, sir?
Correct, they
You
are.
prepared them?
Yes.
Is slide 34 a true and accurate representation of your analysis of Ms. Reed traveling to the Dighton residence at 12:25:01 a.m.? I'm sorry, 12:25:01 p.m.
12:35:01, correct.
I'm sorry, thank you, 12:35. And according to your analysis, Ms. Reed powered on her vehicle to travel to Dighton at 12:35:01 p.m. on January 30th, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And is the time on this slide accurate down to the second, as you stated in your direct examination yesterday?
Yes.
Slide 35, please, Mr. Wolf. Is this a true and accurate representation of your analysis of Miss Reed's vehicle being towed by the Massachusetts police vendor from her parents' residence in Dighton?
Yes, it is.
And pursuant to your timeline that you created here, Miss Reed's vehicle was powered on at 4:11 p.m. on January 30th, 2022, and towed to the Canton Police Department, correct?
Correct.
Is your timeline on this slide accurate down to the second, as you stated in your direct examination yesterday?
Yes, this timestamp is.
Slide 36, please, Mr. Wolf. Is slide 36 a true and accurate representation of your analysis of Miss Reed's vehicle arriving at the Canton Police Department?
Yes, it is.
And pursuant to the timeline you created, Miss Reed's vehicle powered off at 5:36:42 p.m. on January 30th, 2022, correct?
Objection. Objection.
How can we have this?
Okay.
Is your analysis is your analysis on slide 36 accurate down to the second as you stated in your direct examination yesterday?
Yes, according to the Lexus, yes.
According to the Lexus.
Yes.
In point of fact, Mr. Burgess,
Look at him get quiet.
none of the 5 timelines that we just reviewed from your presentation are accurate at all, and certainly not down to the second. Am I right or am I wrong?
You are wrong.
Are you aware, and if we could go back to the first slide, which is slide 32, and we'll look at each of them quickly.
Sure.
Are you aware that all of the relevant events in the timeline you described in your presentation in these slides actually occurred on January 29th, 2022, not January 30th, 2022? Do you know that?
This is January 30th, 2022.
That's
January 29th, correct.
It's January 29th, 2022.
You put January 30th on all of
In terms
those? I didn't even
January
notice.
30th, I want to go back and make sure it's very, very clear. In your presentation, they actually occurred on January 29th, 2022, correct?
The night of the incident, yes.
Can I have a moment, Your Honor, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess, once that timeline crosses into midnight, it's January 30th, not January 29th, correct?
Correct. Yes, it is January 30th. Yes.
So in actuality, these 5 timelines, as you testified to them yesterday, are not accurate down to the second, correct? Because you got the wrong date.
Well, parlance, yes, but yes, they are still
Parlance?
accurate to the second.
But the date, these 5 timelines, let's pursue this. These 5 timelines are exactly 24 hours off from the time where the event actually occurred, correct?
No. So these events occurred on January 30th. If I misspoke and said the 29th, yes.
Okay,
He doesn't even know what date.
you understand my point.
Yes, I do.
Oh my God. No, he doesn't. He doesn't
The core
understand the point
basis
at all.
of your job, your role in this case, is to reconcile time discrepancies, as you say, down to the second, correct?
Correct.
Oh my Lord.
But your discussion of the timeline on each of these slides, on each of these key events is incorrect, correct?
No, it's not incorrect.
So your discussion of the applicable date, you're saying, as you described it yesterday and interpreted this timeline, was correct? Is that what you're saying now?
This timeline is correct.
But
Yes.
my question is your discussion of it yesterday.
If I misspoke and said the 29th, then yes, I misspoke on that. Yes.
And that was your testimony yesterday, what you spoke about.
Yes.
No. He doesn't don't know what he's talking
Let's
about.
turn to a different topic. Lights up, if we could, and thank you for taking that down, Mr. Wolf.
Something going on here.
Your, actually, to mitigate the inconsistencies that you analyzed yesterday between independent clocks, am I correct that your position is that forensic methodology recommends cross-referencing timestamps from multiple sources to identify discrepancies, and when possible, leveraging time anchors, events that contain both a system timestamp and an external physical event to identify and correct timing discrepancies? Do I have that right?
Yes, you did.
Yesterday, we talked about the scientific method. You recall that, sir?
I do.
And how it's designed to prevent bias from infecting the analysis. You recall that as well?
Yes, I do.
And yesterday, you agreed that experts should never selectively gather and interpret evidence to confirm a pre-existing belief while neglecting evidence that contradicts those beliefs, correct?
Correct.
And doing that is called confirmation bias, which you said you understood yesterday, right?
That is correct.
That would be improper to do that, correct?
Yes.
It would
Now show us how he's done it.
raise the specter, if not the reality, of unreliability if that occurred, correct?
It could, yes.
And it could also lead into errors in forensic analyses, correct?
Correct.
Let's take a look at your January 30th report, sir.
Let's look.
And this is your first report, your second report being the May 8th report. In your January 30th report, you did not issue any opinion or conclusion with regard to the timing of what you call the text stream event 1162.2 in your January 30th report, did you?
No, I did not.
You didn't even mention either the phrase text stream event or the phrase 1162.2 in your January 30, 2025 report, did you?
No, I did not.
But in that January 30, 2025 report, you did evaluate the variance between the Lexus infotainment system on the one hand and Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone data on the other, correct?
Correct.
In fact, in that report, the January 30th report, you compared the call logs on Ms. Reed's Lexus infotainment system with the call logs on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone in order to evaluate whether there was a variance, correct?
Correct.
Much better
And
point
do
in
I have
time.
it correct in your report that it's the position that the timestamp call log data, specifically the recorded calls between Ms. Reed and Mr. O'Keefe, along with the infotainment power event logs, were analyzed for what you called clock skew by cross-referencing them against other independent data sources, right?
No, so that would have been comparing the timestamps from Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone with the timestamps from the defendant's Lexus.
Right.
Correct. Yes.
Yes. Right. To Ms. Reed's Lexus.
Correct.
And a forensic comparison of these data sets was aimed to identify timestamp discrepancies, correct?
Correct.
To identify potential clock skew, correct?
Correct.
And potential clock drift that could impact event reconstruction, correct?
Correct.
All is stated in your January 30th report, right?
Correct.
What did he come up with in that report for the clock skew based on the timestamps, the calls?
I'm at the moment. Your Honor, may I have this marked as the next exhibit in order?
Next
for
exhibit.
Yes.
He's armed and ready.
Sure.
Now that we had that little chit chat yesterday about how you need to do this, Mr. Alessi clearly knows how to do it better than anybody else in this courtroom, including the judge. But she's got to be in charge.
Did the BBB for ID? Thank you.
May I present to the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess, I am presenting to you what has been marked as Exhibit BBB for identification. I'd ask you to take a look at it, sir, and then pick your head up when you've had a fair opportunity to take a look at it.
Is he starting to pinken? Just slightly.
Okay, sure.
Do you recognize that document, sir?
I do.
May I reapproach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. What do you recognize that document to be, sir?
Sure. So this is a graph that I put together that is comparing timestamps, call timestamps from the infotainment module with Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
And is that Exhibit BBB for identification in your January 30, 2025 report?
Yes, it is.
And did you create that chart that is depicted in Exhibit BBB for identification?
Yes, I did.
And is that a fair and accurate representation of the
Yes.
information that you discussed
Now offer it.
in page 33 of your January 30, 2025 report?
Yes, it is.
I offer Exhibit BBB for identification into evidence, Your Honor.
If we can introduce the whole report to put it in
Why don't I
context.
see you with Sidebar instead of?
Hank wants the whole report. He pulled this crap yesterday. He wants the whole report in. That's quite a generous reading of the rule of completion. The rule of completeness. The rest of the report is hearsay. If you think the rest of the report needs to be admitted into evidence to put it all in proper context, then it seems to me like the rest of the documentaries need to be put in evidence to put all of those statements into context as well. I think we've got a similarly broad perspective on the rule of completeness. I think letting in the entire report would be error here. It is hearsay. If he wants to come back with specific parts, go ahead and do that. Go ahead and do that. But the whole report, please. Please. You're trying. Although, frankly, at this point, is the whole report even going to impress the jury at all? But this has been par for the course for Hank. That's what he's doing. He's trying to bury the damaging stuff in a lot of other evidence. You've seen it do it multiple times, called it out a few times. When the defense is offering Sally Port video during Buchanan's Cross, then on redirect, they're going to just bring in a whole bunch of extra other video clips. No idea what they are because he never even bothered to publish them to the jury. So they aren't important enough to actually show the jury and tell them what they have to do with anything. Perhaps we can infer they don't actually have anything to do with anything. He's just dumping them into evidence so that there's a bunch of different videos they have to try to sort through to make sense out of. I think he's doing the same thing with the report.
May I continue, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, at this time, I offer Exhibit BBB into evidence.
Okay.
Exhibit 189.
Thank you.
So he won that one. The whole report is not coming in.
They represented to the witness, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess, I am represented to you what is now Exhibit 189 in evidence. Ask you to, once again, take a look at it, and if you need further time, please take it, sir, and then pick up your head when you've had a fair opportunity to look at that document.
Okay.
Despite claiming the purpose in your January 30 report of, quote, identifying timestamp discrepancies, potential clock skew, and clock drift, you did not compare the time of the 3-point turn between the infotainment system in the Lexus SUV and Mr. O'Keefe's phone, did you?
Not at that time, no.
Instead, you identified the potential variance by analyzing various calls on the infotainment system of the Lexus versus Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
And what did you get
This data,
for the variance?
this data in that exhibit captures a precise moment in time that is easily compared between the two devices, correct?
Correct, it does.
Mr. Wolf, Your Honor, may Mr. Wolf please publish this exhibit?
Okay.
Yes, I want to see it.
So this data, just to reestablish, captures a precise moment in time that's easily
Oh my
compared
God, a
between the two
2-second
devices, correct?
timestamp difference.
Correct.
Now, according to your own table, there are potential offsets of reading in the far right-hand column.
Oh my
2
God.
seconds. 1 second, 2 seconds, 1 second, 8 seconds, 16 seconds, and 21 seconds, correct?
Correct.
And yet, you failed to apply this variance to the infotainment time on the Lexus associated with the text stream event 1162.2, correct?
Correct. May I explain?
I will proceed along. I'm sure if Mr. Brennan has questions and wants you to explain, he may choose to do that.
No, you may
This
not.
is simple arithmetic, is it not? It's either an addition or a subtraction, the offset, correct?
Correct.
And yet, in your initial report on January 30th, 2025, you did not take that final analytical step, did you?
No, because these clock variances do not apply to that time frame.
But you didn't take, you know what analytical step I'm talking about, correct?
No, I don't. I don't
All right.
believe so.
We'll come back to it. I want to go focus on your opinion. What you did do, as I understand it, in your January 30th report.
So it's different variances?
So, in your opinion, we can
half an hour earlier?
please, because I want to see if we need to show the contrast. With your Honor's permission, can we leave it up just a little bit longer?
Yes.
Thank you. In opinion number 5, and please feel free to look at your January 30th report,
Sure.
you indicated only this. The difference between the Lexus infotainment and Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone ranged between 8 seconds and 16 to 21 seconds during the period between 5:21:36 a.m. and 5:30:31 a.m. on January 29, 2022. Do I have that correct?
Yes, between 5:21 and 5:30 a.m.
Yes. Now what I'd like to do is, and we can take that down. Thank you, Mr. Wolf. Let's talk about what information you learned after you issued your January 30, 2025 report. Or at the time of that report, you received and reviewed a copy of a portion of your colleague's slide presentation and report at Aperture, Dr. Judson Welcher, correct?
From a presentation by Mr. DeSogra. Yes.
Well,
Correct.
I understand you want to add Mr. DeSogra. My question is,
Sustained.
okay, yes, Your Honor, thank you. I'm focusing on what would you like to call it? You call it a slide presentation you prefer, Dr. Welcher?
Sure. We can.
I want to use whatever parlance you're comfortable with.
Yeah, slides fine. Yeah.
Slide. So the slide presentation of Dr. Welcher that he submitted the same day you submitted your report on January 30, 2025. And in that, he analyzed the timing of the 1162-2, what he calls an infotainment event, you call a text stream event, correct?
Well, could I see the slide we're talking about to clarify?
Absolutely.
Absolutely, you can. Be happy to show you anything at all.
Evidence it was 188.
Okay.
And I'm also, sir, may I approach, please?
Yes.
At your request, I want to give you
Sure.
that, if we had 188, we'll just give them the actual marked exhibit. What we'll do? We'll use the slide. If you need an exhibit, we'll pull the exhibit and move it along. Please publish, Mr. Woke. Now, if we could enlarge the text, we don't need the map, so make that as large as you can, please, Mr. Wolf, in the relevant portions. All righty. You're aware that according to Dr. Welcher's analysis, as depicted in this slide in evidence, the 1162-2, what he calls an infotainment trigger that you call a text stream event, right?
Correct.
The 1162-2 text stream event occurred at 12:31:38 a.m. on January 29, 2022, correct?
Correct.
And that's when it began, right?
That's when the trigger threshold was met. Yes.
That's when the trigger threshold was met.
Correct.
You we can take that down now, Mr. Woke. You also testified yesterday that you reviewed Mr. Whiffen, Mr. Ian Whiffen's January report, which established a timeline of the last interactive events on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, could we please publish Exhibit 39, which is in evidence?
Okay.
And if we could go to slide 82 and have 83 available, if we can enlarge the applicable sections. And what I'm going to ask you, Mr. Burgess, is to see whether these events are consistent with your memory of what the applicable events are. Do you see the column biometric device unlock with Face ID event at 12:32:04 a.m.?
Yes.
Now that's after the 12:31:38 a.m. 1162-2 text stream event that's in Mr. Welcher's slide, correct, that we just saw?
Correct. The unadjusted Lexus clock. Yes. Timestamp. Yes.
So, but I'm going to repeat the question.
That's why you had to go back and fix the clock.
The
Duh.
12:32:04 a.m. device unlock with Face ID event is after the 12:31:38 and 12:31:43 1162.2 text stream event that is stated in Dr. Welcher's report, correct?
Correct.
Now, do you see the lock event which occurred at 12:32:09?
Yes, I do.
That is also after the 12:31:38 to 12:31:43 text stream event, correct?
Yes, the unadjusted time.
That 12:32:09 a.m. lock event is after the 12:31:38 to 12:31:43 range that is stated in Dr. Welcher's report, correct?
Correct, from the Lexus clock.
So if we could go back, and we're going to keep toggle back with your honor's permission between these two slides for the next couple questions. If we can go back
That's your cue,
to-
camera guy.
and enlarge Dr. Welcher's slide.
You're missing your cue, camera guy. There
That
you go.
12:31:38 to 12:31:43 time period is what your colleague, the licensed engineer, Dr. Welcher, chose
He did.
and his slide analysis as the last user interaction, according to him, on John O'Keefe's phone, correct? That's what he chose.
Yes, the 12:32:09. Yes.
And there he is acknowledging
Now, if we could go
Whitman's
back
data.
to the and zero in, please. Now, but even Mr. Whiffen
Wolf's just like bringing up good
report
stuff on his own.
establishes additional activity on Mr. O'Keefe's phone after the event chosen by Dr. Welcher, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, Mr. Whiffen identifies a quote lock event that occurred 26 seconds after the 1162.2 text stream event identified by Dr. Welcher at 12:31:38 to 12:31:43, correct?
Correct, using the unadjusted clock.
I would like, does Dr. Welcher at all use the words unadjusted clock in his slide, sir?
No, he does not.
Okay, what I'd like to do is ask you a question about whether, in fact, Mr. Whiffen identifies a lock event that occurred 26 seconds after the 1162.2 text stream event at 12:31:38 to 12:43 as stated in your colleague's report, Dr. Welcher, the slide presentation. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Do you know whether a lock event on an iPhone requires human interaction?
Typically, yes, it would.
Is it just typically, or does it?
Well, it does. And in this case specifically, I believe it was via the lock button.
Correct, but this specific instance, the lock, it requires somebody, a human being, to actually press a button on the side, correct?
Unless it's auto locking, yes, it requires a button press, yes.
Do you have any reason to believe that the iPhone of Mr. O'Keefe had an auto locking function on it, sir?
No, as I said, he used the lock button.
Right. if we can enlarge that, do you see the end of health event 36 steps that we talked yesterday that was covering a distance of over 84 feet? Do you see that occurring at
talk about that.
12:32:16 a.m.?
I don't believe we talked about that yesterday, but yes, I do see
Do you
that.
see it?
I do, yes.
And that's also after the 12:31:38 to 12:31:43 text stream event identified by your colleague, the licensed engineer, Dr. Welcher, in his slide, correct?
Correct.
Now, finally, do you see the entry pocket state detected at 12:33:14 a.m.? You see that, sir?
Objection.
Sustained.
Doppler pocket state.
Do you know what a pocket state is, sir?
I do know what a pocket state is.
Do you know when the pocket states occurred on the iPhone of John O'Keefe pursuant to your analysis of his phone?
I do not.
You didn't analyze pocket state detections on Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
No, I did not personally.
Do you believe pocket state detected data? Well, let me just go back and confirm. So you didn't analyze with any source pocket state detection information with regard to Mr. O'Keefe's phone. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So let's go back and summarize for each of the ones you did look at and analyze that you just testified. Every single one of those that we just discussed, those user interaction events, occurred after Dr. Welcher claims a collision occurred as represented in a text stream event of 11:62:2 at 12:31:38 to 12:31:43, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you understand? If we can go back, please, to Dr. Welcher's slide. Highlight the text again, please, Mr. Woke.
Hello, camera guy.
Do you understand that Dr. Welcher is correlating the infotainment trigger 11:62:2 with an alleged collision? Do you understand that?
Objection.
Let's come to sidebar, please.
They're somewhat pre-crossing Welcher with this guy, which is, I think, the nature of the objection here. Do you understand that's what he's saying? Well, what he's saying is not quite yet in evidence. He's his understanding of it is with respect to, Mr. Alessi's assertion. It's something that hasn't been testified to yet. So I think this is the nature of the objection. It's, assuming facts not in evidence. Is there going to be a good faith basis that he can present this? I would think so. But we've heard Bev say before, this is the wrong witness. Wrong witness for this. You don't get to go into it with this witness. But they should be allowed to, because it is going to his motivation for making this change, for doing the second report in the first place. I'm not seeing the logic of, we're going to have this guy evaluate the clock variance, and we're going to have this other guy at the same company set up a timeline, and those things are not supposed to be related. That these are not supposed to be like integrated functions of the same task, which is to produce a real-time timeline of what happened that can be substantiated by the data. I don't know how you don't understand that. So he's going to the motivation for this May 8th report, which is the state of mind, the bias, etc. So yeah, he should be allowed to go into this as far as what his understanding was of the task, his role versus Welcher's role, the respective conclusions that they reached, and therefore why it was necessary for him to come up with this May 8th report, where now he looked at something completely different than the call log. And he looked at one thing. He picked out this one thing out of the universe of possibilities, the 3-point turn, and he just selected that one to give him this up to a 29-second variance, to buy them as much time as possible to try to fix the timeline. And they still didn't do it, by the way, because there's still 4 steps at the end, 4 seconds worth of steps at the end, even if you accept the adjusted timeline for when all of this happened. Still got a problem with that. So yeah, this should all be permissible, in my opinion. It goes to bias, goes to his understanding and his intention. Is Bev going to make him dance? Probably. Probably. Gonna have to do it my way, Mr. Alessi. I can't believe that chart. I can't believe that chart. 1 second, 2 seconds, 1 second, 2 seconds, 8 seconds, 16 seconds, 21 seconds. How is there this much variance in just a very short period of time? I mean, I don't understand, I guess at this point, how this Lexus clock is really reliable for anything at all. I don't know how you get that much drift that quickly. Again, unless we're just cherry picking what we can to try to get the biggest variances that there are. Surely we can evaluate. There's some way to detect how often the Lexus connects with the GPS to update the date and time. 1 and 2 second variances, these sound perfectly good to me, because that sounds like what you would get from similar devices syncing off, if not the same, at least also, again, very similar sources of data, this network-based data about time and date. So surely it's going to take a long time of not syncing up with the satellite for a Lexus clock to be 16, 21, 29 seconds off. That is a lot of drift. That's a lot of drift. If it's microseconds, if it's, a 100th of a second off, then you need 100 seconds to get 1 second worth of drift. You would need, 2,900 seconds, I guess. How many minutes is that? Yes, that's only 50 minutes. Maybe that's all it takes. 100th of a second off.
You can put it back up.
Thank you, Your Honor. If we could go now, Mr. Woke, back to the slide from Dr. Welcher's slide presentation. And if you could re-enlarge the applicable section that we've had up before. Thanks for your patience,
Sure.
Mr. Burgess. You have reviewed this slide and this specific data in this slide previously, correct?
Correct.
And I just want to, Mr. Wolk, just go back to the slide so we're clear on what this is. So this slide here is what you're speaking about, right?
Correct.
And you've reviewed this slide prior to your testimony in this court, correct?
Correct.
And you considered this slide as part of your analyses that you have performed and testified about, correct?
Yes, I have.
So now, Mr. Burgess, I'd like to ask you a question. Every single one of the user interaction events that we talked about, steps, lock, etc., occurred after Dr. Welcher's, what he calls an infotainment event, which you call a text stream event, in the range of 12:31:38 to 12:31:43, correct?
I would agree that yes.
So the answer is yes?
With the caveat.
I'm sorry, I didn't know you hadn't finished.
Sure.
Please finish your answer.
Yes, with the caveat that user interaction only applies to the device lock, steps, and the pocket state are not duplicative of user interaction per se.
Let's just assume that is the case. Let's then just focus on what you consider to be a user interaction, which is device lock, correct?
Correct.
And the device lock event that you agree is a user interaction, we could go back to that just so we have clarity. The lock event that you agree is a user interaction occurred at 12:32:09, according to Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
In that 12:32:09 time period, we could go back to Dr. Welcher, it is after the end of the text stream event dubbed as 11:62:2, correct?
Correct. According to.
And that's
Sorry.
26 seconds. I didn't finish my question. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
So go ahead, finish your question. Don't answer, Mr. Burgess, until the complete question.
In that event lock, even according to Dr. Welcher's own words in his own slide, occurs 20 seconds after the end of the text stream event 11:62:2, correct?
Of the unadjusted clock, yes.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes, do you want the lights on, Mr. Alessi?
And so to repeat to alter it, hopefully make it a little clearer. So according to Dr. Welcher, the licensed engineers, your colleague at Aperture, his
Licensed
slide
engineer.
that he has here, the last O'Keefe cell phone event, the lock, occurred within approximately 26 seconds after the end of the text stream event dubbed 11:62:2. That's what's stated there, correct?
Correct. According to the unadjusted clock.
You keep adding according to the unadjusted clock, but do the words according to the unadjusted clock appear anywhere in that slide, sir?
No, they do not.
We can take that down and, with the court's permission, turn the lights back on, please. Yesterday, you stated that you reviewed a presentation by another expert, Mr. DeSogra, who reviewed the findings of your January 30th report. Do you recall that, sir?
Yes, I do.
In fact, in your May 8, 2025 report, your second report, your first being the January 30th report, you only cite 2 new sources of data that you reviewed before making your conclusions, correct?
Correct.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to need to be heard on this as well.
All right.
Guess we have to have a sidebar here. Not really clear why. I like how Mr. Alessi is triangulating this guy against Dr. Welcher. Look, you're up here, Mr. Academic Fraud, saying this stuff about an adjusted clock, but the licensed engineer that was hired, he's got something else to say, doesn't he? He's triangulating the academic fraud against the licensed engineer. Gee, I wonder which one sounds more compelling and believable to the jury as we sit here right now. Looked at the unadjusted clock. He does want to keep adding that in, doesn't he? But the whole point is why? Why did you feel the need to go and adjust the clock on May the 8th? It's really the point I think we're driving at and trying to set up here. You already knew before January 30th that the clock potentially needed adjusting, but you didn't do any of that work until after you got the defense's interpretation, after Ian Whiffen testified to nail down those timelines on John's iPhone. You knew already that the clock needed to be adjusted. So why didn't you do it before? They had everything they needed. He's going through a preliminary analysis of what the variance would be in his own report. Why didn't they wrap that up and get a dispositive timeline for Dr. Welcher? Well, that's the whole point, isn't it? They deliberately left it vague and left it open and kind of floated it out there. We're going to assert this timeline, but we've got this backup position that maybe the timeline is vague and subject to change, so that then once we see what the defense comes in with, we can just shift our position. That's what it looks like. So yeah, that's the whole setup here. Why did you adjust the clock only on May the 8th when you started looking at that before January the 30th? And you had Welcher reach his final conclusions on behalf of Aperture on January the 30th without taking the clock change into account. Why did you do that? That's what they're getting into. You can't just come out and ask him, why are you doing that? Because he's gonna lie about it. And you don't know the answer. You don't ask the opposing witness why, as a general rule. You don't invite them to explain stuff because you don't know what you're gonna get, and then you don't know if you have any ammunition to be able to counter it. Very unpredictable to ask the witness why. So instead, what you do is you simply show through your presentation to the jury why they did it. It's a show, don't tell. I forgot I didn't have my banners up this morning.
May I proceed, Your Honor, and approach the witness?
Yes.
Thank you.
Sir?
I'm going to present to you two documents, each of which is marked for identification. The first is Exhibit CCC for identification. That is one slide out of what is marked as Exhibit DDD for identification. And Exhibit CCC is one page out of Exhibit DDD for identification. And I'd ask you, sir, to take a look at those documents and reference either one. And please let me know, sir, when you've had a fair opportunity to review those documents so I can proceed with questions about them.
Sure. Okay.
Sir, can you please read the exhibit designation on the entire slide presentation?
On DDD.
Pardon me?
On Exhibit DDD.
And that's triple D as in David?
Correct.
So in Exhibit DDD, is that the March 5, 2005 PowerPoint presentation of Mr. DeSogra that you spoke about extensively yesterday?
Yes, it is.
And sir, before you came to court yesterday, did you review and consider the Exhibit DDD for identification?
Yes, I did.
And as a matter of fact, you spent considerable time with regard to Exhibit DDD before you came to court yesterday.
Correct.
And in addition, isn't it the case that your testimony yesterday is that Exhibit DDD, the March 5, 2025 slide presentation of Mr. DeSogra, was part of the reason why you created your May 8th,
Here we go.
2025 report, correct?
Correct.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Here we go. He's showing, not telling. He's going to show the jury why.
Your Honor, I offer Exhibit DDD, Exhibit CCC into evidence and do not offer Exhibit DDD at this time.
Okay, the witness just spoke of DDD, so why don't you have him just say what CCC is before we put it in?
He
I
did.
will do so, Your Honor. Thank you. Mr. Burgess,
It's a part.
is Exhibit CCC a slide page out of Exhibit DDD?
Yes, it is.
Okay, now it'll,
Thank you for that, Your Honor.
You did
I
already
now
say
offer
that.
Exhibit CCC for identification into evidence.
yes.
Thank you. And I also hand
He's
back
trying
to the
to
court reporter.
Stop
Exhibit
him,
DDD
lock him
for
up, but you can't. Train is rolling.
Exhibit 190.
Wheel is turning and you can't slow down. The thunder don't get you, baby. The lightning will.
And sir, do you have before you read the three letters, please, just so we're on the same page in that exhibit?
Jim, we need that. Yeah,
That the one that's in
thank you.
the one page?
Yes. Exhibit 190.
And that's the entitled All Possible Combinations?
Yes, it is.
So we'll refer to that as Exhibit 190, okay?
Okay.
Have you had a fair opportunity to refresh yourself on that one-page chart?
Yes, I have.
Your Honor, may I please publish Exhibit 190?
Yes.
And if we could enlarge it without, I think, Mr. Wolk, we can obscure for the moment the all positive on the right and come back to that as needed. Thank you. Now, Mr. DeSogra, who is an expert for the defense, took the data points you evaluated in your January 30, 2025 report and simply performed the last step in your analysis that I was referring to in previous, correct?
Correct. For a lot of data points that do not apply for the time of the accident.
I understand you may have a view as to whether they apply or not. I'm just trying to understand
Objection.
what you understood he did.
Again,
I'll repeat that. Yes,
so
Your
we'll
Honor.
strike the comment part and just a
I'll
question,
repeat and
please.
just go to the question. So you understand that Mr. DeSogra took the data points that you evaluated in your January 30, 2025 report and simply performed the last step in your analysis, correct?
In my report, in addition to Dr. Welcher's.
Right. In addition to that.
Correct.
Now, what I want to do is just elucidate the columns and their meaning. So the column on the right equals the number of seconds, and it's the far right, the number of seconds between the end of the 11:62:2 text stream event that in the slide of Dr. Welcher is ending at 12:31:43 and the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone that's occurred at 12:32:09, correct?
Correct.
And that's your understanding of that column as well.
Correct.
Now, even taking your colleague Dr. Welcher's assumption that the last user interaction on Mr. O'Keefe's phone occurred at 12:32:09 a.m. on January 29, 2022, is Mr. DeSogra demonstrating in this chart that by using the clock variance that you calculated in your January 30 report, there are no circumstances where the trigger event of 11:62:2 occurs before the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Objection.
After.
Sustain, there's one part of your question that needs to
Okay.
be omitted.
In terms of
You
this
accept the
chart,
challenge.
do you agree that the methodology and application of it of Mr. DeSogra is that Mr. DeSogra took the last user interaction data point of Dr. Welcher in his slide of 12:32:09 and applied the clock variance that you calculated in your January 30th report? Do you agree that that's what Mr. DeSogra did?
No, I do not.
What do you believe Mr. DeSogra did here?
Well, so the math is correct. So when he's trying to adjust clock variances between the two devices, that math is correct, but he's applying incorrect adjustments.
I understand, but what I'm trying to get at is just what you understood Mr. DeSogra did in this chart.
Correct. I did understand, yes, what he
Okay.
was trying to do.
And so do you agree, based upon what Mr. DeSogra did as represented in this chart, there are no circumstances where the 11:62:2 text stream event occurs? Well, let me have you describe what you believe Mr. DeSogra is doing with regard to comparing, based upon this chart, the 11:62:2 text stream event of Dr. Welcher with the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone.
Sure. So he's trying to adjust the clock from the Lexus to the Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone clock, but he does that inaccurately.
Well, I understand you have I understand your comment. But my question, sir, is this. What do you understand Mr. DeSogra is doing with regard to this chart? Do you understand what he is doing in this chart?
Correct.
I'd just like you to state what it is you understand he is doing.
Sure. So
He's
he's
fighting
trying
it
to
too hard.
adjust timestamps.
He's trying to adjust timestamps. In adjusting timestamps, do you agree that Mr. DeSogra
Relying on your data.
makes the point with this chart that there are no circumstances where the 1162 trigger occurs before the lock event on John O'Keefe's phone?
Objection.
Sustained.
All right. Can I have a moment, Your Honor?
Sure.
Using your own data.
Let me see if I can clarify this in this my question.
Sure.
Do you understand that what Mr. DeSogra is doing in this chart is he is showing numerically and arithmetically that there are no circumstances where the text stream event 1162.2 occurs after the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it in that form.
Yes, I understand he's trying to show that.
Right. Well, he did more than try. Isn't that what by his math, that he is demonstrating?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
Yes, but it is inaccurate.
I understand. But that's, again, the question is that what he demonstrates
Yeah, he's pretty
using this
purple
chart?
again.
Yes.
And what he demonstrates is that Mr. DeSogra demonstrates that there are no circumstances where the 1162.2 trigger event occurs after the lock event
Say it a
on
few
Mr.
times.
O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Yes, inaccurately.
So I'm asking what Mr. DeSogra demonstrates in this report, and isn't it correct that Mr. DeSogra, using this math, Mr. DeSogra demonstrates and concludes that there are no circumstances where the 1162.2 text stream event occurs after the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that. Does that demonstrate that?
Yes, inaccurately.
Yes,
Okay.
inaccurately.
I'm going to move on, Your Honor. I'm going to move on.
Stream is a little glitchy, I guess.
And this methodology and approach of Mr. DeSogra is simply math that he's using, correct?
Based on
No, it's
your
not
data.
simply math.
Well, let's go to the clock variance values in the middle column on that chart. You see that, sir?
Yes, I do.
Those are, as of March 5 of the date of this, that this column was created, nothing in that middle column is new, is it? That data.
Yes, some of that data is new.
Well, the source data upon which it is created is not new, is it?
No, it is not.
All right. So the source data of that column, it's not new.
Correct.
And the middle column uses your data points from your January 30th report, correct?
No, not all of those are.
But it does use some of the data from your January 30 report, correct?
Yes, it does.
Is the reason that you did not take that final analytical step that we've been talking about in your January 30th report, and this is a
Because he
question,
was right.
is the reason you failed to take that final analytical final analytic step we've been talking about in your January 30 report was because you knew if you did that, that if you calculated the actual time of the 1162-2 text stream event based upon your own methodological analysis of the clock skew, there would always be continued interaction on Mr. O'Keefe's phone after the text stream event.
No.
So you deny that?
No.
Yes.
So you deny
Did
it.
you keep
Indeed you
your
do.
January 30, 2025 report purposefully vague by merely noting a clock skew without engaging in any further analysis, such as tethering that clock skew or otherwise connecting it to the text stream event in Dr. Welcher's slide presentation?
No, I did not.
You deny that?
Switch to another topic. Take that down. Thank you, Mr. Grobe. After reviewing, and I'm going to identify 3 timelines. After reviewing the timelines, reviewing the timelines presented by Dr. Welcher, 1, Mr. DeSogra, 2, and Mr. Ian Whiffen, 3, all of which established that the 1162-2 text stream event occurred before that last user activity, the lock on Mr. O'Keefe's phone. You then decided to issue a new report that would become dated May 8, 2025, correct?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
No, so I issued the supplemental report based on that presentation that you just had up.
Well, before you issued that report, isn't it correct that you had reviewed the time data of Dr. Welcher in the slide that we've been reviewing?
Not before that time, no.
You had
Yes,
not
you already
looked
said you
at
had.
Dr. Welcher's slide with a text stream event 1162-2 and a time for that before issuing your May 8th report?
No, yes, before misheard you, yes.
That's my question.
Yes.
So let me just ask it through a question.
Sure.
So it is correct that before you issued your May 8th, 2025 report, that you had reviewed that slide of your colleague, Dr. Welcher, on 1162-2 that establishes the text stream event as 12:31:38 to 12:31:43, correct?
Correct.
You reviewed it before your May 8th report.
Yes.
You
yes.
also reviewed before your May 8th report the slide presentation of Mr. DeSogra, correct?
Yes, I did.
And before you issued your May 8th, 2025 report, you also had reviewed the January 2025 report of Mr. Whiffen, correct?
Correct.
Each one of and all of those 3 established that the 1162-2 text stream event occurred before the last user activity on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
I'm going to allow it if that's what, let's see what the answer is.
Using either unadjusted timestamps or inaccurately adjusted timestamps, yes.
Let me ask my question again, and if it's not clear, please let me know.
Sure.
After reviewing what we've discussed, prepared by Dr. Welcher, Mr. DeSogra, and Ian Whiffen, each and all of which established that the 1162-2 text stream event occurred before the last user activity on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, you then decided to issue a new report that would become dated May 8th, 2025. Is that statement I just made correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Now let's take a look at your May 8th, 2025 report. You departed in your May 8th, 2000, do you have that report in
I
front of
do,
you?
yes.
Do you need a moment to look at it, or are you ready to take
No,
questions?
go ahead.
Thank you. You departed from your analysis. Let's start it this way. In this May 8, 2025 report, you departed from your analysis in your January 2025 report to reach a conclusion that would attempt to put the 1162.2 text stream event after human interaction with Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
No, I did not depart from my original report. I clarified.
Okay, so you didn't depart from it, but you, in your May 8th report, but your position is you clarified it.
Correct.
But isn't it correct that in your January 30, 2025 report, you did not address at all whether the 1162.2 text stream event occurred before or after the last user event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
But you did that in your May 8th report, correct?
Correct.
You don't call that a change, sir?
No, sir, I do not.
You call that a clarification.
I do.
Nice and quiet.
In your January 2025 report, you compared call log entries between the infotainment system on the Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone to determine a potential variance, correct?
Correct.
And call
Now
logs
he's
are
saying it's all the
discrete
wrong
points
data.
in time that are fairly easy to compare.
Correct.
Now, in your May 8, 2025 report, you abandoned the call log analysis from your January 30th, 2025 report, correct?
No, I did not abandon it.
But you did depart from it, at least in some respects, correct?
I did not depart from it. I used another method.
Okay.
Another method.
So you used another method.
Correct.
In your May 8, 2025
We'll use your
report,
parlance.
you opined, as I understand it, that the call log variance has been ignored because, in your words, this offset is measured approximately 5 hours after the time of the alleged collision and cannot be assumed to apply to other timeframes as stated in the initial report. Do I have that right?
Yes.
Now, please show the jury in your January 30 report where you ever made that statement.
Take as much time as you need. I love these moments on Cross when you just get to sit there quietly waiting for them to thumb through documents.
So that would, it's not worded exactly like that, but that would be in conclusion 5.
And conclusion number 5 is on page 37 of your January 30, 2025 report, correct?
Correct.
And you concede at least as much that at least different words are used in paragraph 5 in your January 30th, 2025 report, correct? And your position is that it's the same statement as in your May 8th, 2025 report? Because that's my question.
That is correct.
In your May 8th, 2025 report, instead of applying the offsets from the call logs, which are discrete points in time that are fairly easy to compare, as you stated just moments ago, you decided to use, in your words, quote, approximate time of the 3-point turn as your anchor between the two devices. Do I have that right?
Yes, you do.
Isn't what you did and we just discussed a classic example of confirmation bias, which is to be avoided in science?
No, it is not.
So you believe that that is not confirmation bias?
No.
Choosing the 3-point turn as the independent data source is the only way you could ever get the text stream event to even possibly occur after the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
That adjustment is the only adjustment that can be applied due to the data. Yes.
And that adjustment is the only thing that can be done to get the text stream event 1162.2 to occur after the lock on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
And that only one is the one that you chose, correct?
Correct.
And that's only because it's not a pinpoint in time. It's an amorphous range that can only, in your words, be approximated, correct?
No, that is because it is the only time adjustment in that time range that can be applied.
So it's your view that that's the only one that can be applied, but it is even what you're using is, in your words, an approximate time, correct?
Correct.
Isn't the shortcoming, sir, in your analysis that you ignored the additional user activity on Mr. O'Keefe's device that occurred after the lock event?
After, can you repeat that question?
Yes, I can. Isn't the shortcoming in your analysis, sir, that your analysis ignores the additional user activity on John O'Keefe's device, his cell phone, that occurred after the lock event?
No.
Well, let's take a look at events that, you tell me if I'm correct or not, occur after the text stream event 1162.2.
Sure.
So do you recall our discussion yesterday about the Apple Health data event of 36 steps covering a distance of over 84 feet? Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And do you recall that that occurred at 12:32:16?
Yes, I do.
And that's after the text stream event of Dr. Welcher that he put in his slide, correct?
Correct.
Also after the adjusted.
Do you also recall a Doppler pocket state detection at 12:33:14? Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And that is almost an entire minute after the 1162.2 text stream event that is identified by your colleague, the licensed engineer, Dr. Welcher, in his slide presentation, correct?
Correct. And neither one of those are user interaction.
I understand but let's just take one of them.
Sure.
And that is the Apple Health data event of 36 steps covering a distance of 84 feet at 12:32:16. Would you agree that those steps covering that distance is human activity at least? Would you agree that's human activity?
Yes.
Thank you.
Indeed it is.
Let's take a look at opinion number 7 in your initial January 30th, 2025 report. And sir, tell me when you had a fair opportunity to locate that.
Okay.
You concluded to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that, quote, the infotainment module power on events were on average recorded 3 seconds after the ignition release or finger off, correct?
Correct.
That means that your own testing requires an offset of -3 to account for a delay in the power on of an infotainment system, correct?
Correct.
That increases the time between the TechStream event 1162.2 and the iPhone lock event by 3 seconds, correct?
Correct.
You testified about this same 3-second discrepancy yesterday during your direct examination in connection with your January 30, 2025 report, correct?
Correct.
However,
Never.
you did not mention this offset of 3 seconds in your May 8th, 2025 report, did you?
No, I did not. Can I explain?
Mr. Brennan may have questions for you with regard to that. So nowhere in your May 8, 2025 report did you include the 3-second offset that you discussed in your January 30, 2025 report, did you?
Correct.
And in fact, sir, nowhere in your May 8th report do you even discuss why you're not addressing that 3-second, do you?
I do not discuss it, but it is that offset is adjusted within the adjustment that we do with the 3-point turn.
I understand. My question is simply, there's no discussion in your May 8th, 2025 report how or why you're not discussing that 3-second offset, correct?
Correct.
I've got a next section, Your Honor, if you would like me to move into it.
So why don't we keep going?
Okay. Sir, a TechStream data event like 1162.2 does not, well, let me back up this way. You testified on direct that you're involved in accident reconstruction. That's part of the work that you do, sir?
No, that is not part of the work that I do.
Well, let me clarify then. Do you at all understand whether there's an issue as to whether a collision actually occurred in this case? Do you understand if that's an issue?
Objection.
Sustained.
Sir, do you have any understanding about what Dr. Welcher in his slide presentation was addressing in context with this case? Do you understand it?
Objection.
I'll allow a yes or no on that.
No, I do not.
So you have no idea what your colleague, Dr. Welcher, who's working on the same case, was addressing in his slide presentation?
Generally, yes, but I cannot speak to it.
What do you generally understand?
Objection.
Sustained.
What's wrong with that?
Understanding do you have after reading Dr. Welcher's slide presentation?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it to.
Do
Sustained.
you have any understanding? Can I approach, Your Honor?
Sure.
This is just being obstructive at this point. There's nothing wrong with these questions. What do you understand? What understanding do you have about what Welcher is doing? There's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. We need to lally it up, I think. With respect to Dr. Welcher's slide, is it sort of, well, what is your understanding concerning the analysis that Dr. Welcher did with respect to a collision? Lally it up and it should be fine, right? That would be fine if that came from Lally. Yeah, they're making him grind this out with the cross of the substance so that it takes a long time, and you know, it's a little harder to follow. Making him go through so many preliminaries to be able to get to the ultimate point that it's not clear. It's not clear what that is. I'm intrigued by this disclaimer that these are wrong adjustments. These are incorrect adjustments. They're inappropriate. They're not the right time frame. They're your data, dude. It's your analysis. If they're worthless, why did you do that in your own report? Why did you consider them in your own report? If your own opinion is that they're worthless, then why did you spend time looking at them to evaluate a variance? At what point did you change your mind about whether those were viable sources of information about the extent of the variance between the phone and the SUV clocks? Because that was the whole reason you put it in your January 30th report. This was part of your evaluation. I'm not sure that saying these folks relying on my data and my work that I did is inaccurate and wrong is quite the winning point you think it is. Oh, trust me, to the extent they relied on your opinion at all, they have learned the error of their ways. They will not be repeating that mistake. Yeah, he's saying now that's totally relevant because it's not at the right time frame. You can't use that. It's not during the right time frame. You looked at it, dude. So why'd you look at it? Why didn't you recognize back before January 30th that it was the wrong time frame? Obviously has nothing to do with anything. What point did you change your mind about that? Yeah, I find that quite an intriguing position. And I think once he's acknowledged the 3-point turn, using that offset is the only way to get the timeline where you need it to be, then nobody cares about his denial of this being confirmation bias. It's been shown. It's been shown. It's the only way to get it to work. So that just happens to be the one that you have decided is the only right one. If you don't know what time the clock updates, you don't know, at any specific point in time, how much the variance is going to be. It seems like it can vary quite a bit over a very short period of time. Then how would the best approach not be to just take the average of all of them? He's decided now that the one that's close in time to the trigger event is the one we have to use, but you have no idea how that relates to the rest of the phone activity and the updates and so forth. How do we know that the phone didn't go in and update the clock a second after completing the 3-point turn? We don't have any way of knowing that this is somehow a more accurate time capture of the time variance at the time of the 1162 than we do for any other event. Maybe, I don't think Alessi's going to ask him, but maybe Hank will ask him on redirect, why exactly do we need to use this one and not all the other ones that you identified in the January 30th report? If you've got all of these variables and inconsistencies you can't identify and you can't account for, like how often does the clock update, then I don't see how you can pick one over the others. I think you use an average of all of them, or you don't use any. But to just pick this one that, yeah, it's amorphous in time, isn't it? Isn't that the issue? We went off about this yesterday. That's the whole problem with it. You have this range of Waze data that's over like 12 seconds or something. And you have the car registering a 3-point turn. You have no idea at what point in the sequence of events that registration event took place. When did it capture it? You don't know that it happened at any point during those Waze data seconds that you identified. We don't know if there's a lag in identifying a 3-point turn took place because you didn't test that. At least you didn't tell us about it if you did.
Yes.
Thank you.
With your fancy exemplar.
Thanks for your patience, Mr.
Yes, sir.
Burgess. I would like to go back to the line of questioning I was starting, and that is I would like to discuss with you, and I'll start with your conclusion, and I'm going to reference your May 8th, 2025 report, sir. If you could turn to the conclusion section of your report, which is on page 7. And I'm going to start with, and I may just end with, we'll see conclusion number 1. Please take a fair opportunity to read that. Pick your head up when you have concluded that fair reading.
Take as much time as you need. We're totally comfortable here.
Okay.
Now, that paragraph 1 states, under conclusions, you say the following can be stated to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty. 1, as noted in my initial report, the only call logs that can be used to compare and synchronize the clocks between Ms. Reed's Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone are those occurring between 5:21 a.m. and 5:30 a.m., which occur approximately 5 hours after the collision. Do you see that, sir?
I do, yes.
Now, what I'd like you to do is to go back in your report.
Same report?
Yes, sir, same report, May 8th. And I'd like you to turn to page 3.
Okay.
And if you could go to the 4th full paragraph that begins with 2 events near the time. And let me know, sir, when you're there. And if you could read that paragraph, pick your head up after you've had a fair opportunity to read it.
Okay.
Thank you. Now, You state 2 events near the time of the collision were recorded by the Lexus system as identified by Dr. Welcher and referenced by Mr. DeSogra. The first event, labeled Techstream Event 1162-1, is associated with a 3-point turn on Cedar Crest Road. The second event, labeled Techstream Event 1162-2, is associated with a reverse maneuver on Fairview Road. These events will be referenced below for clock synchronization analysis. The timestamps associated with these 2 events are based on a combination of the Lexus infotainment power on event and Techstream time count. Did I read that correctly, sir?
Yes, you did.
So in the same paragraph, am I correct that you're discussing a couple of Techstream events, 1162-1 and 1162-2?
Yes.
And you are talking about that Techstream event in the same paragraph as you're talking about an alleged collision, correct?
Correct.
And in your paragraph of your conclusion that we were referencing, conclusion 1, is this paragraph part of the basis for that conclusion 1? Is this sort of like some predicate analysis for conclusion number 1?
No, it is not.
So it has no, your view, it has no relationship whatsoever to conclusion 1.
No, correct.
So let's go to your discussion of a collision and a Techstream event. Let's go back to paragraph 3. You see, you mentioned the word collision in paragraph 3, correct?
I do not.
I'm sorry, I just had paragraph 3. I meant page 3, sir. Page 3.
Yes, page 3. Yes.
Page 3, that paragraph we were just looking at, paragraph 4.
Yes, sorry. Yes, I do say
You
collision.
see the word, use of the word collision.
Yes.
And again, that term is used in the same paragraph as you're identifying Techstream events 1162-1 and 1162-2, correct?
Correct.
Where did you get the basis to use the word collision at that part of your report?
That would have been from crash reports,
And whose crash reports?
the Massachusetts State Police.
So you used Massachusetts State Police reports to discuss allegations of a crash, collision.
Yes.
Do you state anywhere in your May 8th report that you used those reports at all? Do you list it in your references?
No, not in this report. No.
And as a matter of fact, this is the first time, right this previous moment, that you are mentioning those reports at all, correct?
No, those were mentioned in my initial report.
But I'm talking about your May 8th report.
Yes. Sorry. Yes.
Okay. Your statements, and I want to clarify this because this is the ultimate topic I want to go to.
Thanks for that.
It is not your conclusion that every Techstream data event means that there is a collision. Do you, sir?
No, that is not my conclusion.
So isn't it correct that you can have Techstream events and they're not collisions?
Yes, you can.
And isn't it a fact that a Techstream event, sometimes called a trigger event, is not like an airbag type deploying, correct? They're just, and we're going to get to this later, it's just something that happens with a Lexus vehicle that can cause the vehicle to register a Techstream event, correct?
Correct.
And some people refer to Techstream event as a trigger, correct?
Correct.
But there's many things that can happen with a vehicle that can cause a trigger, correct?
Correct.
We will come back to that. So you would agree, again, that a text stream trigger event does not mean that there was a collision, correct?
Correct.
A text stream data event doesn't mean that airbags were deployed, correct?
Correct.
A trigger data event doesn't mean that there was a vehicle impact, correct?
By itself, no.
By itself, it doesn't mean, correct?
Correct.
A text stream data event merely refers to Lexus's practice of capturing real-time data from applications databases and not devices and transporting that data for immediate processing and storage or for real-time analysis and analytics reporting, correct?
I don't think I understand your question. If you could rephrase.
Sure. A text stream event merely refers to Lexus's practice of capturing real-time data from applications and databases. Is that correct?
I would not call it applications and databases, no.
What would you call it?
So from various sensors or other modules on the vehicle.
Okay, so it's Lexus's practice of capturing real-time data from various sensors and modules on the vehicle, right?
Correct.
Why don't we stop here, Mr. Alessi?
Yes.
Okay.
Now
We'll
you
take
want
our
to
morning
stop?
recess, so it's 20 minutes.
All rise, please. Judge, close your notebooks and follow.
Now you want to stop. Our camera is awfully glitchy today. Not sure what's going on with this courtroom. But did check our internet signal. Doesn't seem to be at this end. Well, they are really making him grind it out, huh? Really making him grind it out. They sure started off. Let's go back to that academic fraud and point out how you very specifically weren't asked about your educational background yesterday. In fact, you were so ready to point out that you didn't lie about your investigational background on the stand that you got out ahead of the question that you were in fact asked, which is the fact that your certifications were brought up, but not your education. Almost like they knew. Almost like if they knew that that if they asked that question, he'd either have to claim the degree and they'd be suborning perjury, or he'd deny it and reveal himself to be unqualified. Almost like they knew and didn't ask on purpose. Then the segue into the accurate down to the second, and it has to be accurate down to the second. But in fact, all of these events occurred on January 29th, not January 30th. After midnight, it's January 30th. You got the wrong date. And he gets him to double down on, no, all of this stuff happened on January 30th, not January the 29th. So rather than acknowledge a typo, acknowledge that you wrote the wrong date in your report, you're going to double down on that date is right. And now we're looking at all of this evidence derived from not the day of the incident. That's your position. That's his position. No, all this stuff happened on January 30th. If I misspoke, that's my bad. Insisted on that multiple times. Well, you just tanked your analysis, didn't you? If the jury is now going to take you at face value, you did all this analysis for the wrong day. None of this would show the collision, because any collision would have happened just after midnight on January the 29th, not on January the 30th. For this guy to support the case, you gotta just cherry pick what you want to believe from him and discard what you don't. Yeah, confirmation bias. To believe this guy and his analysis supports the Commonwealth's case, you got to cherry pick what you believe from him and not, because you sure can't believe what he just said multiple times about this data is all relating to January the 30th. You got to throw that out or you're sunk. So then we got into where we've spent pretty much the entire morning trying to make him grind out what he is going to get done, because Mr. Alessi knows the way. He knows what he's allowed to explore. He knows what issues he can get into to make his point, but they're going to ankle bite him around the edges with how he phrases his questions. Just nipping at his little ankles, making him kick these dirty little rat dogs off of his cross so he can continue his work. And they're just going to keep coming, not inflicting any real harm, not preventing the inevitable, but just delaying it and making it a little bit more obnoxious for everybody. So yeah, then we turn to how his report has no opinion. His initial report has no opinion about the timing of the 11/62/2 event, the trigger event. Didn't even mention it. But he did evaluate the Lexus variance, and he relied on the call logs, the same call logs that now by May he's decided bad data. Why would any dumbass use those to evaluate the variance in the call in the devices, in the clocks? Why would any dumbass do that? Yeah, we'd like you to ask yourself that, because you did it. You're the one who did it. If that is so obvious, then why'd you do it in January? When apparently you didn't bother to compare the point in time of the 3-point turn at all that you ultimately settled on down there in May, wasn't one of the events that you looked at to try to evaluate the variance. Strange, when the purpose of your report was to evaluate the variance. He acknowledged the purpose was to identify discrepancies and clock skew or drift. That was the purpose of his January report. So then we had that graph. Alessi won those sidebar challenges where Hank wants the whole report in. No, Hank gets the whole report admitted for identification purposes so he can make his record. But it's not all going in. Alessi gets to use the selective parts that he's asking the witness about. If you're going to try to nitpick him down to specifics of what he knew from Dr. Welcher, what he considered from Dr. Welcher, then you don't get to just dump everything Dr. Welcher did into the trial onto the jury. And the variance, 2 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second, 2 seconds, 1 second, 8 seconds, 16 to 21 seconds. Starting at 1:14:13 is what I saw. First one registered at 1:14:13 on the SUV, registered at 1:14:11 on John's phone. So just 44 minutes after, roughly 43 minutes after roughly the end of the trigger event. Somehow that's not a good time. We can't use that time. Can't use that time. It's more precise, close in time to the events, but it's only 2 seconds variance, and that's not going to fix your timeline problem. So even though you looked at that before, even though that's pretty close in time to the event that you're interested in, can't use that one. It is simple arithmetic. And yet his report doesn't take the final analytical step of saying, how do these variances then apply to the timing of the trigger event? You don't actually apply them. Why? Well, we can infer that for ourselves, can't we? And just in case we need a little push in the right direction, he's going to remind us about confirmation bias. It was the only one that would fix the problem with the time frame and that last use of the lock button. The lock button's a good one because, yep, you gotta have him touching that phone. But him still taking steps after the trigger event, that seems pretty good to me too. If those steps ended 4 seconds after the trigger event, that seems pretty good to me too. And then the variance got the largest in that 5:30:31 a.m. call log on that chart. It was 8 seconds from 5:21:36, 16:21 seconds, 5:30:31. But closer in time, it was a narrower variance. What's wrong with using the 114? If we're going to just pick one, why don't we just use the 114 one? Very close in time. Maybe because it doesn't work. Doesn't solve their problem. So all of this predicate work we're having to do, yes, he's seen Welter's slide presentation. Yes, Welter analyzed the timing of the 1162 event. Welter identified the 12:31:38 start and the 12:31:43 end. None of that incorporated this final analytical step of taking Burgess's analysis of the variance and applying it to these timestamps. So then Burgess can come into court and say, oh, his time frame is just based on the uncorrected SUV times. Your job was to give him what he needed to correct those times. Was it not? Wasn't that the entire purpose of your report, to identify the clock drift and the skew and provide some kind of analysis for it so that could be corrected? But weird, nobody did that back in January. Nobody took that final analytical step of applying Burgess's work to Welter's analysis. He also reviewed Ian Whiffin's January report. And in fact, Welter's own slide acknowledges that that lock event took place after the end of the trigger event. So then we get to go through Whiffin's report and the things he knew. The Face ID unlocked at 12:32:04. The messages in focus, meaning brought into focus, 12:32:05. Then it's brought out of focus. Doesn't that mean he would have had to background it? If it was at exactly the same time as doing the user lock, then I'd be like, oh, it moved into the background because you put the screen to sleep, you hit the lock button, but they weren't at the same time. And then, of course, the end of the 36 steps at 12:32:16. Welter doesn't say anything. He doesn't qualify his time frame at all as being unadjusted. And then we also have that pocket state detected at 33:14. Don't know what triggered the phone to look for the pocket state. As I remember from the testimony, it can just be various things, various reasons. Some of it having to do with activity coming into the phone, some of it having to do with user activity. Something just triggers the phone to look and see, like a call is coming in or something like that. So I'm not sure that I know what triggered this pocket state detection, but it sounds like Mr. Alessi does. Because he's real interested in it when we're talking about user interaction. So then we started having all these sidebars because, these are the predicates to get after what was Dr. Welcher doing? What were you doing? And why didn't these things somehow get reconciled until you filed this report in May, only after you got called out with the problems in your own January reports? So, understanding that Welcher is correlating the 1162 with an alleged collision, we have to have a sidebar about whether he's allowed, to ask this question or how he has to get into it. So then we go into, yes, he reviewed Welcher's slide. Yes, he reviewed DeSogra's presentation. DeSogra had reviewed Burgess's January 30th report. And then in his May report, Burgess's May report, he cited 2 new sources of data reviewed. He didn't tell us what those sources were, but he identified 2 new sources of data. One of them has to be the raw location data, right? That's why he insisted that he needed the new data from Tully. That's what he didn't have before in January when he did his analysis. So that's what he needed from Tully to be able to do the May 8th analysis. When did he make that request of Tully? I'd love to know that. When exactly did you make that request of Tully for the raw data? So we know he relied on that. There's only one other thing he relied on. I wonder what it is. I don't know. DeSogra's report? That's new. That's what he's addressing, isn't it? It hasn't been spelled out. I'm not 100% sure if it matters, but we had to have a whole new sidebar about going into what he reviewed and what he considered to complete his May 8th report. So then we get DeSogra's chart from his report that he filed in March of 2025, where he took the call log variance identified by this guy, by Shannon Burgess in your own report, and did that analytical step and pointed out, if you apply those variances from the January report, there's still no way to get the lock button before the trigger event. So that's why he had to find a new one. Like, this is not hard to follow, but they are making him slog through it to make it harder to follow. So you don't see, potentially the jury doesn't see where he's going and what the significance of all this is. Making him slog through with these nitpicky procedural objections and rephrasing the questions, and let's break it up with the sidebar. And now let's just go ahead and take our morning recess. Not when you thought it would have been a good time for you to break logically, substantively, but when you're right in the middle, when you're right in the middle of setting up what they've been making it difficult for you to set up, that would be a good time. That would be a good time to take the recess. So all DeSogra did is math. He took He took Burgess's data, did some math. His math is correct, but he's applying incorrect adjustments. Yes, we understand. We understand. You're saying now it's incorrect, even though it's all you looked at back in January. We understand that. That's very loud and clear. So then we just confront him straight on with the point. His answer doesn't really matter. The reason you didn't take the step is because you knew there would always be an interaction on the phone after the text stream event. Even applying his own data from his own January 30th report, that's all DeSogra did, is just show if you had applied this to Dr. Welcher's timeline, to his analysis, you still end up with the trigger event before John hit the lock on the phone for the last time. He denies it. Go ahead and deny it. It doesn't matter. It's very clear. It's very clear, because that was your job, was to evaluate the clock drift, and that's what you looked at. But if you did that final step, it just makes it a little too clear that there's a big problem with your case. You can deny that you were being purposefully vague in the initial reports by identifying clock skew and calculating it, but not applying it to Welcher's timeline, to the text stream event. You can deny that. We can see for ourselves that that is the effect of your reports. You left it vague. So then he reviewed DeSogra's report. He reviewed Ian Whiffin's report. Everything established at this point in time, before he issued his May 18 report, that the text stream events occurred before the last user activity on the phone. Yes, everything up to that point did indeed establish that. So then the 5.8 report is the first one that tries to make that change. He just clarified it. He didn't change anything. He looked at a completely different event and threw out his earlier calculations, but that's not a change. That's a clarification. That's a clarification. Boy, talk about a semantic argument here. So in the January 30th report, he looked at the call logs. That was his source for evaluating the variance. They were a fixed point in time, easy to compare. But in May 8th, he didn't abandon that analysis. He just used another method. Oh, so your initial analysis is also, it's still good? If your initial analysis is still good, then the jury can choose which method they think is appropriate. And if it's reasonable to use either of these methods, they could choose to use the first one, or they could even see the possibility of that first one existing as being reasonable doubt about the timing of the quote unquote collision. That could be reasonable doubt. If that's not an abandonment of your earlier methodology, then your earlier methodology is still good. So we could just use that. Okay. Sounds good. I mean, this guy is not bright. He's not bright. He doesn't, he's so out of his league. He does not know this game. This is like a little leaguer suddenly found himself up there in a major league ballpark. He is way out of his league. No, he didn't abandon it. He just used another method. And then in that new method, he ignores the call log variance because it was measured after the collision. And so instead, he decided to use the 3-point turn as the anchor. Isn't this classic confirmation bias? No, oh no, it isn't. Well, but the problem is that 3-point turn is the only way. It's the only thing you can look at. You didn't look at it before, but you looked at it now because it's the only way to get the lock event occurring before the text stream. And it's not as good a source of information as the call logs because it is not a point in time. It is an ongoing event that took time to complete, and you have no idea when the phone registered it. What triggered the phone to register, oh, there's been a 3-point turn. So you have no idea at what point, according to this Waze app, which of these, location data, per second that you're looking at is what triggered the phone to register a 3-point turn. And you don't even know what the range is. You don't even know what range the phone is looking at. You've chosen a range from looking at Waze data, but you have no idea what the phone calculates as being, or what the SUV calculates as being a 3-point turn. So it's not a pinpoint in time. It's an amorphous range that can be approximate. And he still ignored user activity after the lock event. Oh, no, he didn't. Well, but there is that problem of the health data, isn't it? The steps that end after the corrected 1162-2 time frame. And that Doppler pocket state detected. Why? I hope we get to find out. What caused that Doppler pocket state to go looking to see if there is a face in front of the phone or not. Well, neither of those are user interaction. Well, but steps are human activity, aren't they? Yeah, indeed they are. So concluding the steps, that is human activity registered on the phone, even after the corrected time of the trigger event. So then we've got this issue with the lag in the infotainment system logging the power on. It takes on average about 3 seconds. Weird how it's okay to use an average in that setting, but not when we'd be talking about the clock offset. I wonder why that is. But on average, there's this 3-second offset. So his own testing would require a 3-second deduction to correct for the lag in the power on time. He says that was accounted for. It was adjusted for in the 3-point turn, but he doesn't say that he did that in his report. Then we're going to fight over whether he understands whether a collision occurring or not is the issue in the case. The entire reason why Aperture has been hired here. They're really going to play that game and contest his ability to ask these questions about what is your understanding of what you were even hired to do? And what was the purpose of it? What did you need to clarify? What was the legally significant fact that needed to be analyzed using your expertise and Dr. Welcher's expertise? So now we've got to go through this whole long establishing of the foundation of what he understood the case was even about and what Welcher was addressing. We got to point out Welcher's addressing these trigger events, and everybody understands they're trying to correlate the trigger events with the collision. Everybody understands that. Now we have to go back to his own writings and his own reports, Burgess's own, where he says collision a whole bunch of times and relates it to these trigger events. which he claims he got the basis to use collision from the MSP crash reports. Where are these MSP crash reports? And you want us to believe that you didn't know the 1162 event had nothing to do with the collision, just a completely separate analysis of what they were doing from the MSP crash report? You really think we're going to believe that 1162 is just pulled out of a hat and it has nothing to do with anything? Of course, we know you're trying to identify something in the data of the Lexus that would confirm there was a freaking collision, and if so, when it took place. But trigger events can be anything. They can be anything. They can just be something that happens that causes the phone to register, or causes the car to register that there's been some event, there's some threshold that's been met, is the language that he's used before. So there has to be a reason. This is where Alessi is going. So there has to be a reason to think this trigger event has something to do with the collision, because the trigger event standing alone doesn't tell you that. A trigger event occurring at a specific time doesn't tell you that means there was a collision at that time. So this is an attempt to correlate, to reconcile this MSP crash report you say that you saw that used the word collision and gave you this concept, led you to understand there was a collision here, with this text stream data that your entire purpose on this case was to evaluate. They're making him slog through. It reminds me of sorry guys, I'm gonna traumatize the chat a little bit. But remember when Artex gets stuck in the mud, in the swamp of sadness. He loses his will. He sinks away in the swamp of sadness. That's what they're trying to do by interfering this cross. They're trying to infect him with despair that he can't get it done. It's just too difficult. The mud is sucking away at him, and eventually he'll just give up. That's what.
All right, Mr. Alessi, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Burgess. I'm going to pick up, sir, where we left off. A text stream trigger event does not automatically mean there was a collision, correct?
Correct.
A text stream data event does it without more mean an airbag deployed, correct?
Correct.
A trigger data event doesn't mean without more that there was a vehicle impact, correct?
Correct.
A text stream event merely refers to Lexus's practice of capturing real-time data from applications in databases, correct?
Sensors and other modules.
That's right. You had said that earlier, sir. Sensors and modules. You reviewed the raw text stream trigger events on Miss Reed's vehicle, correct?
No, I did not.
Oh, you did not?
No.
Do you have an understanding whether Mr. DeSogra reviewed those events in his March 5, 2025 report?
I do not.
So you did not review the raw data for text stream trigger events on Ms. Reed's vehicle, and you did not therefore perform any analysis of that data as you sit here today, correct?
Correct. Outside of what Dr. Welcher provided.
Isn't this guy supposed to be the tech stream expert? But they just had Welcher do the tech stream raw data analysis? How does that even make sense?
Are you aware that there were approximately 30 tech stream trigger events in an 8-month period on Miss Reed's vehicle?
No, I'm not.
Assume the data shows that in the mere 8-month period that Miss Reed owned her vehicle, the Lexus in question, there were 30 tech stream trigger events. Assume that. You would not conclude that there were 30 collisions in that 8-month period, would you?
No, I would not.
Would you agree, sir, that there were actually 2 triggers on January 29th?
Yes.
And the first trigger that you referred to of 1162-1, that was not a collision, was it, sir?
Without reviewing the data, I don't know.
Well, as you sit here today, you have no basis to state that the 1162-1 trigger was a collision, do you?
No, I do not.
And in fact, didn't you
You
refer to
assumed
that
it was a
as
three-point
a
turn.
3-point turn?
I did, yes.
And you didn't mention in your direct testimony when you talked about the 3-point turn anything about a collision, did you?
No, I did not.
And as you sit here today, there's no fact or data that you have to conclude that there was any supposed collision associated with that 1162-1 3-point turn trigger event, correct?
Correct.
A trigger event can occur on a Lexus vehicle by a whole host of possibilities, correct?
Correct.
You could maybe slam on the brakes and cause a trigger event.
That is one possibility.
You could have just unusual driving. You could be going at a speed or doing something else that has nothing at all to do with a collision, correct?
That is correct.
And in fact, there are almost countless events that can occur that can cause a trigger event in a Lexus vehicle.
So I don't know the exact count of what type of triggers there are, but yes, there are
There are
a
many.
number. Yes.
So back to the 1162-1 3-point turn trigger event. On your direct examination, you just referred to event surrounding that as a 3-point turn, correct?
Correct.
And yet that 3-point turn registered as a trigger event, right?
Correct.
Are Lexus SUVs trigger happy?
I do not know, sir.
As you sit here today, none of the information in that black box that you referred to on your direct testimony indicates that there was a collision on January 29th, does it?
Not by itself.
Not by itself.
Correct.
And it doesn't occur that none of the information in that black box indicates that there was a collision on any day without more, correct?
Correct.
I'd like to now turn to a different topic, sir.
So black box didn't register anything at all, despite a
In your
24
direct
mile an hour
examination,
acceleration.
you referenced a Ms.
An
Maggie
impact.
Gaffney. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And wasn't part of the reference
Mm.
that she did with respect to the Lexus SUV?
Yes, it was.
And for instance, you criticized her for failing to extract the micro SD card from the circuit board during the initial chip off, right?
So sure. So I did criticize for not identifying the micro SD card and subsequently not downloading it. Yes.
And on direct, you even tried to lay at her footsteps, if you will, your bits bytes misinterpretation on her by claiming that you assumed, quote, a competent expert, close quote, would not have overlooked a relevant chip. So you became confused how there could be data missing. Is that a fair characterization?
No, it is not.
I think it
Did
is.
you at all try to use as a justification for your misunderstanding of bits and bytes that it was her work?
Her word? you
Her
said?
work.
Her work.
Yes, her work.
So it was the, overlooking of the SD card. Yes.
Right. So you did try to lay at her footsteps. Part of the reason why you misinterpreted the bits and bytes that we discussed yesterday. Is that correct?
No, that is not correct.
Okay. So you would agree then that the bits and bytes misinterpretation that you and I discussed yesterday had nothing to do with the work of Miss Gaffney, correct?
So in part, but that was my mistake.
In
Yes.
part.
All right. I'm trying to understand which is it. Is it Miss Gaffney's work had some part in your misinterpretation of bits and bytes, or her work had no part in your misinterpretation of bits and bytes?
Some part.
So you do attempt to lay some blame on Miss Gaffney for your misinterpretation of bits and bytes, correct?
No, I'm not trying to blame anyone.
Okay. In your January 30, 2025 report, are you consistent with your criticism of Miss Gaffney?
As I recall, yeah, I believe so. Yes.
In fact, you yourself provided the explanation for why the micro SD card was not extracted during the original chip off, didn't you?
Yes, that it was overlooked.
Right. So if you could please turn to page 5 of your January 30, 2025 report.
Okay.
And sir, when you get there, if you could let me know, and I will then proceed with questions.
Okay.
So you do attribute to Ms. Gaffney in your report some responsibility for this micro SD card not being extracted during the original chip off. Is that correct?
Yes.
So let's go to page 5 of your report, sir. And bear with me, I want to get you the exact location. I don't have it exactly, but I want to quote it. Your Honor, may I have a moment to get the exact quote?
Sure.
Thank you.
Take your time. We know it's in there. Everyone is going to appreciate the right quote. I love that. Okay. After we've gone back and forth multiple times about, so you're blaming Gaffney, so you're not blaming Gaffney, so you are blaming Gaffney. So in part, no, not. And then we finally get to, she's partially responsible, but no, I'm not trying to blame her. And he just went, okay. Okay, like you would say to a kindergartner who's insisting on something unreasonable that they're not going to get. Okay, kiddo. Pat, pat, pat. Whatever you say, the jury can reach their own conclusions. There you go. Ms. Little has found it.
Thank you for that, Your Honor. I now have it. Mr. Burgess, if you could turn to page 5, as I was referencing, and go to the third full paragraph. If you could look about 2/3 of the way down the far right, you see the word where it starts with at. It's the paragraph beginning when examining vehicle
Yes,
systems.
I
You see
do.
that,
Yes,
sir?
I see it.
And do you see the at that is at the very far right of that paragraph?
Yes.
So it says, at the time of the incident, Burla, and Burla is what? Can you read?
Burgess is a company that offers and develops forensic hardware and software for vehicle modules.
Right. So at the time of the incident, Burla did not offer support for the infotainment and telematics modules removed from the Lexus, but have since released updated software indicating similar modules are supported via in-vehicle acquisition. According to Burla, currently, there are 2 known and documented modules within the vehicle that have the capability to store data. The infotainment module removed from Ms. Reed's Lexus is consistent with the MMU documented by Burla and has been identified as containing an internal micro SD card not acquired during the initial chip-off acquisition by Ms. Gaffney. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
So as you stated, Burla is the organization that you described, which for the purpose you did, I'm not going to repeat it on direct examination. If I could sort of put in layman's terms and see, you tell me if this is correct.
Oh, come on.
Where?
Come on, glitchy
To make it
stream.
easier for non-technical people, as you put it, to extract data from a vehicle, correct?
Correct.
You describe in your January 30, 2025 report that at the time of the initial chip-off, Burla did not provide support for the information contained on the micro SD card, correct?
No, so I think you're misreading that last sentence, and I can clarify.
Can you read the last sentence, sir?
I can. So the infotainment module removed from Ms. Reed's Lexus is consistent with the MMU documented by Burla and has been identified as containing an internal micro SD card not acquired during the initial chip-off acquisition by Ms. Gaffney.
So my question is, did or did not Burla, at the time of the initial chip-off by Ms. Gaffney, provide the technical support to address the information contained on the micro SD card?
No, Burla did not and does not.
Good. That I wanted to.
That was my identifier
Right,
of the micro
understood.
SD card. Correct.
So it was not until after the initial chip-off that Ms. Gaffney participated in that Burla updated their software to be able to identify the types of data, for Burla software to be able to identify the types of data contained within the micro SD card on the Lexus circuit board. Is that correct?
No, that's incorrect.
So Burla didn't do anything new after the initial chip off with its software?
Sure. So Burla released new software after the initial chip off that addresses being able to download software via the infotainment module while it's in the vehicle. So that involves plugging a USB in to the vehicle and downloading data. That does not address the micro SD card on the circuit board itself.
And Ms. Gaffney did not have, at the time of the initial chip off, that updated Burla software, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you, sir. Appreciate your questioning. Thank you for answering my questions. That's all I have at this time, Your Honor, but I have a bit to pack up. So Mr. Brennan can have a clear podium.
Go right ahead.
Thank you.
Bit of a sudden abrupt conclusion there. I wasn't totally expecting that.
Thank you for that opportunity, Your Honor.
So all those follow-up explanations he wanted to give, do we think Brennan is going to ask them? We'll see.
Good afternoon.
He's not happy with them. It's still morning, even over there on the
Do
East
you know what a
Coast.
sequestration order is?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
So it would be an order to not view any testimony of a trial, is my general understanding.
Does that mean that you can't watch any of it on television?
Correct.
Do you understand whether or not you can speak to attorneys about testimony? Is that precluded as well?
I'm not aware either way.
Has
Oh.
anybody ever spoken to you about any testimony about that occurred in this trial before you testified?
No, they have not.
Have I ever discussed, intimated, or suggested any information whatsoever to you about arguments, testimony, or anything about this case as it's ongoing?
No, you have not.
Do you follow the rules, sir?
Yes, I do.
Have you followed them in this case?
Yes, I have.
When you gave your opinions and you've testified, do you have any information or knowledge about this trial as it actually occurred until the point when you testified?
No, I do not.
You were asked some questions about your CV. A CV is a resume?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And you were asked about a LinkedIn account.
Yes, I was.
Is your LinkedIn account different than your CV?
Yes, it is.
And in this case, when did you learn that your LinkedIn account was wrong or had not been updated? When was the first time you learned that?
That was yesterday.
When you started your LinkedIn account, do you remember when it was you set it up?
I do not. It would have been maybe 10 years ago or more.
Do you routinely update your LinkedIn account?
No, I do not.
Bullshit.
When you set up your LinkedIn account, the section where it asks for education, whether graduated or ongoing, do you remember filling out that section?
I don't particularly remember filling it out, but obviously I did at some point.
When you were asked about Aperture's website, how many experts are associated with Aperture?
I could give you a rough number between 80 and 100,
How many offices?
15 or so.
Are you involved in the website design or content?
No, I'm not.
Do you know if Aperture gets the information from their website directly from LinkedIn?
I don't know where they get all of their information from.
Did you ever weigh in or develop your information that was on Aperture's website?
No, not on the website.
You do provide CVs before you come to court, don't you?
Yes, I do.
In this case, you were asked by the defense, when you provide your CV, do you understand that it's going to be reviewed by whoever requests it, the Commonwealth or the defense,
Yes, I do.
and that it will be shared with both sides in the court?
Yes.
In fact, the first time you provided a CV in this case, was it October 11, 2014?
Objection, Your Honor.
So the leading nature sustained.
Do you remember the first time you provided a CV in this case?
It would have been around October.
What year?
2024, sorry.
And when you provided that, was it as an exhibit to something?
Yes, if I recall, it was as an exhibit to the initial protocol that I sent out.
And when you submitted that CV, did you appreciate whether or not it would be part of a court filing in public?
Yes, I did.
If I could have exhibit 183, please.
You could try, Hank, but we already saw what happened, and we know that you know because we know you didn't ask about his education.
You could enlarge the top section. Right there is good. And sir, when you provided this CV to be filed with the court and made public, did you indicate that you had obtained a bachelor degree?
No, I did not.
Why did you put currently pursuing?
Because I am currently pursuing
But that's
a
not even a
bachelor's
degree they
And did you
offer.
understand your CV was received by the defense and they knew this?
Yes, I do understand that.
Subsequently, you were asked to provide an updated CV in April 2025.
Yes, I was.
Did you do that?
I did.
And can we have exhibit 184? Did you further appreciate this would be provided to both the court and the defense?
Yes, I did.
Did you represent to the defense that your education included earning a bachelor degree?
No, I did not.
You've testified in, you can take that down, please. You've testified in many other cases
I have. Yes.
in courts around the country.
Yes, I have.
And when you've testified in other courts around the country, do you know whether there are transcripts of your actual testimony?
Yes, I believe there are.
Have you ever represented in any court that you achieved your bachelor's degree?
No, I have not.
Have you ever inflated your qualifications in a court?
No, I have not.
When I asked you about some of your background, you told us that you had certificates in Celebrite and Axiom. I didn't go through all of the qualifications and all the accomplishments you had, did I?
No, you did not.
Do you have professional certifications, GIAC, Advanced Smartphone Forensic
Go
Analysis?
through them all, Hank.
Yes,
it
I do.
doesn't matter.
Do you have professional certification from CCME, Celebrite Certified Mobile Examiner?
Objection, Your Honor. Sustained.
Do you have professional certifications as a Magnet Certified Forensic Examiner?
Objection.
Sustained for the same reason.
I'm sorry?
Sustained for the same reason.
Do you have a number of certificates that I did not ask you about?
Yes, you did. I
Can you
did.
share some of those with us?
Sure. So one of those is going to be GIAC, Advanced Smartphone Forensics. So that's going to be Global Information Assurance certification. And that is basically a 40-hour class or 48-hour class with a test at the end to get that certification. There is also a Celebrite Certified Mobile Examiner certification that is specifically to, kind of demonstrate your knowledge of the Celebrite software, as well as Magnet Forensics certifications, again, for their software specifically.
Any certifications regarding computer hacking?
What was that last part? Sorry.
Any certifications regarding computer hacking?
No, not currently.
Okay. Did you also take any classes regarding crash data or BOSH?
Yes, I have.
What do you have for certificates in that arena?
So those certifications would be Crash Data Retrieval Technician and Crash Data Retrieval Analyst. So those courses would be around acquiring and analyzing crash data from airbag control modules.
You mentioned that you had over 700 hours.
Let's just
Yes, I
reiterate
did.
your expertise that you
Classes
didn't
and
use in this
certification.
case, according
Yes,
to
that's
you.
of classes and classes and seminars or conferences, specifically in digital forensics or vehicle forensics.
Do you need a bachelor's degree to be competent and achieve in this area?
No, I do not.
Is a bachelor's degree a prerequisite of success in a particular field?
No, it is not.
You ever hear of Bill Gates,
Yes,
Stephen Jobs,
yes.
Oprah Winfrey?
Sustained.
You
He's
had
trying. He's trying.
become engaged in this case in October 2024.
Correct.
And when you first became engaged, you had a chance to look at photographs and some data.
Yes, I did.
At that point, you hadn't had a chance. Did you have had you had a chance to actually inspect any of the physical property?
No, I had not.
Did you have an understanding that somebody else did?
Yes, I did.
Who?
Miss Gaffney and a number of other people with the MSP.
Attended some type of procedure?
Correct.
And do you know who led the actual procedure?
As far as I'm aware, it would have been Miss Gaffney.
The defense expert?
Correct.
You filed a protocol. What was the purpose in October when you first got involved with filing a protocol?
Sure. So the first purpose of the protocol was just to address the fact that we were missing data that we expected, and address a potential solution to gather more data.
Without having looked at the physical property, the actual boards, how did you conclude simply on data and photographs that there was missing data?
Sure. So that would be reviewing the initial data that was provided, and not seeing user data like I would expect. And that's because there's a number of different chips that are on a circuit board for an infotainment or telematics or any other module. And there's a number of different data bearing chips. The purpose of those chips will vary. Some chips' main purpose is to store user data. Some chips' main purpose is to store software or firmware. So if you're gathering, acquiring data from chips that only have software and firmware, then you would not expect or you would not see user data within those chips.
When you made that analysis and concluded that there was missing data, had there been any report provided by Ms. Gaffney suggesting there was missing data?
No, there was not.
Had there been any analysis or opinion alerting that there was missing data?
No, there was not.
Was there anything to indicate that the person who did this test missed data at that point?
No, not at that point.
When you decided to write a protocol so you could actually look at the boards and do an analysis, did you put that protocol in writing?
Yes, I did.
And do you remember if that was around October 10th, 2024?
That sounds familiar. Yes.
Now, when you were cross-examined, the attorney asked you if you knew what the word mendacity meant. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
And you didn't know. Do you now know that means to lie or be untruthful?
Your Honor.
Sustained.
He didn't ask you a question. He just asked you if you knew what the word was. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Do you remember he also, on cross-examination, suggested that when you had your mistake about megabytes, megabits, it was the defense expert that alerted you to that mistake? Do you remember that suggestion by the defense?
Yes, I do.
Did they ever show you the documents so you could see the chronology?
No, they did not.
Okay. You wrote a report on October 10th, 2024. Did you then write another report, a supplemental protocol?
Yes, so I did write that initial protocol and then a supplemental protocol.
Was that on October 17th, 2024?
That sounds about right.
When you wrote that a week later, at that point, had you realized your mistake?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Why did you?
Can we approach, please?
Okay.
Yeah, he's being repeatedly improper, and he knows the objections don't cure it, so he needs to be admonished to stop doing that. If he just ignores the rulings and goes blazing forward with asking his improper questions, as he's done many, many times, the objection sustained, objection sustained, objection sustained. It's not curing anything. That is just being improper. So admonish him to do it right. He's had plenty of warnings. We're in week 5 by now. He's figured out how to ask non-leading questions. He understands that that's the rules. Yeah, he's leaning into that little pissy side, isn't he? He suggested it was a defense expert. He's gonna start characterizing and getting snippy because he knows how damaging that cross was. He knows how damaging it was. Guys, nobody thinks that Aperture made up his degree. Literally nobody thinks Aperture made it up. Just out of the blue, he's been completely honest about his qualifications the whole time, but somehow Aperture got confused. Literally nobody believes that. And yes,
When
this is
you
100%
realized
true.
your error, what did you do?
So I intended to correct it with a supplemental protocol.
When you corrected it with the supplemental protocol, do you remember what date that was?
Not specifically, I do not.
If I showed you your report, would that help your memory?
Yes, it would.
May I approach?
Yes.
Do it the right way, Hank. Good job.
Please don't read this, just look at it. And if it refreshes your memory, let me know, and then I'll ask you a question.
Yes, it does.
When did you correct your error with the supplemental protocol?
That was on October 17th, 2024.
And do you remember the date that you first received any information from Mr. DeSorga?
No, I do not
Do you
specifically.
remember the date when Mr. DeSorga's information was first filed?
No, I do not.
And do you know if it was, whether it was after your October 17th supplementary report?
He just said
Not
he doesn't.
specifically, but I believe it was after.
And so when it was suggested that you had to be schooled or advised by Mr. DeSorga, was that accurate?
Objection, Your Honor.
Word it differently. Word it differently.
The claim that was made that you weren't aware until someone advised you of your error, was that true?
No, that was untrue.
When you realized there was an error and we put it in a report, were you ever dissuaded from publicly alerting all the parties of your mistake?
No,
Do you leave stuff in or out of a report if you find it helpful or hurtful to one side?
no, I do not.
Have you, in this effort that you've made in this case, have you always been encouraged to provide all information regardless of what it is?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
Yes, I have.
And who's encouraged you to always provide all information regardless of what it
No,
says?
no one. So my job is
Nobody,
to assist
but
the
you said
jury.
you did.
So the jury, assisting the jury means presenting all the information.
Have you ever been discouraged by me?
No, I have not.
When you looked at the photographs and you looked at the boards without actually touching them, how long did it take you to figure out that there was some other vehicle for data?
Sure. So it took a few times to look at the photographs before I identified the micro SD card slot.
You were asked whether it's important to be accurate and reliable. Is it in this field?
Yes, it is.
And if data is not found on the chips, is it a standard practice to look elsewhere?
Yes, that would be a standard practice.
Was that done in this case before you became involved?
No, it was not.
Who was the first person to identify where the missing information was?
Myself.
What happens if you miss information because you don't see it?
So if you miss information, that's information that won't help in the analysis.
In this case, the information on the SD card that you found, how important was that to this entire analysis?
It was important to timestamp certain events.
Without that information in the SD card, would you have been able to so accurately timestamp certain events?
No, not so accurately.
Before you were involved, was that information, that very important information for timestamps, was that available for either side?
No, it was not.
Is it now?
It is.
You were asked about Burla. When Burla did not have updated software to simply plug into a car and download the information, what process would have to be used?
Sure. So best practice for vehicle forensics is if the module or a vehicle is not supported by a forensic tool, would be to remove that module, or let me start over, manually document the screens on that infotainment module if it's available and it can be powered up. But then also going through disassembling the module, identifying any type of chips or SD cards that may hold data, and acquiring that data.
Is that called a chip-off process?
It is called a chip-off process.
Does it describe the process well, chip-off?
Yes, it does.
Since Ms. Gaffney did the original analysis and did that chip-off, has the software updated?
Yes.
Is that the Burla software?
No, I'm sorry. So she has not done a updated analysis with the Burla software.
But has the Burla software itself updated?
So the Burla software itself has updated, but it is limited to, again, plugging in a USB into the infotainment module while it's in the car running.
Does the updates in Burla software have anything to do with the SD card?
No, it does not.
Why not?
Because, again, they're going a different route to acquire data, and they are acquiring a limited amount of data through what's called diagnostic logs. So if you think of diagnostic logs, your radio unit is keeping logs of any time things happen on the radio for manufacturer purposes. So Burla is taking those logs and they can interpret some of those logs. They are not acquiring all the data that is on the SD card itself.
You have drafted a number of reports in this case.
I have, yes.
Regarding the chip-off process, did Ms. Gaffney ever write a report?
No, not that I'm aware of.
When you wrote reports in this case, do you expect for them to be shared?
Yes, I do.
When other experts, like, for example, Mr. DeSorga writes a report, do you expect to have a copy and review it?
Yes.
Sustained.
What is the standard practice when there are reports from different experts regarding the same subject matter?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Is there a standard practice
Sure.
regarding reviewing reports from similar experts in similar subject matter?
Sure. So anytime a report is written by an expert, that report would be provided and shared with opposing experts.
Reports, do they always come at the same time in a case?
No, they do not.
When you wrote your reports, how would you provide them so they can be disseminated?
Sure. So that I would typically provide them to the client or the attorney that hired me, and then that would be disseminated from there.
Did you have an opportunity to receive Mr. DeSorga's March 5th, 2025 PowerPoint?
Yes, I did.
Were you provided that by me, the Commonwealth?
Yes, I was.
And were you asked or given any direction on what you could or should do?
No, I was not.
Were you ever asked to reach any particular result?
No, I was not.
Were you ever
You don't
asked to
have to
avoid
be asked.
anything?
No, I was not.
What did you see your role as when you receive a report from another expert like Mr. DeSorga?
Sure. So when I receive a report, I would typically review it and then make a decision if it's better to address any issues in that report through testimony or address those with a supplemental report.
And in that analysis, do you follow your own discretion or do you follow directions of the client?
No, I would follow my own discretion.
Did you ever receive any direction on what you should and shouldn't do regarding considering Mr. DeSorga's report?
No, I did not.
When you looked at Mr. DeSorga's report, did you have concerns about his report?
I did, yes.
I want to talk about his report in detail. Before we get there, share with us what your general concerns were about Mr. DeSorga's report when you reviewed the whole report.
Sure. So what Mr. DeSorga does is take a couple different adjustment methods to attempt to adjust the clock from the Lexus with the iPhone. But what he does is takes a lot of methods or data points that are not applicable to the time that we're interested in.
What do you mean? Can you explain with a little more specificity what he does?
Sure. So if you think about it, your clock is constantly, changing as far as it syncs up with other GPS satellites or network time servers, and it's updating constantly. So a clock variance between two devices may be different at, say, 12 o'clock in the day versus 1 o'clock in the day. So best practice is to choose an event that is nearest to your time in question, so you have the most appropriate adjustment for that clock variance.
Mr. DeSorga's analysis, did he choose the event most closely tied to the backing up event?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
The backing up event, are you familiar with that time frame?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Was Mr. Sorga's analysis based on information most closely related to that event?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
What information did Mr. DeSorga choose to use for that analysis relative to the backing up event?
Sure. So he chose a couple things. That's going to be call logs that happened on both devices or that was recorded on both devices, as well as a GPS data point, which was incorrectly identified as being near that or encompassing that 3-point turn. So what we did is did a more thorough analysis of that 3-point turn event when it occurred within the iPhone data, and then compared that and adjusted with the Lexus.
Explain to us your concern about using call logs.
Sure. So there's a number of call logs that you saw earlier that were recorded by the phone and the Lexus. The one thing you'll notice, and it's hard to kind of go back to it without the graph, but the calls that happened between 1 and 5 o'clock that morning actually happened when the car was powered off. We know that based on the power on and power off events. So those timestamps that are recorded with that 2-second and 1-second offset is actually from Mrs. Reed's iPhone as she gets back in the vehicle and her phone connects up and syncs back up. So the 8-second and the 16 or 21-second offset are the only offsets that we have to compare to calls.
Was that a concern?
It was a concern.
Why?
Because if you're using the 1 and 2-second offsets, that could be misleading because it's not actually comparing the Lexus clock with the iPhone clock from Mr. O'Keefe.
What's it doing?
It's comparing the Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone clock with Mrs. Reed's iPhone clock.
What other concerns?
Sure. So the other concern was a GPS point known as GPS 154, which if you remember yesterday, we talked about it a little bit. So that was misidentified as being the end or towards the end of that 3-point turn. But when we look closer at all the location data, we can see that that actually occurs between 12:23:59 and I believe it was 12:24:07.
Let me ask you some questions about what compelled you to look at the 3-point turn and synchronize the clocks. Were you aware of Mr. Whiffin's report where he offered that the last user interaction on Mr. Whiffin's phone was 12:32:09?
Objection, Your Honor.
No. You were asked, did you consider Mr. Whiffin's report where there was a last user interaction of 12:32:09 by the user?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
You were asked if you considered that.
It's the same issue.
Did you know that information?
I did know that information was available and existed, but I did not use that in my analysis for the clock synchronization.
Did that have any part of your motivation to do the clock synchronization?
No, it did not.
Were you attempting to match the synchronization with any of this other information that exists in data?
No, I was not.
You were also asked if you were aware of Mr. O'Keefe's phone that at 12:32:16, it ended its movement.
Yes, I was aware of that, yes.
Did that in any way affect your interest or your decision to synchronize the clocks?
No, it did not. So my primary focus and to adjust the clocks was because I thought the PowerPoint slides by Mr. DeSogra were misleading.
When you were shown Exhibit 190, can we have 190, please? You were shown this chart. Was this the entirety of Mr. DeSorga's report?
No, it was not.
Was there text information offered by Mr. DeSorga to give his position or explanation of this?
Yes, there was.
Is that included in this exhibit?
No, it's not.
Did you get a chance to read Mr. DeSorga's report, including the actual text explaining his analysis and process leading to this chart?
Yes, I was.
Did you look at Mr. DeSorga's entire report?
Yes, I did.
Move to introduce Mr. DeSorga's report.
No objection, Your Honor.
No objection.
So this
Go ahead.
was
Put the
triple
entire
D
defense report in front of the
identification.
jury.
That would be the next exhibit.
Exhibit 191.
Every single bit of his out-of-court statements and
You said as a
analysis
result of Mr. DeSorga's
now available
report,
to
you
the
were
jury.
concerned, so that compelled you to do your analysis that resulted in your May 8th report.
Correct.
I want you to take us through Mr. DeSorga's report and explain to the jury what concerned you about his analysis.
Sure.
With the court's permission, I'd like to put this page 1 of this report. Is this the front cover of Mr. DeSorga's March 5th, 2025 report?
Yes, it is.
Turn to page 2, please.
We're going to walk through the entire report. Okay,
Where do
let's
you
go ahead.
recognize this slide or photograph coming from?
Sure. So this slide is coming from Dr. Welcher's overall PowerPoint slides.
When you first saw this slide, where did you first see, which source did you first see this through?
Through Mr. DeSogra's PowerPoint.
Well, Dr. Welcher works at Aperture, doesn't he?
He does, yes.
Did you know he was working on this case?
Yes, I did.
Was he providing you his PowerPoint or slides before this point?
No, he was not.
When you first saw this slide, did you see information about the timing of the text stream event, which was the backing maneuver?
Yes, I did.
And what time did that show?
Can we blow it up just so I don't get the time
Please.
wrong?
Up, please. I'm sorry. Up. Here we go. Thank you, Ms. Gilman.
Gilman is not on
Sure.
it.
So
like
that's
Wolf.
got the text stream event ending at 12:31:43.
These text stream events that are captured, do you know how long of the event is captured? How many seconds?
Yes. So approximately 5 seconds before the trigger threshold is met and 5 seconds after.
When this information that you reviewed in Mr. DeSorga's report, do you know what clock is used to identify the 12:31:38 to 12:31:43?
Yes, I do.
And what clock is that?
So that's a combination of the Lexus clock that's coming from the infotainment center, as well as the running timer that we discussed yesterday that's coming from the airbag module itself.
Is the source of that time important?
Yes, it is.
If you compare time from a different clock with time from a different clock and don't synchronize the two, does that lead you to an accurate result?
No, it does not.
When you were answering questions, you repeatedly were saying, according to the Lexus clock. Why were you offering that qualification repeatedly? One moment, please.
Sure.
Why were you offering that qualification repeatedly?
Sure. So to make sure that the jury understood that that timestamp was coming from the Lexus itself and was not an adjusted timestamp to Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
Could you scroll down, please, Ms. Gilman?
Camera guy going to do his
A little bit,
job?
please. Thank you. The 3209, what did you understand that information to be?
Sure. So that is information I understood to be the last device lock recorded on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
And what clock did you understand that time came from?
That would come from Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone clock.
If you reconciled his iPhone clock information, or if you compared it without reconciling to the Lexus information, what's the danger in doing that?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Is there any danger in doing that?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
Is there any danger in comparing two times if you don't consider the clocks that they came from?
Yes, there is. So you could essentially be, inaccurate time for when that event actually occurred.
So
You
it
can
sounds like
scroll down to
Walter
the
made a
bottom so we
pretty
can see the rest
significant
of that.
mistake, especially for the guy who apparently drew it all from the raw data, since this
You
guy never
mentioned
looked at the raw
The
data.
word variance yesterday during your direct examination. I'm going to ask you to look at that box that has the green around it. Is that an example of variance?
Yes, that is an example of variance between, no. So I take that back. That is not an example of variance itself. That is an example of, comparing the end of the text stream event to the device lock event.
Using different clocks, like
Is
you
that
just
attempting to
said.
compare two different devices?
Only a dumbass would
So
do
that's
that.
attempting to,
Big problem.
that's not attempting to compare anything. It's just stating that the
It is
time
attempting to compare.
between the device event lock and the end of the text stream event, unadjusted, is approximately 26 seconds.
Is that accounting for synchronization or not accounting for synchronization?
That is not accounting. That is not with synchronization.
Can we turn to the next page, please?
So
Did you
your
review the next page
you
in Mr.
guy is a real
DeSorbo's report?
dumbass.
Yes,
Not
I did.
And did
reconciling
it lead
clocks,
you to any
huh?
concerns?
This page specifically, yes and no. So this page again is just showing the time difference between the end of the text stream event and Mr. O'Keefe's last device lock event.
Is this another way of showing the information that was in that green box?
It is.
Camera
It's
guy.
another way of showing the information in
Stop
that green
fucking
box,
up.
but it is not a clock variance or an adjustment.
Could you turn the page, please? When you
Nobody
read this
wants
page,
to
is
stare
this
at
a
that guy
opinion or
shining in the
conclusion?
dark.
No, it does not.
What is it?
So this is just pointing out that when the 26-second window, which they'll refer as John's interaction window, when that number is positive, then the phone interaction occurs after the end of the text stream event. When that number is negative, the phone interaction occurs before the end of the text stream event ends.
Did you have any issue with that slide?
No, not that slide in particular.
And then if we turn the next page. Did you have an opportunity to review the next page?
Yes, I did.
And were you in agreement with this page?
I was in agreement with this page, yes.
And what does this tell us?
So this page points out that two clocks are not always in sync. So again, to synchronize those clocks, you would have to have a shared event that occurred on both devices.
If we could have the next page, please. Any chance to make that a tiny bit bigger, Ms. Gilman? Were you in agreement with this page?
No, I was not.
Tell us what concerned you about this page.
Sure. So this page is potentially misleading to the jury again by using,
Objection, Your Honor, move to strike.
I'll strike that.
Just tell me what your concerns were.
Sure. So my concerns with this, that it was potentially misleading to the jury.
Objection, Your Honor, move to strike.
No, I'm going to allow that. That's his concern.
Sure. So this slide was potentially misleading to the jury because it uses incorrect adjustments to try and adjust the times
how does it use incorrect adjustments? Explain that to us so it's very basic, please.
Sure. So as we kind of go through the next few slides, you'll see. But essentially, what they're doing is, or what is being done, is they're comparing call logs, timestamps from call logs from when the phone was off, suggesting that again that the lock event occurs after the end of the text stream event. As well as incorrectly identifying the GPS point when the 3-point turn ends.
Will you better be able to explain that to us with the further slides that come next?
Yes, I believe so.
If we could turn to the next page, please.
Got that, guys? He's the only one that knows at
this
which
just a
point and
label
all
of
of
what's
those
to come?
ways, data
Yes.
points that the
Can we turn to the next page,
SUV
please?
recognizes a 3-point turn.
If we could start, Ms. Gilman, with the top left-hand box, if you could enlarge that for us.
Fire the camera guy.
Did you review this
Fire the
information
damn
in this
camera
box?
guy. We don't want to sit
Yes,
here
I
and
did.
watch this guy sweat
And
in the
before
dark.
we get to your opinions,
Look at the color
what
on
does this
him.
information tell you?
Sure. So this is a snapshot from my initial report where I point out that the ignition on happens approximately 3 seconds before the infotainment power on event. So you can see that. I think we're up a little too high on the page.
Like,
Yeah. So highlighted in the red. That's based on our testing where we identified that the ignition on, or your finger on the ignition pressing it, and the engine coming on and the vehicle coming on happens 3 seconds before the infotainment system powers on.
you were asked on cross-examination about that 3 seconds between the pressing the button and the infotainment system going on, but you weren't allowed to answer the question whether you considered it or why that was important. So I'm going to give you that opportunity now.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. Ask the question.
Okay. Is there significance to that 3 seconds, and did you consider it in your report, in your findings?
Yes, I did.
Share with us.
Sure. So when we make our adjustments based on the event, so in this case the 3-point turn, what we're looking at is the approximate time frame when that 3-point turn occurred via Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. And then we're adjusting that for the approximate time that the text stream event and that 3-point turn ends. So as we sync those clocks, we're adjusting not only for the difference in the clocks, but we're also adjusting for this 3-second delay.
Did you accommodate that 3-second delay in your analysis and your conclusions?
Yes, that was included in my analysis.
Now back to the screen. The information there, is that text taken from your actual report?
Yes, it is.
Could we shrink the screen, please? And then the photograph in the bottom left, if we could enlarge that. Is that as well from your report?
Yes, that
Nice
is
to
also
see
from
what
my
it is,
report.
wouldn't it?
Did we look at that yesterday on your direct examination?
Yes, I believe so.
And briefly tell us what that depicts?
Sure. So that's during our exemplar testing, where again we've got it rigged with cameras that are recording video and timestamps of interactions we're having with the vehicle, which include powering it on and powering it off.
If you could shrink the screen, and we'll go to the right, Ms. Gilman.
Has this camera guy ever been in a
What was
courtroom?
the import
Does
of
he
this,
have any idea what he's filming?
screen to you in its entirety?
Sure. So this is not actually a valid way to adjust or synchronize clocks because, again, we're not adjusting based on a shared event. So the ignition on event occurs. It is not recorded by Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. But again, we are adjusting and including this in our timestamp adjustment.
If we turn to the next page, please. You were asked about the process of synchronization through phone calls or through the 3-point turn data.
Yes, that's correct.
Why did you choose to use the 3-point turn data instead of phone calls?
Sure. So I chose to use the 3-point turn data because it was closer in time to the event that was of interest, as well as it was based not only on the infotainment clock, but it was also based on that running timer. So once we adjust that first event, to Mr. O'Keefe's phone. The second event is also based on that running timer, so it would also be adjusted.
Did you have any concerns about using phone calls specifically?
Yes, I did.
And what were they and why?
Sure. So those concerns were related to the phone calls that we could actually compare, and again, some of the phone calls that happened earlier or closer to the event of interest were not actually recorded by the infotainment system itself.
Why is it important to take an event closest to the time of the event you're studying?
Sure. So like I kind of said before, clock variance will change between devices as they are constantly syncing back up with reference systems. So a clock difference that you see at 1 o'clock in the day is not going to be the same as you would see at 2 o'clock in the day.
When you chose the 3-point turn, how close to the backing up event was that in time?
I believe it was within 10 minutes or so.
Was that closer in time or further away in time than the phone calls as a method?
That was closer in time than the phone calls. If you think back to the phone calls that we could have compared, those occurred at 5 o'clock in the morning.
We turn to the next page, please. Did you have a chance to review this slide of the PowerPoint?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Now you see on the left is a box. Where's that box taken from?
Sure. So that box on the left is taken from my report. That's going to be my initial report.
January 30th, 2025?
That's correct.
Okay. And share with us what you were trying to express in this box.
Sure. So again, this box is a
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I
Sure.
apologize. Ms. Gilman, is there any chance we could enlarge the box on the left? My apologies. Okay, please proceed.
Sure. So this is a comparison of the calls. So the infotainment call timestamps are on the furthest left column. So again, your infotainment system, when you plug your phone in, is recording and synchronizing your calls. It's not great about recording and synchronizing every call. So there's a lot of calls here that we don't have that we know exist based on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. So the calls that we do have that were recorded in the infotainment system, we can compare to the timestamps that those are recorded on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. So when we do that, there's a couple things we notice is during that 1 o'clock and 4 o'clock and 4:45 time frame, when we look back at the power on and off events, we know the vehicle is not powered on at that time. So the vehicle's off. So those timestamps are not coming from the vehicle. They're coming from Mrs. Reed's iPhone or the defendant's iPhone. And then the times after 5:21, we know the vehicle has been powered up at that point. So those timestamps are coming from the infotainment system itself. So that's why we can actually do a comparison of those timestamps and determine the exact or the approximate clock variance.
When you look at the call timestamps of 1:14:13, 4:38:16, at 4:42:06 and 4:45:12, was the power on or off with the car during those four first calls?
Yeah, so with those first 5 calls, the car was powered off. And again, we know that based on the power on and off event. We also know that just by looking at the offset, it's a consistent 1 or 2 seconds. And that's what we typically expect and see between two iPhones. That's because iPhones are generally pinging back to Apple servers or GPS towers that are the same. So those times are pretty consistent and pretty accurate.
Was the power on by 5:04:28?
No, not at 5:04:28. It was still powered off.
So those first five events, were they reliable for you to use in synchronization?
No, they were not.
You gave us a number of reasons. One, the time distance between the event and because they were phone to phone. Any other reasons why they weren't?
I'll strike the first part, ask the questions.
Besides the reasons you already gave us, are there any other reasons why this would not be a reliable way to synchronize two separate devices?
Not besides the points I've made already.
Okay. And if we could zoom back on this. The box on the right, is that from your report? Is that Mr. DeSorga?
That's Mr. DeSogra.
Was there anything about that analysis that concerned you?
Sure. So that analysis is misleading because, again, it's not comparing Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone to the infotainment system. It's actually comparing the defendant's iPhone to Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
Is there any acknowledgement anywhere in Mr. DeSorga's report that he appreciated that this was iPhone to iPhone rather than iPhone to infotainment?
No, there's not.
Did you ever receive any report from Mr. DeSorga that would alert that he appreciated that this was iPhone to iPhone and not iPhone to infotainment?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
If we could go to the next slide, please. Is this a similar or different slide?
Sure. So this is a different slide.
Okay.
It would be nice if we could see
zoom
it.
in on the
No.
left box, please. Where does that box come from?
Sure. So again, that's coming from the same page of my report, just highlighting the 5:30 phone call, and this is comparing the iPhone from Mr. O'Keefe with the infotainment clock.
At that point, is the power on of the Lexus?
Yes. So at this point, the power is on. So this is a comparison of the infotainment clock with the iPhone clock at that time.
Could you zoom
And
out?
so is the 521, isn't it? With the 8 seconds?
That final box that shows the comparison between the defendant's Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone, do you have any concerns about the accuracy of that information for that time?
No. So I think those times are accurate. But again, that's at 5 o'clock in the morning when we're trying to adjust the clock variance. And it's too far away from the time in question. So if we zoom back in to the box, we can actually see in the data what I'm talking about as far as clock variance will change, with time. So the phone call at 5:21, we see an offset of around 8 seconds between the two devices, between the infotainment system and the iPhone. And then at 5:30, which is only 9 minutes later, we can see that offset has actually increased between 16 and 21.
In 9 minutes.
Capturing this data, were there phone calls between the infotainment system and Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, those last two phone calls were between the infotainment system, or were recorded by the infotainment system with Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
How does that happen?
Sure. So that's, when the device is connected up to the vehicle and you make a phone call, the call is recorded within the infotainment system and it's recorded with the infotainment system's timestamp.
Could you focus on the right-hand box, please? Did you review the right-hand box?
Yes, I did.
Was that from your report or is that Mr. DeSorga's opinion?
That's Mr. DeSogris.
Did you have any agreement with that?
Yes, so I do agree with that calculation, but again, that's 5 o'clock in the morning versus when we're really interested in around 12:30.
Can we have the next slide, please? Could we enlarge this? Do you know where this photograph came from?
Yes, so this screenshot came from Dr. Welcher's presentation.
When's the first time you saw this screen?
When I saw this presentation.
In Mr. DeSorga's report?
Correct, yes.
Had you seen this before that?
I had not seen this before that.
If we could
He's
focus in a little
So
more,
all
especially
over
the
on whether
bottom
he's
left-hand.
seen Welcher's slides before. He said he did.
When you reviewed this, did you feel any need to do further testing?
Yes, I did.
Why?
So what we're looking at, if we zoom back out, so what that is the 12:23:38 is the approximate time that the text stream event occurred. Now, what we want to do is we want to be able to compare that to the 3-point turn from Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. What you'll notice, though, is right here, we've got a circled GPS point. So if we can zoom in there.
So he's pulling it from a slide here that says
So
Aperture.
this circle here
And
is
you're saying
actually
he
circled
misidentified it?
GPS point 155, which is after this point but we'll kind of ignore that. But GPS 154, and it's hard to see, the time is 12:23:58. When we look at that, what we see is that actually that GPS position is recorded before the 3-point turn even starts.
You mentioned 154 begins recording before the 3-point turn
And here
starts.
you are blaming
Correct. Is the
the
end
Sober
time
for
of the
that
3-point turn
when Welter did
a
it.
time before or after that 12:23:58?
Sure. So the end of the 3-point turn logically would be after this point.
At the time you saw the slide, had you broken down point 154?
No, not at the time that I saw this slide.
So he's seen Welter's report
Could
before
you
when it's
zoom back out a little
convenient,
bit?
and it only makes sense that he would see it before. They both work for
The
freaking
information in the
Aperture.
right box, is that from you or from Mr. DeSorga?
That is not from me.
And when you read that, did that compel you to want to do anything?
Yes, it did. So again, my initial thought was to address this during testimony. With further review and further thought, I decided it was best to offer a supplemental report. What this is, basically the math I agree with. The point I don't agree with is that GPS 154 is the time towards the end of the 3-point turn. And now reviewing further data, we know that's not true.
The 12:23:58 event on the phone, is that related to the first event, the 3-point turn, or the second event, the backing maneuver?
So that's going to be related.
Was there any other data that was closer in time to the to the backing event that you had access to?
No, not that we had access to.
Please turn to the next slide, please. You've seen this part of the report before?
Yes, I have.
Having seen the earlier part of the report, does it help you explain and understand this diagram?
Yes, it does.
Is this your diagram or Mr. DeSorga's?
This is Mr. DeSogris.
Do you agree with this diagram?
No, I do not.
Okay, could you explain to us what this, from your perspective, from your experience, what this chart is trying to suggest?
Sure. So this chart is trying to suggest that the lock event always occurs after the end of the text stream event. And again, that's using inaccurate adjustments to make that conclusion.
I want you to use the pointer and I want you to take us line by line why you believe that this is inaccurate in trying to conclude the time
You're gonna
of those
stare at his
locking
greasy
adjustments.
face with the.
So
Oh.
it's kind of hard to tell.
You
what
figured
we've
it
got
out?
is we've actually got two different sections. So we've got the top section, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 events. So that's going to be the GPS event, and those. Let's see. No, that's going to be this. It's hard to say. That's going to be the phone calls and the GPS event that are calculated in this. And it's also done with the 3-second delay as well, adjusted.
Screen
But what
frozen
we
on the
see
other
is-
screens as
so
well.
this, obviously, +1 is one of the phone calls that was from the defendant's iPhone time, so not from the infotainment system. So that's a inaccurate comparison. Same thing for the +2, the +1 and the +2 again, the +8, the +16, and the +20 are going to be those last two calls. If you'll notice, the very last call, we can't really tell which phone call is the correct one to compare, so we're using both within that same time frame. And that's why we get the 16 or the 21-second variance. But again, that's 5 o'clock in the morning, so that's not appropriate for the time that we were interested in. And then the 20-second variance is coming from that inaccurate GPS position comparison.
Could we enlarge that a little bit, Ms. Gilman? On the 2021, is that plus or minus 21?
So that is -21.
The 20 and 21, is that based on different information than the 1, 2, and 8?
Yes, it is.
And explain again for us, where's the different source of the information?
Sure. So the -20 is coming from that GPS point 154, which we know is not the end of the 3-point turn. It's right before the 3-point turn begins. And the minus 21
How do you know
is
it
coming
logs
from
it
the
at the
last
end?
phone call that happens around 5:20, I believe, or 5:30. And again, that's 5 hours after the time of interest.
The minus 20 and minus 21, is that suggesting that time should be taken off or put onto Mr. O'Keefe's phone for synchronization?
Sure. So that's suggesting that time should be. I'd have to go back to the other slides. I believe that's either way. It's suggesting that the iPhone lock event occurs +6 or +5 seconds after the end of the text stream event.
Besides not accommodating for the timing of that timestamp at the beginning of the 3-point turn, is there anything else about this that concerns you?
No, just that overall, these numbers can be misleading, again, because they're based on inaccurate adjustments, and could lead, again, the jury to believe that the lock event always happens after the end of the text stream event.
Could we go to the last page of Mr. DeSorga's report?
Every single one of these
Is
was,
this a
was
conclusion
sourced
offered by
from
Mr.
Walter.
DeSorga?
Yes, it is.
Did you agree with that?
No, I did not.
Why not?
So based on those inaccurate adjustments, this slide is again kind of misleading in the fact that it states there's always interaction with Mr. O'Keefe's phone after the end of the text stream event.
You got it, Karen. That kind of misleading.
You can take that down and turn that off, please, for a moment. After reviewing this report, you told us you then engaged in further study for synchronization.
Yes, I did.
Did you call me on May 7th?
Yes.
Okay. And what were you told to do about a report?
On May 7th?
Yes.
Sure. So I would finish the report and submit it.
Did you?
I did.
And when did you submit it?
May 8th.
And do you know that it was provided to the defense by email on May 8th? Do you know if it was provided to the defense?
Yes, I know it was provided. I don't know when.
Now, if we could have Mr. Burgess's PowerPoint, we can go back to page 38, please. After you explain to us
Objection, Your Honor. Can we close, please, on scope?
Beyond the scope. Oh, are we gonna hold up the end of the redirect now because it's lunchtime? Are you gonna give him all the time he needs to wrap up? Here's the problem, okay? I understand the general gist of what he's getting at. The call log isn't a good source of data because if the car is off, it's not syncing directly to the Lexus. It's syncing with Karen's phone, which then I guess is syncing with the Lexus once the Lexus is fired back up. And I guess for some reason, the Lexus is updating the phone log with the data that's being fed from Karen's iPhone. So I understand that's why he's saying we can't use that 1:14 clock. I don't know if that's true, but he's telling me that, and it makes sense. So the problem is, even if I accept that, this is all sourced to your analysis. These are all based on slides that have Aperture written on them. These are all responses to what you did. So if it's misleading, to whom should we attribute that? The ones who provided the information or the ones who responded to the information provided? This is what you offered. Now, the 3-point turn, I got a little bit more of a beef with that. Oh, it's the wrong time. You have no idea what the SUV looks at to register the timestamp for the 3-point turn. You have no idea what it registers or when, or what it chooses to characterize as a 3-point turn when it assigns the timestamp. You have provided absolutely zero foundation for how you would know which data point, which location point is the one that the Lexus SUV relies on. You have no idea. But the problem is, it wasn't DeSogra who relied on that point. It's from Welcher's slide. He relied on it. So we're going through this redirect, and we're having Mr. Burgess impeach Dr. Welcher. I mean, am I in crazy land? Because this is all coming from Welcher. And he's saying, oh, the defense is being misleading because the defense is pointing out what Welcher did. So how is this helping? This is helping this guy and this guy's ego and need to be right. And everybody else's is at fault for the problems here. There's always somewhere else to point the finger. And Hank Brennan's need to, right now, I need what I need right now. And then when we're at a later point, I'll worry about what I need to worry about then. And those two things, they don't necessarily need to be consistent at all. We'll just shift positions. And maybe by the time Welcher is on the stand, Welcher will be impeaching Burgess. Because why not? That's what the moment could demand at that point in time. And that's what Brennan will go with. And all this is doing is pointing out, wow, Welcher really fucked up his report, didn't he? If only there had been some way for him to have a reconciliation of the clocks while he was preparing his timeline that discusses potential clock drift. If only there were some way he could have known what the correct variance was. He's literally up there saying it would be misleading to rely on that. You can't rely on that. Those aren't syncing to the same thing. That's a misinterpretation. Then why'd your expert do it? After this guy, the data forensics guy, has disclaimed looking at the data. He denies that that came from him.
I thought it would be quicker. It's my fault. So go for lunch, and Mr. Burgess again.
Thank you.
All right, please. Jersey
He's
is
coming back after lunch. He's going to have to come back after lunch. Oh, good Lord, guys. All right. Where did we? Let me back up after the last break. Oops. So we came back and we established that the events, the trigger events do not mean a collision. They don't mean the airbag has deployed. There were over 30 events in this 8-month period. You would not conclude 30 collisions. You may not conclude 1 collision in and of itself based on the trigger events. Whole host of possibilities for a trigger event. It could be that you slammed on the brakes. It could be that you were driving in an unusual way. Is the Lexus SUV trigger happy? Kind of sounds like it if it's triggering a lot of stuff that's not collisions, but that's probably only if this information is intended to be used to relate to a collision. If this information is intended to document a collision, then it seems pretty trigger happy. On the alternative, maybe it's not intended to recognize a collision, in which case, why are we looking at it to try to register a collision? Might be the question. It's not for that purpose. And there is no info in the black box indicating a collision on 129 or on any other day. That's the airbag control module. That's the one that's going to tell you, oh, there was some kind of event here that caused the emergency systems on the car to respond. I'm sorry, if you hit something at 24 miles an hour, is it going to deploy your airbag? Yeah, it is. It's going to deploy your airbag to hit something at 24 miles an hour because the whole safety system is based on the change, the sudden change in the speed of the vehicle. And hitting something at 24 miles an hour, a human, a 200 and some pound human, it's gonna have an impact on the car. That's gonna register at that speed and at that force. Yeah, your airbag's gonna deploy, but no airbag deployment. Nothing like that on the black box. So then we went through the Maggie Gaffney stuff. He's denying. We go all this back and forth. You tried to blame her for the problems with the bits and bytes confusion because you assumed a, quote, competent examiner. That is what he said. We heard it. No, he's not. It's my mistake, but in part it's because of her. But I'm not blaming. Dude. Okay. As Mr. Alessi said, okay. We can see you're blaming her. It doesn't matter what your words are. We can see it with our eyes. That's what you're doing. I only did it because I assumed a competent examiner. That's you blaming her. We see that. And then I didn't really understand this. The micro SD card, blamed her for overlooking that. And but Burla's now been updated. It IDs, there's an internal micro SD card. It didn't provide support for the micro SD card, but no, that's not, I guess, what it's about. So now after the chip off, Burla updated their software so that the data on the micro SD card can be evaluated. So it just relates to Burla, not whether, I guess, there is a micro SD card or what data is on it. And that relates to using this in-vehicle tool where you do the download. And he says it's plugging in a USB. Maybe it is. I would guess the OBD, but that's just a guess. And at the time of the chip off, she didn't have the updated software. And then we ended. That was abrupt for me in part because I guess I just didn't understand. I didn't understand the connection here. It sounds like Gaffney did overlook the micro SD when she did the chip off. She may have a reason for why she overlooked it. But it seems like she did. And I didn't get from the Burla explanation that the Burla update has something to do with why she overlooked the micro SD. That wasn't clear to me. It might. Maybe this is the first time that there's any reason to think there is a micro SD card here at all. But then if you can spot it visually, I guess you should know that it's there. I would assume if you're a person with the kind of skills to go in and, melt the solder on a motherboard and remove the components, that you probably have the skills to examine the board and recognize what some of the different components are. I would have no idea. I can't tell anything from anything. One of the greatest moments of my life, sometimes you just feel like a god when you pull something off, when you like fix something. I love fixing things. When you get to fix something and it seems like a hard or a complicated or an intimidating thing to fix and you're able to do it. I'm like that with electric stuff a lot. Electric just very much intimidates me. I fixed a switch the other day. The switch stopped working. I took the switch apart, figured out, oh, this metal piece is, it's fallen out. It needs to be able to move like this. I fixed the switch, feel like a god. But yeah, with the computer, still one of my proudest events when I spilled like my entire cup of tea all over the whole top of the box. And there's water everywhere, all in this, and it soaked up the video card. My screens stopped working. I'm like, oh shit. And I was so proud of myself because I figured out how to get into that box, remove the video card, dry it off, and then put it all back together. And it's worked. It worked. It fixed it. It's worked ever since. That's a few months ago. I feel pretty good. I feel pretty good about that. Anyway, that's about as good as I'm going to be at identifying something in my computer. I can Google what the video card looks like and find that one in my computer. But I would assume that she knows a lot more about computers. She's in there with the soldering stuff, messing with it. So this sounds like a mistake by Maggie Gaffney, and it happens. I don't know that should really be the end of the world, but I just didn't get that this explanation was real clearly why she made that mistake. So that's why I didn't follow it. It didn't seem like a strong point, and because it wasn't a strong point, I was surprised that the cross ended right then. I just expected it would have ended on a stronger point. But that's okay. So then we got into redirect. Oh, this was funny. We start right off with, do you know what a sequestration order is? Oh, yeah, he knows. But do you know if you should be discussing with the attorneys? He doesn't know either way, if that's okay. It's Hank Brennan's job to inform his witness of the restrictions on him and his conduct resulting from that order. So he has no business not knowing one way or the other what kinds of conversations he can have. It is literally Hank Brennan's job to tell him. He should have no question about it. Little oops. I don't think the jury caught that. I certainly caught it. Bev should have caught it if she was interested in having some grave concerns about the prosecution's conduct here. Of course he follows the rules, and he did so here, just like he follows the rules when it comes to reporting his experience and qualifications. Of course he does. Maybe 10 years ago, he entered that educational information in his LinkedIn, but he doesn't regularly update it. Bullshit. Pretty lies and alibis. Found it yesterday. Screenshotted it. He has updated it multiple times since 2015, 10 years ago, when he started his career as a forensic examiner. He added in all kinds of subsequent job history. He's updated that profile several times. Never fixed it. I wonder if they have the ability to nail him. Aperture has 80 to 100 experts, and every single one of them is waiting in the hall with a little bar of soap in your sock, waiting for this guy to get back to the office, because you've just tainted the entire organization, and you've threatened every single one of their paychecks. He has no idea where they get their information from. We're back to it's Aperture's fault that they misrepresented his qualifications on their bio. It's their fault. Are we really to believe that is the simplest and most logical explanation? They made it up versus, dude, we know you lied about your credentials to get the job. Duh, that's the simplest and easiest explanation. You lied to them about their credentials. They posted what you told them. You've got the fake credentials on your LinkedIn anyway. And only when it's time for you to go to court, and you know you're going to be caught with perjury if you claim that degree that they claim you have, that's when you update your resume and you make it clear it's just pending. You don't actually have it yet. But it's been pending apparently since 2007. So he provided it around October of 2024. Understood, and they show his degrees pending, his BGS, Bachelor of General Science in Math and Business Administration. Dude, you admitted yesterday they don't even offer that degree. These are not what you're seeking a degree in. These were your minors. That was your explanation. So it's still incorrect what's on this resume. It says pending, but it's not the degree you're getting. What is the degree you're getting? I don't think we even know yet. What is this degree you've been working towards? He's never represented in court that he has a bachelor's. There's transcripts of his testimony. If they exist, Alessi has them. And Alessi has read them. I suspect if that existed, he'd have already been impeached on that. And then we go through all of his other certificates that we have, of course, because we got to try to rehabilitate him as being qualified, as if the issue isn't the lack of a bachelor's, but the misrepresentation about it. As if it's not that he can have all the certificates in the world, and if he's a documented liar, it's still a problem, Hank. Still a problem. You've heard of Bill Gates, Steve Jobs, Oprah Winfrey? Oh, yeah. When did they testify as expert witnesses in criminal trials? When exactly did that happen? When did they lie about having a bachelor's? When did they make fake LinkedIn profiles? You know, put fake qualifications in their LinkedIn profiles? I must have missed that. So then, getting snarky with the characterizing the cross. He's not being allowed to do that. Alessi is objecting to that. It's misleading to suggest that questioning about mendacity. Yeah. Misleading to suggest it was a misrepresentation that you got corrected on your bytes and bits error by the defense expert. Corrected it himself a week later. He doesn't actually remember the date. He doesn't actually remember the date that he got information from DeSogra. Is this implying he did in fact get a correction from DeSogra? He just believes it was after, but he doesn't know specifically. Nevertheless, Hank is going to then come in and assert that until he was advised it wasn't true, that until he was advised, he knew of the error before he was advised of it. That wasn't true. The claim to the otherwise, that's not what he testified to. He said he doesn't know. Said he doesn't know. So, of course, his entire job is to provide all info at all times, to be helpful to the jury, very helpful. That's why he volunteered the problems he's been having getting his degree, 17 years. Took him a few times looking at the photos to ID the micro SD slot. Oh, so it's an easy thing to overlook? Took a while for you to go in there and find it? I don't know what the timing of all of this was when they did the chip off and the analysis of the data. As far as I recall, this was one of those fairly late in the day things that was going on in trial 1 as well. I don't recall real specifically. It just may be an issue in terms of how many options and what options do you have if you get your data and you recognize there's data missing. If we're like right on the eve of trial, I'm not quite sure that you have the ability and opportunity to continue to go further. Because, normally you have disclosure requirements and so forth. You have deadlines that you have to meet in identifying your expert's opinion. So I am just curious about that, but I don't remember independently what the time frame of the chip off was. I don't know if anybody else happens to remember that. And so then the Burla didn't have the software. Well, let's back up because first, the data was missing. That's how he knew that the download was incomplete, because it was missing the user data, and he would expect that. And without that information was important to be able to timestamp certain events. And you couldn't timestamp it so accurately without that data. Is there some reason why the Commonwealth before trial 1 didn't recognize that this data was missing? Because they didn't follow up on it either. Trooper Paul never followed up on it. None of them. Guarino? He doesn't seem to have ever followed up on it. If it's important, how come the entire first trial missed that there was missing data? So Burla didn't have software, so the best practice is to do the chip off. Since then, the software has been updated, but the update has nothing to do with the SD card. It says Burla is just going through diagnostic logs and interpreting them. It's not acquiring all data on the SD card. Why wouldn't it? Is not accessing the SD card now? This was strange to me. I don't know. We know very little about Burla. Now, I really liked this little segue into, you were never told to hide information. You were never told to change your analysis. You were never told to reach any specific conclusion. Dude, you're illustrating the cover-up. You're illustrating the game and how everybody knows it works. You don't have to be told specifically what to do. Lenk didn't have to be told specifically what to do. Buchanan didn't have to be told specifically what to do. They don't have to be told specifically. They already know. Your job is to back up your guys in the trenches. You have his back no matter what, because he's in your trench with you. He's on your side. So we don't care if he's a child murdering P-word. You're going to have his back because he's on your side. He's in your trench. That's the attitude. That's how the game works. Everybody knows that. You don't have to be told specifically. You were hired by this team. You understand the assignment. So yes, he had concerns about DeSogra's report because he looks at a couple different adjustment methods to adjust the clocks, but he uses data points that aren't applicable. So we walk through, first off, Hank helpfully admits into evidence DeSogra's entire report. So everything the defense lawyer or the defense expert said now is in front of the jury. It's available. They get to see it all. All of his words, all of his analysis, everything that is not independently admissible, it is hearsay. Defense can't offer this. But you went ahead and put it in evidence for them, apparently to make a point that Mr. Alessi does not seem at all concerned about or intimidated by. And then we painstakingly go through page by page by page of Matt DeSogra, or Mr. DeSogra, I can't remember his first name now, pulling out slides from Dr. Welcher's presentation and relying on what is presented, what is asserted, what is relied on in Dr. Welcher's presentation. And he's going through and identifying all of these. Well, it would be wrong to rely on that. It would be misleading to rely on that. DeSogra didn't rely on any of that. Welcher did. And DeSogra simply pointed out, this is the logical conclusion of relying on that. So that's all in the report now. And I don't know why we've painstakingly walked the jury through all of the things that Welcher did that you're saying are wrong and misleading. I love how he identified there's a danger. We're walking through Welcher's slide. There in DeSogra's report, Welcher's slide has the 12:31:38 to 12:31:43 as the time of the backing maneuver, and the 12:32:09 as the last device lock. That's from his slide. So now Burgess is saying there's a danger in not reconciling the clocks. How awkward that your PhD accident reconstructionist didn't seem to acknowledge that. This very basic danger. How weird. How unfortunate. Because it's from his slide. What a dumbass. So, yeah, all of this stuff, all he does, I mean, he's walked us systematically through these slides that just show DeSogra is taking what Welcher did and the data that he asserted, the information and the data points that he asserted, and pointing out, here's the consequence of doing that. And so we're walking through all of that and we're explaining that's potentially misleading because it's the wrong data. It's your own expert. It's your own expert that you're impeaching when you say that's wrong and misleading. He's the one that relied on it. It's in his slide. He's the one. He's the one that ran afoul of that danger of not reconciling the clocks. During a lot of this cross, I think I have reached the point of, I think I'm ready to just fire court stream people, period. I'm ready to just use the court's own video court system, like they're doing in Idaho, like they're doing in the Koberger case. We're just going to, every court in the country is already set up for Zoom court. And guess what? Because it's set up for Zoom court, it's set up so that you can see everything you need to see. Because this camera guy is a freaking idiot. And it's just kind of a constant issue when he doesn't know what we're supposed to be looking at or doesn't care. That we need to see what's on the screen if we're going to understand what's going on. This guy's greasy face in the dark is not helping us understand anything about the testimony. We're not here to watch the guy sweat, okay? But maybe they are. Maybe if you're court TV or Law and Crime or whoever is operating the pool camera, maybe you are just interested in the drama. And so maybe that's a good reason why, you know what? There's no need for you to man these cameras. We'll just use the court's own system because they're set up for substance. Substance over style. Kind of important. So then he explained, and it seems like a valid explanation to me, why you don't use those 114 calls. Okay, the car wasn't on, so this is syncing to the iPhone, not to the Lexus. And then when the Lexus is actually on, it shows this different period of drift. And in fact, you can even see, you know, the massive difference, the 1 second, 2 second, 1 second, 2 seconds suddenly shifts to an 8-second variance by 521, and then to an even larger 16 to 21 second variance 9 minutes later at 5:30. So that's a pretty rapid accumulation of variance in a very short period of time. So I just have a question. Based on this. If the variance at the time of the 3-point turn was 21 to 29 seconds, somewhere in that time range, when did the Lexus resync with the source of its clock data so that by 5:30 in the next morning, that variance is lower again? It's all the way back down to 8 seconds. When did that reset happen? Would have had to have happened, wouldn't it? That's how clock drift works. It accumulates a difference in the, the seconds. It's just slightly off with the source clock. So it aggravates over time. It's not going to suddenly and automatically lose 13 seconds, 8 to 21, 13 seconds to 21 seconds. It's not going to just spontaneously do that. No, it reset to the clock. And then started accumulating drift again. So when did that happen? And in fact, you have no basis of knowing whether that happened right after the 3-point turn. It could have happened. You have no idea. So now we're back to, okay, the 3-point turn is the closest in time to the backing event, but you have no idea if that's the most pertinent time lag because you don't know when the syncing took place. And we know a sync had to have taken place sometime between the 3-point turn and 5:30 the next morning. Do we not? I think we do. All right, guys. Well, we're going to come back after lunch for a little bit more redirect. And then I feel like some doors have been open for recross, but we'll see what we get. I've got looks like probably maybe a little over 20 minutes left in the lunch break. So I am going to go do my routine, guys. You know the routine, got to check the trees, et cetera, et cetera. I will be back shortly, and we will look at what you guys have been thinking this morning, if we get a chance to do that before court comes back in. So thank you very much for hanging tight, and I will be back in just a moment. All right, guys, we are back. Thank you for your accommodation. We got the wind back up again today, so tree's a little dry out there, but nothing we couldn't address with a good soaking, nice good water. Well, let's see what you guys have been thinking about what we've witnessed this morning. Carolyn Smith, how can a copy paste from the original report include a request for new analysis? It says, pursuant to your request, I have completed an additional analysis concerning the above matter. This explanation, it completely lacks credibility. I mean, we talked about this yesterday. Yeah, I've used old letters as a template before, but you go and you erase the entire text. Now, maybe there's like a sentence that's like it always carries over. And so you wouldn't copy that, but you would have to take everything from the old letter out. Why would you leave pursuant to your request if it was not in fact pursuant to his request, if that was from an old report? I don't have any explanation for that. I just think it's an explanation that lacks credibility. James Casatelli, HB had to have known the problems this guy had. If he didn't, how is that not malpractice? Why not at least ask for a different expert from Aperture? Why hasn't this case been dismissed? I don't think he did, because he would have. He would have, wouldn't he? He would have gone to a different expert. I find it hard to believe that in the entire universe of digital forensic engineers, this is the only one that they could find that would put forward this particular analysis, this little save of the clocks and so forth. I find it hard to believe he's the only one. He seems pretty fungible. So I think if Hank knew it, he would have replaced him. I don't think Hank knew. It's just pretty devastating to your cross, to your case, to have your witness, one of your two grand finale expert witnesses, implode on the stand like that. There was no way that was going to go smoothly or softly or not be extraordinarily damaging to the Commonwealth. So I don't think he knew. I don't think he knew. How is it not malpractice? I mean, it's fairly normal to just take the qualifications as they are provided to you. You know, I don't necessarily know. I'm not going to go like contact the university and verify that this person received the degree that I'm told that they have. If it says on the resume it's currently pending, I haven't necessarily, researched the depths of the internet to see if he's, got reports of other things elsewhere. I don't know that it's malpractice, but, he got caught. He got caught. It's not how you want to get caught. Kathy D, good morning. My 18-year-old son just graduated his dual enrollment program with his high school diploma and his AA degree. Congratulations to him. A little early start. Good stuff. He worked hard. So excuse me for not being impressed with Man Shannon, free Karen Reed. I agree with these points. It's not about whether you have a degree or not. I think in so many ways that the college degree, unfortunately, has become less useful in the modern era. It's much more of a class signaler than it is in actual qualification to do valuable, compensable work. As far as like a job prep or something like that, it doesn't necessarily denote that you have special skill or training. It just means that you have followed the pathway that is laid out for certain members of certain socioeconomic groups and so forth, what you're supposed to do. It shows you've been able to satisfy those basic requirements in order to be part of that group. I don't have a problem with people not having a degree, but I have a problem with people lying about having a degree. That's the problem. But people like your son are awesome. I wish they had had some of that when I was back in high school, because I was one of those people that just found high school very boring because it wasn't challenging. And if I had been able to be more challenged, I might have done better because I might have been more interested, But at a certain point, like if you're bored, you check out. I would have liked the opportunity. Hey. To study college level stuff while I was still in high school. I think that's very helpful for a lot of people. Congratulations to your son. Skyway, proposing to my girlfriend today. I know the answer and yet I'm still terrified. Wish us luck. Skyway, best of luck to you. Best of luck to you. What a moment. Thank you for sharing it with us. You know the answer, but yeah, it's a big step, and man, it will change your life. It really does. It doesn't seem like it will. It seems like, oh, it's just marriage. It's just a formality, a thing that you do. No, guys, it really does. It really does change things. Like things get real different. Things get real different afterwards. So it's going to be a great new era in your life. I wish you all of the best. D. Whitaker 86. I still want the question, what courses are you enrolled in? And when was the last semester you were enrolled in courses at UAB? That would be interesting, wouldn't it? I don't know if he's got the receipts to be able to ask those questions. If he's got the receipts, he can ask them. But if he doesn't, then the guy could say, I'm enrolled right now. And you'd have no way to disprove it. You're just stuck with the answer. So that's the risk of it. But I like your thinking. Annie Abramson, think objection was to prevent Alessi from insinuating sequestration breach by asking SB what he heard of Whiffin's testimony versus read in report. That could be one of those objections that are making him restate the form of his question. Yeah, that could have been possible. KZ, why didn't Alessi just mic drop after destroying his credibility? Why give him air on his report? Well, because if you don't, then you open the door for the counter argument that, spent a lot of time picking apart this guy as a person, but look, they never even objected to his conclusions. They couldn't even address it on the substance. You have to address it on the substance, even if he lacks credibility, or you just open up that door. They have nothing but personal attacks. But when it comes to the substance, they couldn't even argue with it. You just can't give them that. So you have to address his report. BB McD, with the Canton PD vid with Higgins, do you think defense will call any of the staff that were there that night? Well, wasn't it Good who was in the dispatch that night? He's the one that took the 911 call the next morning, or not the 911 call, but the call from Kerry Roberts, the non-emergency call. Didn't that go to Good? And then he left and went out to the scene. And he's the one that Proctor and Buchanan interviewed at the Canton Police Department. So he is the logical suspect at this point as the person to whom Kerry Roberts gave John O'Keefe's phone. He's the one that was supposed to have been summoned over by Seraph to deal with Karen saying, I hit him. But has testified previously he never heard that, knows nothing about it. So Good is pretty high on my witness list. And if it just so happens, he's the guy sitting in that control room, which appears to be the room that Higgins went into when he comes onto that hallway video, and then he goes in the door to the right. Might have some questions for him. Ty, Lally glow up. He has, man. I'm just saying it how I see it. He has. He looks so much better. He looks like he's just healthier and in a much better place than he was at the last trial. And I think it probably has given him a little bit of a confidence boost to see, yeah, it wasn't you, dude. It wasn't you. It's this case that's actually really terrible. And even this slimy mob lawyer who is a better lawyer than you in many ways, in technical ways and so forth. Even he struggles, and he in fact might even be struggling worse than you. So it's gotta be a little shot in the arm getting that kind of validation. Danielle C. Andrea, can this witness throw the case? on prejudice or for any of the reasons Bev claims she wasn't persuaded? If so, I think it's intentional. Well, I mean, he's not going to. He's going to dig in. His entire, future of his career depends on him being able to mitigate the damage that was done to him over these misrepresentations about his education. So, if he wants to have a future, he's got to keep showing up and playing the game. He's got to stand on business, if you will. So it's not going to be a basis for an involuntary dismissal of the case by the judge. In a normal court, it might be, might relate to misconduct, given the record we already have or would have in a normal court of the extent and magnitude of the misconduct that the Commonwealth's witnesses seem to have engaged in without any kind of correction by the Commonwealth. In a normal court, possible that would happen, but not in Bev's court. Of course, that's not going to happen. It goes to his credibility, not his basic qualification. Just what do you think of this or not? And when it comes to the pretrial rulings and stuff like that, Bev gets to make her own determinations about credibility. And guess what? If she needs to find this guy credible, she will. She will. A judge found Amber Heard credible in the UK, even while simultaneously finding, can't say she proved multiple of these instances that she's alleged. Can't say that those have been proved, but she's credible, but not that credible. Yeah, she would find he's credible. She's find that he's credible if she needs to do that to reach her desired outcome. Kathy, your realtor in Jersey, yesterday was the best, but I can't help but shudder thinking of all the defendants that have been railroaded without this defense team and $1 million. We're getting a real inside view into the Fairfax County or the Norfolk County system, aren't we? Getting quite a view into the justice system there in Norfolk County. They will go and buy an SUV so they can run some little tests on it. What's going to happen? What's going to happen with that SUV? Who's going to be driving that SUV? Who is paying for that SUV? It's not a coincidence that even though experts normally aren't going to allow a long period of time where they've performed work on something, they have expended costs on something, but they're not going to bill for it or get paid for an extended period of time. That's quite unusual, especially for a firm that needs to cash flow things like expenses for all their other cases and clients. Even though it's unusual, we should just take it on faith that there's not a reason why they're doing it in this case. No, it's certainly, of course, why would they want to conceal what the Commonwealth is actually paying for and what they're doing and how much this is costing? People are going to be monitoring that now. They're going to wait for that bill to come in. And you better believe they're going to be looking to see if a 2021 Lexus LX 570 is on that bill. And if it is, who's driving that car? Who is that car titled to? Who's that car's name in? Or who's, whatever. Yeah, I'll be real curious about that. This is revealing an awful lot about the workings of the Norfolk County legal system, and it's not particularly flattering, is it? Did you see Microdot video, Bev and Hank's eye chats yesterday? So I didn't see Microdot's video, but we saw this we saw it in real time when this was happening. We saw her sitting up there on the stand, and she's like smiling over at Hank, and then Hank objects, and then she's like thrilled to get the objection. We saw this happen in real time. Like, what's so funny, Bev? Why are you so pleased about this argument? I don't necessarily have the same nefarious take on that exchange as other people do. I know some folks are saying, oh, she signaled and he objected, and they had this little laugh together. I see what you see. And I see, yeah, that could be interpreted as a signal. But I also understand that it's not uncommon over the course of a trial that you get accustomed to each other's patterns. Things start to become predictable. They start to be foreseeable. You might have a little inside joke with one of the participants about something that's unforeseeable or something that's foreseeable, and you've just been waiting for it to happen, and now it's funny that it happened. Like that in and of itself, I don't find a problem. What I find a problem is that you have little inside jokes and things you chuckle about with your buds, okay, with the people you're tight with. You hate that guy's guts over there. You think that guy's a slime bag. You don't have little inside jokes with him. You don't tee-hee-hee titter about how funny it is and how connected you are. And she should have a serious problem with Hank, particularly after the grave concerns. He lied to her freaking face, and she's up there, and you're gonna have your little inside jokes with this guy. That's what I have a problem with. I have a problem with the judgment of, oh, so you're bros with that. You think that's cool. Got it. Loud and clear. Auditory storytelling. Where can I send you some funny captions I've captured from this trial? Try Instagram. It's probably the best way to send me a DM request. Yeah, funny captions. The captions are a gift. They often are. I did not address Dr. Squirty Bellow in real time because we were already dealing with too much of your mom. We could not go there, but the captions are a gift that continues to give. Summa cum liar. Wonder how many lawyers Burgess called last night. What's the Commonwealth's opinion when it's their witness? We need a poll before rebuttal if he'll be recalled. That was the plan, right? This is the guy who was pre-authorized to come back and do the rebuttal of Arca. Arca, who I'm just guessing, just spitballing it here. But if anybody has been monitoring the scrambling, the setup, the story's out, what's Aperture going to do with that information that's out there about their expert lying about his qualifications? What's the expert going to do about that? Watch him scramble in real time, take it all down, and then tell the jury about it happening. It might be Arca. It might be those people that are here to rebut this guy's testimony. That's not following the trial. It's not following the trial and not following the testimony. It would be following the social media and the outside evidence and their behavior. So it's not a violation of the sequestration order if they were to do that. So yeah, he's the one that was pre-approved to come back and then rebut Arca. You got to have some balls to do that. But does Hank have that much audacity? Yeah, I think he does. I think he really does think, yeah, I'll call this guy to rebut the crash daddies. And that's going to go really well. We'll see how it goes. Farron Franzak TV, you're the best, Andrea, and thank you for your coverage. Also, our reporter Kyla from Wish TV says hi, and thank you for the Delphi court tips. If you're ever in Indy, let me know. Sure will do, Farron. It's been a few months now since I had my last little trip there to Indiana. Did enjoy that time, man. A nice fall, nice time of the season to be out there. Some beautiful sunshine, the leaves turning. I could see going back. I will hit you up if I am in the neighborhood. Lauren Boborum, in adjusted initials, MM was supposed to testify for Commonwealth. MM. Michael Morrissey? I'm not sure who MM is. Lauren Boborum, MM supposed to be ringer using BB turn down claims. I will take your word for it. I'm not sure I'm following this, unfortunately. I'm not sure who MM is. This guy, MM's BB guy, YouTube won't take bigger super chat. This guy, MM's BB guy, is MM Michael Morrissey here? I don't know what the BB guy is. Sorry, Lauren. You tried so hard, and I did lose a little bit of extra sleep tonight. I told myself I was going to get, but I didn't. So it's probably on my end. I'm sorry, Lauren, but thank you for the comments. Hannah A, hint to prosecution witnesses. If this defense states you can absolutely, you look at your or any report, that is a setup and you're about to be roadkill. That is what we call a clue. Yes, indeed. It's a signal. Help yourself. Take all the time you need. The more helpful the opposing party is being to you, the worse it's going to go. That is definitely a little tip to the witnesses. Hannah A, question. If Welcher's report is based on Burgess's text stream data, why can't he be asked about time of collision data point? Well, because he seems to be all over the place about how these two interacted with each other and what they even knew about each other's information. I'm not gonna have time to do it today, but at some point, hey, we've only got a 3.5 day week this week. So we got a long weekend. We got some extra time. I'm going to go back through his testimony and just go in and identify when he said he looked at Welcher's report. He said he has testified that he saw all the slides, but then he's backed away from that. And he's the guy who's the text stream data expert. That's what he's brought on for. Is for vehicle forensics, but he didn't even look at the raw data. So how did Welcher, we're to infer that Welcher looked at the raw data himself and just came up with 1162 out of nowhere. This is just baffling that they expect us to believe this. So, I don't know at this point if Welcher's report is based on his text stream data or not. He's denied that he ever even saw it. He never saw the data. Disney Gal, if you were Commonwealth, would you just drop the case now? How embarrassing for them. I would never be the Commonwealth. I would never have filed this case in the first place. I would not have taken this to the grand jury with a medical examiner saying, I can't say this is a homicide. I can't back up your evaluation of the manner of death. And when I myself can look at this guy and his injuries and conclude, this guy looks like he was beat up, not like he was hit by a car. This guy has no injuries that you would expect from a car accident. I don't care what Karen Reed said. I don't care what she said. People say things that are mistaken all the time. I don't care if she sincerely believed she did hit him with a car. If the evidence proves she didn't, I'm not filing this charge, and I'm not taking it to the grand jury. So, respectfully, I would not be in this hole to begin with. Matthew Julia, Alessi should ask, are you aware that after your testimony yesterday, Aperture placed a stamp on your profile that says not for expert designation, then ask him to verify DeSogris credentials, just to dig the knife in a little bit harder. I did wonder if we were going to get, it looks like court's coming back. I did wonder if we were going to get, we didn't get it, but possible we might get it when ARC is on. They're the obvious rebuttal folks, aren't they?
Sir, when I asked you about your first report regarding the protocol, you told us October 10th, followed by your supplement on the 17th. You did not remember the day that you first received any information offered by Mr. DeSorga. Is there a document that may refresh your memory?
Yes, there is.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want you to read this. I just want you to look at it. You can look at any part of it.
Okay.
And look up when you're done, then I'll ask you a question.
Okay.
Does that refresh your memory the first time that you saw any information provided by Mr. DeSorga?
Yes, it does.
And when was that?
November 7th of 2024.
Before or after you recognized the megabyte oversight?
That would be after.
I want to go back to where we were at before we went to lunch. You had described 2 text stream events. I want to focus on the first text stream event, and that is the text stream event relative to the 3-point turn.
Okay.
You had described that there was a timestamp 154. Just to reacquaint us, can you very briefly tell us the significance of 154?
Sure. So GPS point 154 is a GPS point that occurs just before the 3-point turn starts.
And why is it important to identify when that turn starts and when it ends?
Sure. So what we're specifically looking at comparing is the end of the 3-point turn. That's going to be the text stream event ending, which is near the end of the 3-point turn, as well as the end of the 3-point turn as recorded in Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
Was it important to identify the beginning and end of that event to come to a conclusion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty regarding the variance between
Thank you, guys.
text stream data
Danner.
and Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, there was. So we can't say, we can pinpoint approximately when the 3-point turn ends based on the GPS data. But
Thank
best
you, Chat.
practice would be to use a range of time. So the range we're using is the time that the 3-point turn starts to the time that the 3-point turn ends.
Could we have from Mr. Burgess's PowerPoint number 41, please? Is this part of your presentation helpful in explaining the beginning and end point of that 3-point turn?
It does. It does. So if you recall yesterday, the first heading change from a general north heading is depicted by that green shading circle.
Could you use your pointer, please?
Sure. Yes.
Ms. Gilman, can you enlarge just a little bit?
So again, this green circle is going to be the center of this circle is going to be the GPS point itself. That's going to be centered on the horizontal radius, which is the accuracy. So the green circle represents the 16-foot accuracy zone. The black arrow coming off in a northwestern direction is going to be the heading for that point. And then again, the yellow is going to be the approximately 8 seconds later.
Wouldn't
when
that
the
be
heading
after the
changes
start?
again in a southerly direction, and then the GPS points after that also continue south with increasing speed.
What part of the 3-point turn event does the green circle signify?
Sure. So that's going to be the approximate beginning of the 3-point turn.
And that time?
That's going to be 12:23:59.
The yellow circle, what part of the 3-point turn does that indicate?
Sure. So that's going to be approximately the end of the 3-point turn. And that time is going to be 12:24:07.
Is there any correlation between the times in the green, the time difference between the green and yellow circle and the range you ultimately arrive at as far as the synchronization variance?
Yes. So that is what determines that range of 21 to 29 seconds.
This illustration or diagram where you've put the green circle, is that based on actual data?
Yes, that is based on actual data recorded by Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
That data, is it accurately reflected in this diagram?
Yes, it is. So again, the GPS point that is recorded within the iPhone, every point has a horizontal accuracy. And again, that horizontal accuracy is depicted by the green circle.
Is that level of precision used when you create this diagram?
Yes, it is.
The yellow circle, is that specifically reflected in the data or is that an estimate?
Sure. So that's specifically reflected in the data. So that is another GPS position that has been recorded by the iPhone. Again, with a horizontal accuracy, a timestamp, and a speed and heading.
How about the orange circles?
So the orange circles are are portions of the GPS positions leading up to this event. So if we went back one slide, you would see, it would zoom out, obviously, so a little bit harder to see. But essentially what we've done is I've removed the other orange circles representing GPS points heading north and the GPS points heading south after the 3-point turn. And I've just removed those for clarity to kind of clean up the map so it's easier to read.
On the left, text stream 11621. Remind us again where that information comes from?
Sure. So that's the text stream. That's the end of the text stream event for the 3-point turn. And that is based on the infotainment clock as well as that running timer from the airbag control module.
Does this diagram reflect the data that you reviewed to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, it does.
In breaking down this timestamp 154 and getting into the minute detail of when it started and ended, one of your charts, does it also show it numerically?
Yes, it does.
Can we have number 40, please? Before we discuss this again, where did you get the information to put in this chart?
Sure. So this is coming from Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. Specifically, it's coming from a SQLite database that is recording locations as he's using the Waze app to navigate.
Is the information in this chart or diagram directly from the data?
It is directly from the data.
Is this accurate to a
But you
reasonable
didn't
degree
look
of
at the data.
scientific certainty?
Yes,
Oh,
it
you
is.
looked at this data.
If we could zoom in just a little, we'll have to go left to right, Ms. Gilman. We start with the left. Timestamp 154. At what point in that 3-point turn does 154 represent on the left?
Yeah. So timestamp 12:23:58 or GPS point 154 is approximately 1 second before we see the heading change. If we could zoom out just a little bit. A little bit more. Yep. So we see the heading change represented in green. That's a heading change to 284. Before that, we've got a pretty consistent heading of 348 to 339. So that first heading change, as well as the drop in speeds, is indicative of a 3-point turn maneuver.
The latitude and longitude, did that assist you in making the diagram with the circles on it?
Yes, it did.
How so?
So the latitude and longitude are the center points for each GPS point or the center point for each circle.
There's a green highlighted row and an orange highlighted row. What's the difference between the two?
Sure. So the green highlighted row is, again, the beginning, the approximate beginning of the 3-point turn. And the orange or the yellow is the approximate end of the 3-point turn.
And the time between the green and the orange lines?
Approximately 8 seconds.
Is that consistent with the range that you've shown for synchronization?
Yes, it is.
Point 21 or plus 21 and plus 29?
Yes, it is.
The inevitable variance that you found between the text stream data and between Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone, could you share with us to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty what that variance is?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Do you have an opinion about the time range in the synchronization between Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone data and the Lexus clock that shows the text stream data to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Objection, Your Honor, and appreciated approach at the appropriate time.
Okay, so answer that question, yes or no.
Sure. So yes, I can.
So I'll see you at Sidebar then, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you.
We already know what his opinion is. It's the range. I'm not sure what we're doing here. Guys, we're going to go back. I think when we get to the break, we're going to go back to this map because I'm having a hard time making sense out of how this all reconciles and why this is the start of the 3-point turn. By the time your bearing has changed, you've already gotten into your 3-point turn, have you not? I'm driving down the road. When I start my 3-point turn, it's when I start to go like that so that I can then back and then I can go like that. right? But his data point already has the car like this when he's saying that's the beginning of the 3-point turn. No, you're already well into the 3-point turn. You're like a third of the way in. You've done that first movement. So I don't know how he is reconciling what he's showing us with what he's saying it's showing us. I don't know what the deal is here. I mean, again, okay, he wants to focus on the end of the 3-point turn because that's what registers in the text stream data. It records the end of the event as the end of the 3-point turn. So you wanted to identify that in the iPhone, but you don't have any correspondence between these two things. You have no idea what the equivalence is between text stream thinking a 3-point turn has come to an end and location data on the phone. There's no inherent connection between these things. You're trying to make one, but you still don't know where the points match. You don't know what the end is for purposes of text stream. What causes the trigger event? What ends the trigger event? What are the thresholds, so to speak, for those things to be registered? So this is still just spitballing. Maybe that's what Alessi is unhappy about. This is still spitballing. This doesn't establish anything within a degree of scientific certainty. This is just you pick the data point to say we're going to treat this as the same thing for both purposes and then calculate the time variance based on that. But we'll use a range because we have to. But even the range is based on our false equivalence here, an equivalence that we haven't established with any kind of methodology. All they needed to do was just show me that when they had their their testing of this exemplar vehicle that they did to produce a data set, that you did some 3-point turns and you evaluated what caused the text stream to register a 3-point turn. That's all you needed to do. You bought a $70,000 vehicle to be able to do stuff like that. So why haven't you told me you did that? And if you didn't do that, how is that not a major oversight? If you're then going to be relying on this event, but you don't know what causes text stream to trigger it because you didn't test that. Did you perhaps not want to know? That might make things a little bit too clear and unequivocal. Not as much room to leave it ambiguous and flexible. Shift it around. I don't know why you bought a $70,000 vehicle to do testing on as an exemplar if you're not going to see what causes it to register these events. Do a 3-point turn, see what causes it to register. What threshold? Mr. Alessi still looks very pleased, doesn't he? He's in a smiley mood today. You love to see it.
Can we go back to slide 40, please?
Guys, sometimes when I don't mute the courtroom, which I don't usually do during recesses, I guess it
In
messes up
reaching
my
your
microphone.
conclusion
Sorry about that.
about
I'll try
the
to
variance
mute it in the future.
between the defendant's Lexus as contained in the text stream as it relates to Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. Was stamp 154, timestamp 154, part of your analysis?
Yes, it was part of my analysis.
Was the running clock on the text stream data part of your analysis?
Yes, it was part of my analysis.
What else was part of your analysis?
Sure. So in addition to the location data, including the GPS 154, that would be the running clock for the text stream data, as well as the infotainment clock from the Lexus.
How does the running clock correlate with the text stream data and with the time on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone?
Sure. So they correlate. So the running clock and the infotainment clock are used to create that timestamp for the text stream events 1 and 2. And then comparing those to the iPhone, we can adjust and get a clock variance for those.
Did you come to a conclusion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty about the variance range between the defendant's Lexus and its clock system and Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, I did.
And to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, what is that variance that is needed to identify for synchronization?
Second, Your Honor.
Oh,
That
Foundation.
is 21 to 29 seconds.
The objection was the foundation. So that's what they came back. He fixed it.
Now have number
Fixes for
43.
it being articulated. That's what he was required to do.
Did you create this diagram?
I did, yes.
When comparing the text stream event, the backing maneuver, to Mr. O'Keefe's clock on his phone, do you recognize the different timestamps on each device?
Yes, I do.
When you are trying to synchronize them, what do you do? What is the base? Do you start with the text stream event and you add, or do you start with Mr. O'Keefe's phone and subtract?
Sure. So we could do it either way because we're wanting to compare this against other events that happened or occurred on Mr. O'Keefe's phone. We're going to adjust the text stream clock or the Lexus clock to Mr. O'Keefe's clock. But you could do it either way.
The window that is depicted on this diagram, this is not the 3-point turn.
No, this is not the 3-point turn.
Which event is this?
This is going to be the backing maneuver.
The green, what does that green depict?
Sure. So the green depicts the range of time that this text stream event ended. So based on our range of 21 to 29 seconds and applying that, adding that to the Lexus clock, we get a adjusted time of 12:32:04 to 12:32:12. And that's going to be the approximate end time of text stream event 11:62:2.
Now, again, the text stream data has a limit on the amount of time available.
Can you rephrase your question? So I
You said a
understand.
window is captured during a triggering event.
Sure. Yes. So there is a window that's captured during the triggering event.
And what is that window? How much time?
Sure. So from the text stream trigger, there's 5 seconds before and 5 seconds after.
Can an event
You sure
be
about that?
longer than that 10-second window?
Yes, it can.
And in this case, do you know at the end of this reconciled event,
8 seconds.
12:32:12, do you know from your study what direction the defendant's car was traveling at 12:32:12?
It would have been traveling in reverse.
And at 12:32:12, do you know how fast the defendant's Lexus was traveling at 12:32:12?
I do not recall.
Mr. O'Keefe's last user interaction with his phone at 12:32:09, where does that fall within the 10-second window that was captured by the text stream data?
Sure. So that falls within that 8-second window. So again, the text stream event ends somewhere between 12:32 and 04 and 12:32:12. But that does not represent that the backing maneuver has ended. Just the recorded data has ended.
Okay.
And in your review, do you have around this time any other movement of Mr. O'Keefe's phone after 12:32:16?
I did not look at that specifically. It was my understanding that Mr. Whiffen looked at that.
To a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, did both these events, the last user interaction and the window captured on the reconciled data for the text stream, happen around the same time?
Yes, they did.
I have no further questions.
Okay.
Or I can approach later or now.
So we can approach again.
Approach again. We're going to evaluate the scope of redirect now. Is my mic being weird, guys? I'm going to go ahead and pause it or mute the courtroom stream now and see if that helps. So, if I am to understand this correctly, their theory is that Karen was accelerating her vehicle for 5 seconds while John O'Keefe was on his phone, unlocking his phone, checking the text message from Jen McCabe, and then locking his phone. She's backing towards him that whole time. And I guess he didn't notice. Guess he just didn't notice. I don't know, guys. So yeah, that sidebar that we had with Alessi, that was going to foundation. That was his objection, to be able to state the ultimate conclusion. They just made Hank Brennan go back. This is a little bit of what's good for the goose is good for the gander, right? If you're going to make Alessi jump through all these formalities with his questioning, he can do the same back to you. Yeah, he can play that game. Oh, he can play. Alessi can play. So you're going to have to go back and establish what you relied on and what the basis is for the foundation and so forth. So we get to the 21 to 29 second variance. What an interesting disclaimer right at the end there. Just because it stopped recording the event at 12:32:12 doesn't mean that's the end of the backing maneuver. It just means that's the point when the data recording has ended. Really? Why don't you go apply that to the 3-point turn now? How are you so sure that the 3-point turn time ended means when the actual 3-point turn ended and not just when it stopped collecting data? How do you know that? Why would we not apply this same principle to both of those? So he wants to hold the door open that backing could have continued after it stopped recording. But I don't know about that 3-point turn. When the text stream data corresponds with the real life events he wants them to reflect, then it's accurate and you count on it. But when you don't want it to correspond, you don't know. Maybe it's just the data, not the actual real world event. I've lost it, guys. Like, this guy is so all over the place with how he treats this data and what he does with it. If I didn't already have reason to think that this guy would just make shit up, like having a degree that he doesn't have, a degree that's not even offered by this school, if you just make stuff like that up, even if I didn't know that, I'd be really questioning this logic because it's not consistent at all. How do you not apply that same logic to the 3-point turn? You don't know whether it reflects real world events or just when it chose to record data and stop recording data. You don't know what triggered that. Because despite going out and buying a $70,000 car to test on, you didn't test it, did you? You didn't test that. That's why you don't know the answer.
Your Honor, I move into evidence the following pages from Mr. Burgess's PowerPoint presentation. I move into evidence page 41. I move into evidence page 40. And I move into evidence page 43.
Okay, allowed.
So no, he doesn't get the whole report in like he'd hoped for. You just get the limited pieces that you brought up on redirect.
I have no further questions.
Right. Once we get these marked, I'll be-
Thank you.
Yes. We know you're eager, Mr. Alessi.
A, B, and C.
All right. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Alessi.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Whenever you're ready.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess, between the time you left the witness stand yesterday until this moment, have you talked to anyone about this case?
No, sir, I have not.
Has a filing ever been made in any court in which your educational background has been misrepresented?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Pardon me?
Not that I'm aware of.
Does he have a seat? He's approaching.
Did I understand that you're based out of the Aperture office in Texas?
Yes, I am.
And are you aware of a case in the United States District Court, Eastern District of Texas, Marshall Division, titled Jeffrey Glover and Teresa Glover versus Graphic Packaging International LLC? Are you familiar with that case?
Yes, I am.
And is it correct that in that case, well, tell me how you are participating in that case, sir.
So I'm no longer participating in that case. So if I believe correctly, that would have been a accident reconstruction case from, I don't recall, a year or two ago.
And so it was a case that you did participate in, correct?
Yes, I did.
And what was your role in that case?
Sure. So my role in that case was an accident reconstructionist.
Like he's
And-
just what he doesn't do.
Did you provide any testimony, deposition or otherwise in that case?
No, I did not.
Did you, in that particular case, there were, like all cases, filings made, correct?
I'm sure there were, yes.
Face is looking a little hot again, isn't it? A little warm creeping up into those little cheeks? Feeling a little warm, are you? Would you like the fan or the AC, perhaps, Mr. Burgess? Would you find that helpful?
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I would like to have a document marked as the next exhibit for identification,
Okay.
please.
He's just smiling. Look how happy he is. Here you go. I'll just wait patiently over here. What, me worry?
May I present to the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess, I am showing you a document which has been marked as Exhibit EEE for identification, and I'd ask that you take a look at it, sir. Your Honor, may I remain here?
Sure. As
Thank
long as you stand back a little bit.
Exactly, yes. Thank you, Your Honor. I'll take it even farther.
Sure, if I have to lean back, I'll lean back. However, we have to do it to satisfy your particular tastes, Judge.
Mr. Burgess, with regard to Exhibit EEE, do you recognize the second page, and do you recognize any stamping at the top of each of those pages?
Yes, I do.
And can you describe what that stamping is?
Sure. So that is stamping for a file date of 8/7/2023.
And is that a stamping of a federal court?
That I'm not sure.
Does it say on it?
If I were to show you a document, might a document refresh your recollection as to whether
Sure.
Didn't say he doesn't
Exhibit
remember.
EEE is a filing in a federal court?
Yes.
May I, Your Honor?
Sure.
I am showing
okay.
you,
Did you show those to Mr. Brennan?
thank you, Your Honor. I believe I did, but I want to make
And
sure.
just let me know if we need to move.
We will, Your Honor. Thank you.
He's going to probably lean into he didn't
And I want
file it. He
these
provided
for
it to the
identification.
prosecutor,
They're,
whoever, the plaintiff, whoever,
Let me just get one first.
whichever his client was, and they filed it. If they don't have him signing an affidavit saying this is his
See that back?
this is his-
I want to see if this is the second page for that.
CV, then he himself has not committed any kind of perjury. But if he signed an affidavit saying this is his CV, these are his qualifications, he's
Can I
toast.
reach over you, sir?
Yes.
Thank you. Sir, I am showing you what has been marked as Exhibit FFF for identification and ask whether or not this document can refresh your recollection as to whether the court filing that you reviewed in Exhibit EEE is indeed a federal court.
Yes, it is.
So that document refreshes your recollection that what has been filed as represented in EEE is a filing in a federal court, correct, sir?
Correct.
Now, what I'd like to do is to draw your attention to the page,
Why are you checking the clock, Bev?
second page of this
You
exhibit.
got somewhere to be?
Is that a curriculum vitae of you and a picture of you?
Yes, it is.
And sir, under education,
Objection.
I would,
The objection's stayed.
do you,
Do you want to bring it over? We can take
I
it
will,
forward.
Your Honor, I will.
Jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch.
Having a little sidebar because we can't talk about the contents of the document until it's in evidence. I think this is why they have an issue, guys. I don't think he signed an affidavit. I think he gave it to the party in that case. The party filed it in court. And that's why he potentially can't authenticate this document either. He might, but if it's not something that he signed or that he filed, he may not be able to authenticate it as a true and correct copy of a filing or anything like that. Might be able to wiggle his way out of this one. We'll see. We'll see what it is. They've got his signature on it, he's toast. But I feel like if they had his signature on it, forgot about muting. I feel like if they had his signature on it, we would already know that. We would already know that. So, yeah. Caught Bev over there looking at the clock, checking out the clock while we're doing this cross. You in a hurry? You got a hot date or something? You got somewhere to be? You got somewhere to be? Don't need to be paying attention to what's going on during this this cross examination. Other things on your mind, perhaps? Not your grave concerns. Hasn't talked to anyone about this case. And he's just going to leave it at that, I think. He's just going to accept the answer because we can't prove he did. But everybody heard Hank walk in, and suddenly he knows that he will be refreshed by a document about when he got information from DeSogra. That just happened out of the blue, that he was ready and prepared to answer that. Not that everything always goes back to Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, but the reality is the case had everything. And so many things often do go back to Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. But those of y'all that were real in depth on that case, you might remember from the UK trial, there was a little bit of a question about a sudden change in the timeline that was spontaneously remembered and corrected by both Amber Heard and her sister Whitney over a weekend. Just walked back into court and needed to correct a little bit of a problem in the timeline. And this was only after the problem with the timeline had been blown up on social media over the course of the weekend. Oh, no, they never talked about it. Denied that. And guess what? That judge found Amber Heard to be credible. At least sort of. Sometimes. Definitely not for everything, because when she said, I don't even remember how many events, I think 4, maybe 3. When she said those events occurred, her word wasn't good enough for him to say, yeah, those happened. So she wasn't that credible. He didn't find those events happened. So she's not that credible. But she's credible when she needs to be credible.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess, I'm going to have to get a little close in proximity. Bear with me, please. What I would like to do, sir, is to put before you again Exhibit FF for identification and Exhibit EE for identification.
Maybe.
And what I would like to do is to ask you some questions, sir, with regard to the process in the case.
Okay.
Are you aware, or do you recall in this litigation that, as typical in litigation, including federal courts, that as part of the litigation process, the parties have to designate their expert witnesses? Are you aware generally of that process?
Generally, yes.
Yes. And have you participated in the documents that need to be prepared for an attorney or a party to prepare documents and submit them to a court to establish the designation of expert witnesses?
No, I have not.
And so you have never participated or never been aware of a process like this?
No, I'm aware of a process, and that process goes through other staff members.
Okay, so it goes through other staff members where?
At Aperture.
Correct. Are you aware that that process is occurring, even though it may be done by other staff at Aperture?
Yes, I am.
And in this instance,
Oh, it's other
You were
staff at
aware
Aperture's
in
fault.
this litigation that staff at Aperture needed to submit documents in support of an expert witness designation, correct? Even though you may not have done it yourself, you were aware that some person or persons at Aperture were performing that process, correct?
Correct.
And they were performing that process so that you could be designated as an expert witness in that case, correct?
Correct.
And so you were aware of the process, you were aware they had to submit documents that would establish your qualifications as an expert in the case so that you could be designated as an expert witness, correct?
Correct.
And now specifically with regard to Exhibit EEE for identification with these court filings, et cetera, even though you may not have done it yourself, were you aware that this document, which is EEE, was submitted as part of the expert designation process we were talking about?
Not this specific document, no.
Were you aware that a CV was needed to be submitted on your behalf as part of the designation process?
Yes.
So you were aware a CV had to be submitted, but you're saying you don't recall this specific one being submitted?
Correct.
Does the timestamp up at the top of each page of Exhibit EEE, including this page that is your CV, match the timestamp, or is it different from the timestamp at the top of Exhibit FFF?
No, that is the same.
So it's exactly the same.
Yes.
And have you been involved in processes in courts where your qualifications, including your CV, have had to be submitted to courts to establish a designation as an expert witness?
Yes.
And can you conclude from these documents, including the timestamps, that the submission that was made to the court to establish your status and as an expert witness consisted of exhibits FFF and EEE?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that. Were you aware of that?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, I move EEE and FFF into evidence.
Yeah.
You need one more step, Mr.
True and authentic?
And sir, do EEE and FFF fairly and accurately represent the submission of documents in support of a designation of expert witness in this case?
Yes, as far as I can tell.
Your Honor, I offer these two into evidence.
I'm going to allow it over here.
May I have a briefing?
Yes, come on. Anyone else, please, Mr.
Yes, Your Honor.
This guy is dim, man. This witness, he is a dim bulb. He can't read. He can't read the roadmap on this one. I have no idea. This Yuri Buchanan could school this guy on avoiding the admission of evidence that is very unfavorable to you. I don't know what this is. I've never seen it before. I don't know where you got it. I don't know if you've done anything with it. You don't authenticate the other side's evidence, but this guy's a dim bulb. He doesn't know that. Judge, you said there's one step left for him to do in his foundation. We both knew what it was. It needed to be authenticated. It needed to be a true and correct or a fair and accurate representation of what was filed. You said it is. We're done. It's coming in. We're done. You're going to shift the goalpost now, Judge? You're going to shift the goalpost now? Hank's going to try to make a lot of hay out of as far as I can tell. Then you can redirect on that. You can redirect on that. He established the foundation. Yes, this appears to be a true and correct copy of what was filed as an expert designation so that he could be found to be an expert in federal court. The foundation is in. This document comes in. Unless there is some major goal shifting happening up there at Sidebar right now. You knew it, Judge. One more thing. He gave it to you. This witness is a very dim bulb. He is not in any way prepared to challenge Mr. Alessi. It's coming in. It's coming in. Keep forgetting to mute the sidebar because I don't always have to. It doesn't always mess up.
You have reapproach, Your Honor.
Yes.
Oh, let me guess. The goalpost got moved?
I'm going to have to stand here again, Mr. Burgess. So what I would like
Looks
to do,
like
Your
the
Honor, at this
goalpost
time
moved.
is to offer into evidence Exhibit E, and Exhibit F for identification
Or
As
not.
one exhibit?
as one exhibit.
Right, we'll do that.
Nope. You walked yourself into that one, Judge. Can't back out of that one. You said one more thing and he got it.
Exhibit 193.
Thank you. May I hand to the
Yes.
Mr. Burgess, I am handing you, it is now in evidence as Exhibit 193. I would like to draw your attention to the fourth page,
That's
which
your
is
education.
your CV. And further, if I could, sir, draw your attention to the category of education, where it says BGS. Is it correct that there you state Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration, University of Alabama - Birmingham, Alabama, comma, 2024? Did I read that correctly?
You did read that correctly. And this was filed in 2023.
Understood. So now what I'd like to do, Your Honor, is to may I keep this for a moment, Your Honor, give it to the witnesses as needed. Thank you. With Your Honor's permission, I would like to publish a document that is already in evidence.
Okay.
Actually, there may be two, 183 and 184. Let's start with 183. Let's expand it. And then, Mr. Wolf, do we have what has just been to publish as well? So what I'd like to do is to publish first, with the court's permission, Exhibit 193 that we were just talking about, so the jury can see what has been the subject of discussion. And sir, if you, Mr. Wolk, if you could just enlarge, all we need is the education section.
He already knows. Wolf is already on it.
Now,
Way ahead of you.
Mr. Burgess, as I heard it correctly in questions from Mr. Brennan, you answered the question that whether you had ever filed a document
Did you even
that
get this
misstated
associate?
your educational background in a court. Do you recall that question asked of you?
Yes, I
And
did.
your answer was no, correct, sir?
Correct.
So let's look at this document, which we've just gone through, was filed in federal court in the United States District Court, Eastern District of Texas, Marshall Division, which is a federal court. And attached to it is your CV. And in the line of education, it lists under BGS, Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration, University of Alabama, Birmingham, Alabama, 2024. You see that, sir?
I do, yes.
Now, you stated, and now what I'd like to do is do a, is there any qualification whatsoever in that line, that reference to BGS, qualifications at all, explanation, sir? Is there anything?
I don't know what you mean.
It's just a statement, right? There's words there. There's nothing after it that explains what's
It's not
intended,
footnoted.
correct?
Correct.
Now what I'd like to do, Your Honor, is to go to what was filed in this case, which is in evidence, and we'll go to 183 and then 184.
Where he said pending. Currently pursuing.
Now, in what has been filed in this case, there is a currently pursuing at the end after University of Alabama-Birmingham, Alabama, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Let's go back, please, to Exhibit 193.
Let's just compare and contrast.
There is no currently pursuing there, is there, sir?
There is not, but that was filed in 2023, so that would be an expected graduation date of 2024.
Okay, so this document was filed in 2023. However, there's nothing in this document that in any way leads the reader to believe anything other than the degree is obtained on 2024, correct?
Correct.
So the only way somebody in the court system or a judge or a jury would know anything about this is to have to know about court filing dates, correct? I'll ask it another way, Mr. Burgess. You know how to write. Let's go back to 183 and 184. You know how to write currently pursuing on your CV, correct?
Yeah,
Correct.
he sure does.
And writing currently pursuing lets the reader know that you don't have that degree, correct?
Objection.
In that form, it's sustained.
You intend by writing currently pursuing, don't you,
Inform
sir,
the reader.
that anybody reads this to know that you do not have a bachelor degree, correct?
Correct.
Now let's go back to what you filed in federal, what was filed in federal court in that case. And it does not have the words currently pursuing, correct?
It does not.
So the reader, so it doesn't have that.
Was it
verbiage,
your
correct?
intent?
Correct.
So isn't
No,
it
just leave it there. You could leave it there,
the
Alessi.
correct answer that you did file a document, your CV, in this federal court case that misstates the status of a Bachelor of Science in Mathematics and Business Administration?
Objection.
Sustained.
Excuse me, Your Honor. You stated again, sir, that you have not filed a document that misstates your educational background, correct?
Correct.
And the last time I'll cover it, you know how to put currently pursuing on anything to do with a Bachelor of Science, correct?
Correct.
A Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration does not exist as an offered degree at the University of Alabama, Birmingham, does it?
Sure. So that is an error. Clearly, BGS stands for Bachelor's of General Studies, and that should have a with minor in Mathematics and Business Administration.
What is clear from that document that BGS stands for a Bachelor of General Studies? What is clear in that document about the definition of that acronym?
That is a known acronym.
Let's go back to Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration. That degree does not exist. It is not offered at the University of Alabama, Birmingham, correct?
No, that is not.
So therefore, an incorrect statement about your educational background was filed in a federal court in Texas, correct?
Yes, it was.
That's it, Mr. Alessi? Okay.
That's enough.
There is.
Okay.
Brennan wants to redirect on that.
The document that the attorney just showed you, did you submit that to the federal court?
No, I did not.
Did you ever see that document before it was filed?
No, I did not.
The document says 2024 for a degree. Is there a presumption whether you had it or expected it if that document was filed in 2023?
Yes, there is.
And what is the presumption if it was filed in 2023?
Objection, Your Honor, respect.
So presumption,
Well,
so I'll strike that.
okay. He asks if there was any designation to make it clear. If it says 2020, if it was filed in 2023, and it says 2024, what was your expectation at that time as far as your degree?
That I would complete my degree in 2024.
When you didn't complete your degree in 2024 as you expected, did you then change your CV
Yes, I did.
to accurately reflect the change in your status?
But not the
Yes, I did.
degree
And
you're
what did you change
pursuing.
it to?
Currently pursuing.
Why didn't you finish your degree in 2024?
Sure. So
Your Honor, still.
No, I'm going to allow it.
as most people can probably relate, work, family, and life many times get in the way. So as a personal objective, I would like to finish my bachelor's, but again, work and life gets in the way.
Did you ever represent to a court that you had a degree that you didn't earn?
No, I have not.
He asked you a number of questions about this 2023 filing, but didn't ask you any questions about the data. Does your opinion regarding the data change in any way in light of his questions about a 2023 filing that you didn't file and someone filed on your behalf?
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection is sustained. I'm going to strike that question.
No further questions.
All right, Mr. Burgess, you are all set.
Thank you.
No grave concerns there. Even everybody knows it's improper before he's even finished it. They all do. No grave concerns about that. It doesn't matter. Everybody knows he's bullshit. You changed your CV, but you didn't bother to
I'd like to
correct
play
the
a number of
actual
clips.
degree.
If I can begin with clip 23.
So we approach from the north, we actually missed the turn, and John says to me, it's Fairview, we just passed it, it's back there, it's on my left. I said, all right, so I pull nose into a driveway and back out onto the street, which I now own as Cedar Crest, and then come from the north onto Fairview.
Like the next play, clip 25.
At 12:41, I leave a voicemail to John, and you can clearly, and this will probably be played on Monday, you can clearly hear me pull into John's garage. You can hear my car sensors beeping as I come close to the sides of the garage door. And then you hear the car go off, and then you hear the slight ding, ding, ding as I open the door, shut the door. I had high heels on that night. You hear me walk in, go into the stairs up into the kitchen, shut the door. You hear me walk in the kitchen. It's like a full minute long. That's at 12:41.
And finally, clip 24.
I do. I mean, I'll tell you, John and I argued the morning of the 28th, Friday morning. So we think he died right around 12:25, 12:30 on the early morning of January 29th.
Thank you. I have these for submission into evidence, Ron.
How was that helpful?
194.
The next witness, Ms. Lally.
Yes, sir. On Commonwealth, call Miss Christina Hanley to the stand.
Christina Hanley, she of the bumper sprinkles. Lally gets to just keep on dumping the stuff that's not particularly helpful to the Commonwealth.
Excuse us. Step up, face the clerk and raise your right hand.
You solemnly swear the evidence given before the jury of the case now and hearing to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Good afternoon. All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spelling your last name for the court?
Sure. I'm Christina Hanley. Hanley is Hanley.
And Ms. Hanley, what do you do for work?
I am a forensic scientist 3 at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory in the Trace, Arson, and Explosives Unit.
And where did you go to school?
I went to, I had received my Bachelor of Science in Chemistry with a concentration in forensics from Merrimack College.
And do you have any other degrees?
I do not.
Now, following your education,
Have you lied about
where
your
did you first
degrees?
go to work?
I began working at the State Police Crime Lab in 2008 in the Drug Identification Unit. And in 2009, I transferred into the Trace Unit. And in 2017, I was promoted from a forensic scientist 2 to a forensic scientist 3 in the Trace, Arson, and Explosives Unit.
Could I ask you please to speak up, please?
Ms. Hanley, if it helps, that microphone is adjustable, so if you could get it as close to you as possible, that would be great. Thank you. The Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory where you work, is that accredited?
Yes, it is.
And by whom?
So let's go
We
through all
are
of these
accredited by
preliminaries again.
ANAB.
And what does ANAB stand for?
ANAB stands for ANSI National Accreditation Board.
And what does ANSI stand for?
Sorry, I can't remember exactly what ANSI stands for. I apologize.
That's okay. As part of that accreditation process, do you undergo any sort of proficiency testing?
Yes, I do.
And can you explain to the jury what that proficiency testing process consists of?
Sure. So proficiency tests are a quality assurance measure that's used to monitor performance. And I'm required to complete at least one external proficiency test per year, where I'm authorized to do casework in multiple subdisciplines. In my unit, I typically complete more than one proficiency test per year.
And what areas do you specifically undergo proficiency testing in?
Sure. So I'm authorized to do casework in multiple subdisciplines in Trace. So I complete proficiency tests in the subdisciplines of hairs, paint, fibers, glass, tape, and serial number restorations and physical match examinations.
And generally speaking, what is entailed in those proficiency testing that you're given multiple times a year?
So It's provided by an external company that provides the proficiency test, and I'm required to successfully complete one of those proficiency tests per year.
Now, have you successfully completed each of those proficiency tests that you've taken?
Yes, I have.
Now, what type of training or continuing education have you undergone at the State Police Crime Laboratory?
Sure. So I had internal training as well as external training. The internal training consisted of I had to complete required readings. I was required to complete some laboratory exercises, learn how to utilize the instrumentation in the lab. I observed other analysts in the unit working on casework. I was also required to complete a written exam as well as a competency test, and in addition to that, a mock trial.
Now, you mentioned earlier in the testimony you're a forensic scientist 3 currently, is that correct?
That's correct.
And what is the difference, or can you explain the difference to the jury between a forensic scientist 2 versus a forensic scientist 3?
Sure. So a forensic scientist 2 is essentially just like a bench chemist who their primary role or responsibility is casework. A forensic scientist 3 does casework, but in addition is also a unit supervisor.
Now, what does the trace unit do or examine within the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
Sure. So I'm responsible for examining and comparing trace items that, for example, such as paint, glass, fibers, hairs, tape, miscellaneous items. I also perform serial number restorations on firearms and physical match examinations.
And what are your general duties and responsibilities within the trace unit within the lab?
So I am responsible for the general operation of the unit. I train other forensic scientists within the unit. I also complete technical and administrative reviews of casework. And I also complete my own casework in the trace disciplines that I previously mentioned.
Now, Ms. Hanley, you as a supervisor, you review other analysts' work within the trace unit, correct?
Yes, I do.
And who reviews your work for any sort of trace analysis that you do?
So depending on what the subdiscipline, some of the casework that I'm authorized to do work in, it needs to be technically reviewed by an external technical reviewer because I'm the only one within my unit that can do certain types of casework currently. So we have to utilize an external technical reviewer at this time.
Now, with reference to physical match analysis, can you explain to the jury first, just in general terms, how is that analysis performed?
Sure. So when I receive an item, I take that item into my custody, and I document it with photographs, and I make observations and take notes. And then I'll examine the items microscopically, and I will do any comparison work to determine if there is or is not a physical match between items.
Now, that physical match analysis within the trace unit at the state lab, is that general work supported by any sort of scientific principle or methodology that you're aware of?
I would hope so. And it shouldn't be hard to articulate.
Yes.
Let me ask you this. Are you familiar with something called the Lockhart exchange principle?
Yes. So the Lockhart exchange principle, it's kind of the foundation or basis of trace analysis. It is a principle that states that when two objects or two items come into contact with each other, there is an exchange of material.
Now, with reference to your workspace, what is it that you do to your bench between your examination of separately packaged items?
Sure. So the benchtop as well as the tools that I'm going to use are all cleaned with a bleach solution. And once that's done, there's a clean piece of butcher paper that's put down on the bench, and that's done in between looking at different items.
And why is it that you do that in between looking at different items?
That's done to prevent any cross-contamination.
Now, you've alluded a little bit earlier in your testimony, but on what types of evidence can you perform a physical match analysis?
Sure. So physical match examination can be conducted with many different types of material. For example, plastics, glass, tape, etc.
Now, when evidence is submitted to your lab, how is it kept track of throughout its stay at the lab?
Sure. So when evidence is submitted to the laboratory, the case information is put into our LIMS system, which stands for Laboratory Information Management System.
And once it's assigned that number, how is it sort of tracked as it progresses through the different units within the lab?
Sure. So the unique case number that's assigned to the case is tracked within the system. It's referred to as the chain of custody. So items of evidence will get scanned depending on where their location is, and the LIMS system keeps track of all of that, so we know exactly where an item is.
So when you take an item or you receive an item to be tested, can you explain to the jury what you do to begin your analysis?
Sure. So when an item gets scanned into my custody, after I've prepped my area to examine the item, I scan that item into my custody, and I will document that item with photographs. I will make notes of my observations. I will examine the item microscopically. If needed, I'll proceed with sampling and possibly additional microscopic examination and instrumental analysis.
Now, specifically starting with items of glass, when you take an item of glass to conduct a comparative analysis, generally speaking, what is the process for conducting such an examination of glass?
So it'd be the same process that I just mentioned. I
said a few times
would
now.
take that item, take photos, make any observations. I would proceed with
Microscopic.
first I would check to see if there's any physical match comparisons, and then if needed, I would take any samples to examine it microscopically and or instrumentally.
And that general process that you've just described is the items that you tested in reference to this case or analyzed in reference to this case. Is that the process that you followed in this case?
Yes.
Now, what kind of instruments do you use, starting off with items of glass, what kind of instruments do you use to conduct that analysis?
Sure. So I'll use a stereo zoom microscope to initially examine it microscopically. If I take samples to do additional microscopic examination, I'll examine it under a polarized light microscope. And then if I need to take samples to do instrumental analysis, that would be using our, it's referred to as a GRIM, which stands for Glass Refractive Index Measurement. It's an instrument that measures the refractive index of glass.
And if you could, please explain to the jury, what is a refractive index?
Indeed, what is
Sure.
it?
Refractive index is a measure of how light bends when it passes from one medium to another.
And how are you viewing that utilizing the GRIM device when it comes to glass?
So a sample is prepped on a slide and it is placed on a hot stage of the microscope of the instrument, and the oil that the sample is in it goes through a cooling and a heating phase, and as it's going through a cooling and a heating phase, it passes through what we refer to as a match point. So you can make that observation as the sample is running, and then when the sample is done running, it takes an average and it calculates the refractive index of the sample through the calibration data of the instrument.
And what is an FTIR?
So an FTIR is a Fourier transform infrared spectrometer, and it is an analytical tool that we use to analyze certain types of samples. Essentially, a sample is exposed to infrared light, and your sample reacts in a certain way to it, and it produces a spectrum or a graph of peaks and valleys, and it is representative of your sample.
And how is that FTIR instrument, how is that used in this type of physical match analysis?
So actually the FTIR was not used for physical match examination.
Now, you mentioned it a little bit earlier in your testimony. What is a polarized light microscope?
So a polarized light microscope it's a microscope that just has a couple of filters in it that we use to look at samples at a higher magnification and make observations of certain optical properties of samples.
And how are you utilizing that instrument in your analysis in the lab?
So it's used to examine various different types of samples, paint, fiber. We can also look at glass.
Now, do you document your work as you perform your analysis in the lab?
Yes, I do.
Now, Ms. Hanley, at some point were you assigned to perform some work on a lab case number 22-02184 pertaining to this defendant, Karen Reed?
Yes, I was.
And what type of work were you assigned to do in this case?
So I was given items for physical match comparison of some glass items, as well as some instrumental analysis of the glass. And I was also given items for some items of plastic for comparison.
Now, starting with glass pieces, do you recall what item numbers you analyzed pertaining to the glass pieces?
Yes, so I examined items 3-2, which was a clear glass cup with broken irregular edges. I was also given item 3-3, which was 5 pieces of clear glass with broken irregular edges from the bumper of the vehicle. And then I was also given item 7-12, which were clear and glass pieces recovered from the road. And I was given also 7-14, which was a clear piece of glass recovered from the road.
Proctor.
And now if we could, Ms. Hanley, just break those down sort of one by one. So starting with item 3-2, what was provided to you in reference to a description of what that item was?
You just said all
Sure,
this
so
while
item 3-2 was a clear glass cup.
She literally
with broken
just
irregular edges,
said all this.
and there was dirt debris on the exterior and interior of the cup.
Now, did you measure that item?
I did.
And what measurements did you obtain from that item, the drinking glass?
I just would need to refer to my report for measurement.
You have your report right there? Go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So the diameter of the bottom of the glass cup was 2 3/4 inches, and it measured approximately 2.5 inches in height.
You mentioned that there was debris on both the interior and exterior of the drinking glass. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, turning your attention to item 3-3, what was provided to you as a description of item 3-3?
Sure. So item 3-3 consisted of 5 pieces of clear glass, all with broken irregular edges.
And was there anything provided in the description of where those 5 pieces of broken glass
That's
were
on the
located?
bumper.
Yes, they were recovered from the bumper of a vehicle.
And was there any identifying information provided to you as far as in reference to that vehicle?
Because there might be an issue about whether it's Karen's vehicles, guys. She might be in here on the wrong case
description
altogether.
of the item is the license plate of the vehicle.
What was the license plate that was provided?
So it was MA3GC684.
And did you measure each of those respective items?
Yes, I did.
Now, as far as before we get to the measurements, Ms. Hanley, when it comes to a lab item number, say 3-3, that has multiple pieces to it, how are each of those individual pieces then subsequently labeled?
So sometimes we'll subsequently label them with a lettering system.
And as far as these particular pieces contained within item 3-3, the pieces of glass from the bumper of the defendant's vehicle, how are they labeled?
So these were labeled A through E.
And with reference to the measurements, what measurements did you obtain from the pieces within item 3-3?
Sure. So I measured the largest and the smallest, and the largest measured approximately 7/8 of an inch by 5/16 of an inch, and the smallest measured approximately 3/16 of an inch by 1/8 of an inch.
Now, with reference to the drinking glass, you examined that microscopically, is that correct?
I did, yes.
And with reference to these items from item 3-3 from the bumper, you examined those microscopically as well, is that correct?
Correct.
And was there a particular piece from the pieces from the bumper that you did any additional examination of?
Yes, I did.
And what instruments did you use in which piece?
Sure. So there was one piece, I sampled a piece E that I had labeled as piece E. And I took a sample for examination under the polarized light microscope and a sample to analyze it instrumentally on the GREM instrument.
Now, turning your attention to item 7-12, what was provided to you
Get
as a
away from your
description for item
conclusions on that.
7-12?
Sure. So item 7-12.
This was Yuri's
that
bag.
consisted of 5 pieces of clear apparent plastic and 9 pieces of clear apparent glass. With all with broken irregular edges.
Time to add to
Now,
my
the
spreadsheet.
9 apparent pieces, well, let me ask you this first. As far as the description that you were provided, was there any description as far as where those items were recovered from?
Yes. Those items were recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
And is it your understanding they were recovered from the street or the roadway outside of that residence?
It just says recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
Now, as far as the 9 pieces of clear apparent glass from item 7-12, were those similarly sub-labeled as the previous item 3-3?
Yes, I received those labeled with the lettering system. They were labeled A, B, C, D, E, F, I, K, and L.
And with reference to those 9 pieces of glass, did you examine those microscopically as well?
I did, yes.
Now, turning your attention to item 7-14, what were you provided with as far as a description of that item 7-14?
So this item consisted of one piece of clear glass with broken irregular edges.
And similarly, was there any description provided as to where that item was recovered from?
Yes, it was recovered from 34 Fairview Road as well.
And again, how many pieces were contained within that item 7-14?
One.
7-14 was just one piece of glass.
One
And
piece.
did you measure that item as well?
That item, I do not have the measurement of. It was examined by a previous analyst within the unit, so that measurement was taken at that time.
And that other analyst would be Mix Valier, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And as far as your examination of that item 7-14, what type of instruments did you use to examine 7-14?
So I sampled 7-14 to examine it under the polarized light microscope, as well as to analyze it instrumentally using the GRIM instrument.
Are you familiar with a term called a class characteristic?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury what that is?
Sure. So a class characteristic is when a material can be associated with a group of items that share characteristics.
And what is an individual characteristic?
An individual characteristic is when a material can be related to a single source, such as a physical match.
And so what is the difference between a class characteristic versus an individual characteristic?
So class characteristic is that it can be associated with a group of items that share characteristics, versus the individual characteristic. It's more individualizing. It can be related to a single source, just in the case of like a physical match.
And what is a physical match?
So a physical
What's
match
a physical match?
is
He's trying to lull us.
if an item
Fall asleep before
is
we get to her
broken
conclusion.
and those pieces are compared to each other, and their broken irregular edges fit back together, and they have a jigsaw fit, that would be considered a physical match.
A jigsaw fit.
Now, can you please explain to the jury the steps and the process that you undertook in your comparative analysis of items, specifically of glass in this case?
Sure. So I first did a comparison of all of the glass pieces and the glass cup that were recovered from the road. So those were items 3-2, 7-12, and 7-14. So I examined all of those to determine if there was a physical match between any of those items first. There were, I believe, 6 pieces of glass from item 7-12 that fit mechanically to the cup that was also recovered from the road, item 3-2. After I completed that examination, I then did a comparison to see if there was a physical match to some of the 2 of the glass pieces from the bumper. And there were 5 total from the bumper. 2 of them I used for physical match comparison. And there was no physical match comparison between those 2 pieces from the bumper, item 3-3, compared to the glass pieces and the cup that were recovered from the road. And then I sampled, as I had mentioned earlier, one of the pieces from the bumper to do further microscopic and analytical analysis on, and did a comparison
Analytical
with one of the
analysis?
pieces from the road.
Can I
As
see
opposed to
counsel
some other
sidebar for
kind
just
of
a minute,
analysis
please?
that is non-analytical? What, you want to get into scheduling already, Judge? Yeah, so Yuri's bag, all the way back on 7/12. He matches the cup in the cup in the yard. 7/12 was what was that, the 10th? Yes, indeed it was, on February the 10th. After the snow is gone, the plow has gone through who knows how many numbers of times. The glass itself, the tumbler, was up on the yard. Remember, it was right in the area where John was, because it's where they had cleared the snow with the snowblower. But apparently all the rest of this glass is just out there, still in the road after the plow has gone by. How many times? Yeah, we're in the Lally law. We got to repeat everything a whole bunch of times, because ultimately this testimony is not helpful for the Commonwealth. So if the jury sleeps through all of this, they won't be terribly concerned about that. We'll see who handles the redirect or the cross. Haven't heard an objection yet. I'm not sure who it is, but it may be Yannetti again. If it is, just wake him right up with the bottom line. The bottom is those sprinkles on the bumper didn't match the glass. And you have, in fact, no idea where those sprinkles on the bumper came from. You were giving nothing to compare it to identify a source of those bumper sprinkles. That's all you got to do with that cross. Sorry, didn't mute it. I'm not in the habit, guys. I only have to do this. Only have to do this when the stream gets particularly persnickety. And I guess this afternoon it has decided to act up. It doesn't want me to talk at the same time that the stream is on, even if the stream is muted. So doing my best to remember. But then I also don't want to forget to unmute it when we get back into court. So this is Bev calling the sidebar independently. Are we here to talk about scheduling already? We're still like 20 minutes before the end of the day. You want to bring this lady back tomorrow? You want to make them start Wednesday with her? You really don't, Judge. You want to just go ahead and get through her. I can't believe we spent nearly an entire day just with the academic fraud. Those people, those lawyers on that federal case, like, wow, thank you very much, Mr. Alessi. Thanks for doing work for us. No, chances are pretty good that federal case is already already, settled and done with, as most civil cases tend to do. So no need to go revisit it. But boy, anybody else that's ever had this guy, Mr. Burgess, on the opposing side of any kind of dispute as an expert, yep, she's letting him go.
We're going to stop for the day. Ms. Hanley, I'm going to ask you to come back tomorrow, but a little bit later in the day, and give it to Ms. Carson can tell you the time. All right, so folks, we're gonna end for today. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it and let us know, and watch your social media use. Thank you. So Ms. Hanley, after the jury trial.
All rise to the court, please. No motion, follow me.
I sure hope we're taking something else up now, and that's the reason why we're ending today early. No, they ended the Zoom. Better go mute it. They ended the Zoom. And she said, come back, but a little bit later, and the victim witness person will tell you when, why. Are we accommodating Judd Welcher? Is that the deal? Remember, he's a very busy man. Everybody else could be ordered to snap to it on Bev's schedule.
For anything, right? We're all set?
We're all set. Thank you.
Guess not. So she's coming back, but a little bit later tomorrow. Or is that, remember Judd Welcher? He was extremely busy. He's a very busy man. So even though ARCA, needs a month, but they get like 10 days or whatever. But if I order you, could you do it faster? Remember, Judd Welcher had that very, very busy schedule. Had to be real concerned about that in a way that we were not concerned about ARCA's schedule. Sometimes it's kind of fun to leave the fan up just because of the captions. Things are muted. What are they talking about? I don't know. So, what's happening tomorrow? I don't know. Hanley is coming back later. She's coming back out of order for some reason. My guess is it's to accommodate Welcher. But I don't know. They could have an argument, but if they had an argument, why wouldn't we be doing it right now? Seems like we would go ahead and do that right now. What a strange decision to cut off this examination right there. You just waited until we have the road glass fit mechanically to the cup. And then you started going through the bumper sprinkles and you found no physical match. And then you started to go microscopic. Let's cut it off right there. Interesting choice of when to cut it off. Because that's not totally in the middle of the conclusions or anything like that. Bev initiated that one. Well, I mean, there isn't even really much to sum up here after after lunch, is there? All right, stream's done. We will go ahead and take the whole thing down. Just that sudden, spontaneous recollection over lunch of a document that would refresh his recollection about the time frame between when he first heard from Mr. DeSogra about his error with the bits and the bytes, and that coincidentally, Mr. Brennan had just identified in his own mind what document that was going to be. It's just they happened to land on the same document that would refresh him. And it's some document dated November 7th of 2024. Not the first time you heard about it. You sure about that? So just a lot of, back and forth again about this 3-point turn, trying to turn this 3-point turn into some kind of vigorous methodology, but it's just is really not there. But he says, guys, to a scientific certainty, he can say, and then when the car is recording the time of the backing maneuver, okay, the end time doesn't actually mean the end time. Doesn't actually mean it stopped ending. It just means that's when the data stopped being collected. Are we not to apply the same logic to the 3-point turn? We don't know why it started. We don't know why it stopped collecting data. That is all that we know. But we're not to pay attention of that unless it happens to benefit the Commonwealth's position. So then we had the recross. Let's go back to the recross and revisited the problems where on his behalf, this resume that's got this degree on it with a future date is filed in the federal court. He didn't do it. It's somebody else at Aperture that takes care of all that. Totally not his fault. Where'd they get his resume? Did Aperture make that up too? Did they make up this November 2024 resume? Or 2023? Did they do that? Did they make up that resume? No. Where'd they get that resume? Did they hunt it down on the internet and just find it somewhere? No, of course not. You wrote the resume where you put down you're working towards a degree that doesn't exist. And you've gone through and now you fixed this other stuff and you know how to say it's pending and you fix this other stuff. You've updated it, but you didn't fix the degree that doesn't exist at that institution. How many people are going to be monitoring this guy's CV and his LinkedIn after this? When's all that going to be updated? And then what happened on redirect? What happened on redirect? You know, I don't like to pat myself on the back too hard. You know, you called it or anything like that. But just sometimes, you know, when you see like how these people are and what they're going to do, it's just not that hard to guess. So it wasn't that hard to guess that the redirect was going to be. They didn't even ask you about the data. They just personal attacks. They didn't ask you about the data. No, because they already had a cross for that, Mr. Brennan. They already had a cross for that. They didn't have to ask that based on your redirect. They covered it in cross. And his reason for not completing the degree in 2024, well, life gets in the way. What a terrible freaking excuse, because life sure has gotten in the way. It's gotten in the way a lot for you. It's really interfered with your expectations quite a bit. All of these times you expected to get that degree, and all this time life got in the way. That's not a good excuse, because it tends to sound like you just don't actually intend to get the degree because you're not prioritizing it. If it's life gets in the way, you're just not prioritizing it. Something comes up. I had to move. I got terribly sick. I had a family issue. Those kinds of things you can understand. Yeah, that's going to get in your way, but just life got in the way. No, that's you choosing not to go get this degree that you're putting on your resume that you're getting. He didn't know any of this was happening. No idea that this was being filed. Dude, nobody's buying it at this point. Did you know you were going to be an expert in this case? Yes. Do you know what they need to do to establish your expert designation? Yes. Have you provided these materials to Aperture for that purpose? I'm going to bet the answer to that is yes. Aperture did not just go hunt down some CV online and submit it for you. It's not their fault. You wrote the CV. And you would have expected that they would file it to support any type of expert designation that you were going to be named in. I never represented to the court. I have a degree. I don't know. No, you found your plausible deniability, haven't you? It's other people's fault. It's other people's fault. It's the client's fault for filing it without checking. It's Aperture's fault for providing that in response. Not me. Not me. I can't imagine hiring this. I wouldn't hire, I wouldn't hire this guy. I wouldn't hire this guy to wash my windows. He can't take accountability for anything. He's going to like leave streaks and say it's my fault somehow. I wouldn't hire this guy for anything. Then we get the clips. Okay, 2 new clips. The Voss interview. We approached from the north. We missed the turn. We pulled into the driveway, then back onto the street, which I now know as Cedar Crest, to come onto Fairview. This seems to be Hank corroborating the fact of a 3-point turn in her interview. But we're going to look at that a little bit closer, guys. Then clip 25 at 12:41. You can hear her. She left a voice message to John. You can hear her pull into the garage. You can hear the sensors go off. You can hear the beeping. She walks into the kitchen. You can hear her high heels. It's a full minute long. Okay, corroborating the time frame when she went into the house, but we already know when she connected to the Wi-Fi. And then clip 24, John and I argued the morning of the 28th. He died right around 12:25 or 12:30. Is that helping the Commonwealth? He died right around 12:25, 12:30. Because you were saying for an awful long time, you thought he died at 12:45. Or at least you thought the accident happened at 12:45. I don't know what this is trying to accomplish. And so then we got our afternoon Lally lull with Christina Hanley. She's the bumper sprinkle person. So of course it needs to be boring. It needs to be repetitive. It needs to be very, very dull, because her information is not particularly helpful to the Commonwealth. And need to not make that too obvious. Not make too much of a point out of that. So in fact, we're going to just go ahead and cut her off in the middle of getting to her conclusions after we learned about the type of comparisons that she did and the tools that she has available to be able to do that. So right when we're getting to the microscopic examination of the bumper sprinkles, which is where things start to get good, we're just going to cut that off. Cut that off, Ms. Hanley. We'll get back to you another time. Later tomorrow, not clear why. We haven't been told that court is starting late. To the contrary, we were told last week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, all full days, normal days, then half day on Thursday, and then no court on Friday. So I am left to conclude we are bumping her to accommodate another witness, probably Welcher, because he's that very busy man. We are going to bend over backwards to accommodate his schedule. But ARCA will not get that same kind of courtesy. When she wants them there in court, they are to be there. All right, here's what I want to share with you guys. Because I just had quite a bit of confusion about what exactly this map is purporting to show. Okay. He's identifying this green, right, as the start of the 3-point turn because of the heading. But this car has already started the process. It's already come off of the straight line. It has already started the 3-point turn. If you're asking me, when has the 3-point turn started? It starts when you started turning your wheel, not when you ended up at this bearing. So when was that? I don't know. It's not on his map because he just picks kind of random things. And he's deciding for himself when a 3-point turn starts and ends in reality, and somehow that's going to correspond with when a 3-point turn starts and ends in text stream. Even though we're not going to tie the text stream times of starting and ending to the second event, the backing maneuver. We're going to say that's just collecting data. Can't say the backing stopped then. So then how can you say this is when the 3-point turn ended? How can you say any of that? You can't. You can't. Just saw, yeah, just kind of saw this and didn't make an awful lot of sense to me. So I wanted to share that with you guys. As soon as that came up on the map, I'm like, why would you pick that point? That the turn has clearly already started if her heading is way off to the side. I don't know, because it's all up to this guy. Is this looking like an objective and replicable type of methodology for this guy to be using? Or is it maybe like a little self-referential? Oh, there's sufficient agreement. Why? Because I said so. It's a 3-point turn. This is the 3-point turn. Why? Because I said so. Don't know about that. Don't know about that. Guys, I'm going to go ahead and check up on what y'all are thinking. Kathy, your realtor in Jersey, we needed Mr. Alessi to go to Delphi. Man, we need him in the criminal justice world very badly. I understand he's got a much better job in many ways. Being ye old criminal defense attorney is often quite thankless. Probably doesn't give you the kind of remuneration that being a partner and like lead of the global strategies section of DLA Piper will give you, like one of the largest international law firms in the world. How about Mr. Alessi's been to Chile? Anybody? If he does energy and global stuff, I bet he's been to Chile. Have to share some war stories sometime. Yeah, I definitely could have used him in Delphi. No question about that. Law and Lumber, Rob was here. Let me get this straight. The witness just stated that of all the Lexus interactions available to use as a constant, he chose the only one that would make 1162 happen near the iPhone lock. The only one. That is indeed what he said. Yeah. He's got a lot of justifications for why it's right and for why it's right in spite of him previously not considering that at all in his clock skew analysis, but also relying on the completely different data sources that he now says are completely wrong. He's got a reason for that, although he doesn't have an explanation for, so why'd you change? No, he didn't change. He just clarified. He just threw out that old stuff and used this new one instead. And you know what? He said so we are to accept that explanation. That's how they think, guys. That's how they think. John Beattybot. So, Mr. Bubba, you switched from precise call network times to a fuzzy 3-point turn approximate time, correct? And you did this mid-trial after a talk with Tully and Hank Brennan. Great points. Great points. Yeah. Yeah, he did the call network times. That's apparently not going to be good because, I'll buy the explanation for the 1 o'clock ones. It does make sense. If the car is off, the car now, the car infotainment system is off. And so any data that it gets is going to be updated after the fact. It would come from her phone or, another connected device. I don't know. I presume her phone. Maybe if it gets close to John's phone, I don't know. But it updated. So I can buy that, but still not sure how you get to the clock variance going from 21 to 29 seconds at 12:23 or whatever the time of the 3-point turn was, to 8 seconds at 5:21 the next morning, and 16 to 21 seconds at 5:30 the next morning, and not have a reset somewhere in there, not have that clock skew be reset back to 0, start reaccumulating. And so when did that happen and what triggers it? And how are we to know that it didn't happen in between the 3-point turn and the backing event? We don't know that either. So we don't have a particularly good reason. We just have the one he gave, and it's the one he gave because you have to have something. You have to have some reason besides, yes, Mr. Alessi, this was cognitive bias. This was confirmation bias in action. I had to choose the one that fit the theory. You can't give that explanation, so you got to come up with something. Sheila Dillon Wynn, can you explain what 3-point turn is being referenced? I thought the 3-point turn was the old theory before 24 mile an hour backwards. Well, I understand your confusion because it's weird how the 3-point turns. It's just a bit strange how they have kind of materialized in the case, because yes, I'm sure what you're thinking of is, we talked about this yesterday. Matt McCabe initially reported when he was interviewed by law enforcement that he saw tracks outside 34 Fairview out on the road, and it was tracks of a 3-point turn. So the original theory had been Karen did a 3-point turn right there on Fairview at some point, before the collision or after. Not real clear to me. I think it was after, but I don't know. So that was the initial theory. I'd understand why you might make that mistake if you have grounded yourself in the evidence that was available to the investigators at the time. The problem, of course, is that once that became no longer viable as a theory, it simply vanished and has never reappeared since. And it's just been written out as if it never happened. So that's a little bit of a question of strategy for the defense. Do you call Matt McCabe so that you can confront him with that? Is it significant enough? Is it important enough? Is it just a coincidence? Why did you think there was a 3-point turn? Why would we fabricate a 3-point turn out front of 34 Fairview? Why would we do that? Is this just confabulation like all the other people with their vivid memories that don't align with reality? Or was there some reason why you knew there was a 3-point turn that happened? You got to wonder. I got to wonder. Don't know if we'll ever get the answer, but you got to wonder. Jesus Freak, have you seen the 8-minute video from Microdot? Depicts Bev signaling HB during Alessi Cross to object, sustains, then sidebar, unbelievable, can't link. I haven't seen Microdot's video, but I've seen the clip. We saw it in real time yesterday. I've said what I think about that. I think I don't get anything nefarious from it in terms of like there's hidden communications going back and forth about what to do and so forth. I think there is a understanding of each other and the expectations and little inside jokes or whatever that you get because you see this coming and it's coming and he's going to see it and he's going to react and you're going to have the same sidebar conversation yet again. I don't have a problem with that. What I have a problem with is you being buds with this guy. That's what I have a problem with. I will absolutely judge people by the company they keep. So, Bev, if this is your friend, not looking good. Cap Malam, 14,000 watching. Let's hit the thumbs up. Love your witty, concise, and objective analysis, Andrea. Question, would this be grounds to audit SB's previous casework? I would be shocked if every single person who's been on the opposing side of one of this guy's cases is not already today pulling out their file and going through it and seeing if there is any advantage to them to potentially looking into this and pursuing this issue. I'd be shocked if they weren't already doing that. I mean, this is not the kind of thing that happens every day, that an expert witness is outed as improperly representing what their credentials are. People who hired this guy, who agreed to hire this guy based on his qualifications as represented on the website or on his LinkedIn, if that's where they got their understanding of his background, those guys are not happy to have been misrepresented to about that. So yeah, I'd expect that's probably already happened. I mean, as soon as it started to go down yesterday, might have started happening then. R&M Productions, some of my favorite Andrea zingers from Karen Reed Trial 2.0. Dance Monkey, ask your mom, she'll know. Aperture wasn't the part of the first trial, dumbass. Oh, love you, AB. Thank you for your coverage. Well, thank you so much for that. What a little trip down memory road. I forgot about some of those. I did enjoy that little monkey, Yuri Buchanan, having to dance to my tune. You will dance at my pace. You will do the steps that I call for. No, I don't care for your salsa. You shall waltz. Dance, little monkey. Amba 35. What crash report did MSP write that he based his info on? I thought there were none written. Maybe I am wrong. If you're wrong, then I think most of us are also wrong because no, we're not aware of any crash report. There are a series of incident reports that police have taken based on their interviews and the other actions that they took in the course of the investigation. But there's no crash report in the sense of, sometimes it gets reported to the Department of Licensing, or there's just, there's like a specific report that they might take for insurance purposes. Things like that. When you have a collision, is it maybe a big enough deal that you need to call 911 or go to the hospital or anything like that? But you want to document it for purposes of being able to make an insurance claim. And so there's, those kinds of reports that they produce. If you're not, aware of it, I don't think you're alone. I don't think any of us is aware of a report like that ever being filed. LGT, I'm about an hour behind, but find this testimony wildly compelling. I do wonder if we will find out after trial that the jury completely disregarded it. It is a bit of a slog. I mean, a lot of this technical stuff can be a real slog. I find most of it fascinating, but that's me. And that's probably not the norm. I was in there in Delphi, listening to that ballistics testimony with just, I'm on the edge of my seat. I'm scribbling fiercely in my notes, and I'm watching people, try not to doze off over on the side. So I think it might be more the norm to zone this kind of thing out. And I don't know what that means in terms of deliberations. Does that mean that those people who are less interested will defer to people who are more interested? Or will they simply discount the value of the testimony altogether? I don't know. Different ways that could go. But it is always interesting if we can find out after the fact what mattered to the jury, because just so often it has nothing to do with what you thought it was. Nothing to do with it. Just bizarre sometimes. Hear ye, hear you, hear me. Did the defense challenge Burgess's qualifications in a pre-trial motion? I don't remember that they did. I was actually kind of trying to find that over the break because so they've changed like how you see the docket over there in Norfolk County for this case if you're just looking online. And so you can't find the docket very easily. I wanted to check Dee Dee's Twitter just to see if she had anything, and I didn't see that she did. So I don't think they've challenged him. I don't think they've challenged him with respect to his qualifications. But I could be wrong about that. There's just nothing that jumps out, and nothing that I was able to find pretty easily. There's no memory of it that jogs me, but there have been a lot of expert challenges. And so if I don't remember the specifics, it's not out of the, realm of possibility. I just forgot. But the bottom line is that by and large, it's been the Commonwealth that has challenged the qualifications or the expertise or the methodology of the defense experts. And the defense has done very little in return. They have not done much of that themselves. When they've gone after the other experts, it's been based on the methodology has been the primary thing. It's not that Judd Welcher isn't a qualified accident reconstructionist. They challenged his methodology. So I don't think they did, but I do not say that with 100% certainty by any means. Frank Philippis. So the people who are framing Karen Reed told him the trigger event was a collision. Okay. The MSP. He got it from the MSP. Guys, yeah, I'm going to be going back over the testimony. How many times did he say he saw Welcher's PowerPoint versus how many times did he say he didn't see it? I'm going to be going back over that. It's just all over the place. He's literally brought on to be the forensic guy. He investigated the digital devices. Welcher does the accident reconstruction and the biomechanics. You're focused on the data, but you didn't even look at the data is what you're telling us. It was your job, your role to focus on the data, but you didn't even look at the data. Guys, I'm going to be going over this with a fine-tooth comb once we get our little extra time off. Ty, Shannon, Rose pushed Jack off the door before the iceberg hit the Titanic. He might, the iceberg hitting the Titanic is not necessarily, it's not necessarily when the break in the hull happened. It's just when the data began to register that the ship had a leak. I don't even know. Serena Blossom, how are you so amazing? You understand all the areas of the case, no matter how complex and messy they get. I'm mesmerized by you. Thank you for letting us watch this with you. It's a rare and real privilege. Well, thank you so much. That is such a kind thing to say. I understand a lot about the trial practice. It's just, you go to trial a bunch of times, you learn how to do it. It's like anything. You do it enough times and it becomes very familiar, and you might be able to start to notice details that you didn't notice before. When I was like a little kid and I first started watching boxing, I had no idea what I was seeing. I couldn't even, it was like a blur. Like I can't even necessarily tell like what hand is landing, I just see there's things happening. And it's only as I've, watched a lot more and done it myself and learned, and been in the ring and so forth. It's only through that process that now I can watch a boxing match and I feel like I see everything. I probably still don't compared to people who are much better than me. But you just get that from experience. And so that's really, I think, where I have my most grounding is in the trial practice side of it. I understand the process really well. I've been on this tail end of having to figure out, here's this critical fact I need to get into evidence. How am I going to be able to make that happen? So that's really what I'm trying to share. If I learn about other stuff, because I have also worked with a lot of experts, I've had to work on these issues and things like that. I don't have like firsthand knowledge of, text stream data, phone data, any of that stuff. But I have learned some along the way from these experts. And I've learned a lot about what trying to deal with and coordinate with experts can be. So definitely familiar with a lot of the challenges. So I appreciate that. I'm just trying to share what I know. I'm not trying to like overinflate what I know. I'm not an expert in everything. I have my realm of expertise. I understand trials pretty well. So I'm glad to have you all here with me watching it. The Traveler, 17 years in college, and this is what you get. Well, he wasn't really burning the midnight oil in his college career, was he? He was not exactly nose to the grindstone in the books all the time. Michael Muddragon, defense experts versus prosecution experts, his DARPA versus DARVO. Oh man, once they see ARCA, do you think the contrast is going to be stark? Does this change the dynamic? I was thinking about that voir dire and how nasty and smarmy and accusatory and just kind of gross Brennan was towards Dr. Wolf. And I laid down the marker at the time. He will never behave like that in front of a jury because you just won't get away with it. It will be so off-putting and so unlikable because there's nothing about Dr. Wolf, like substantively, that is going to support taking that kind of attitude with him. Like he hasn't done anything wrong. But he's going to have to try, right? If that's all you got is the fact that you chit-chatted with the defense lawyer on Signal a few times after you'd already formulated your primary opinions in the case and testified about them in a prior proceeding, then that's what you're going to have. But now I wonder, after today, I wonder if that situation, if that calculus has changed. If you need so badly to try to get ARCA on the same level, get the jury to react to them on the kind of level that they are probably reacting to Mr. Burgess on, might take some desperate measures. We'll have to see. Gray space. The 3-point turn was the same type of trigger as the collision. In their timeline, collision just happens to occur within 5 seconds of the reversing event. I mean, we don't know when the collision occurred. We don't know what this stuff is measuring. We don't know that a collision occurred. We don't have an airbag. We don't have an airbag deployment. We don't have anything like that. I mean, didn't they literally just say the infotainment device isn't really made for this type of information, this type of data? It's not what it's for. But it's all they have. So it's what they're reaching with. And yeah, I think, is it a little trigger happy? Pretty good question, because if it's going off 30 times in 8 months and you haven't had a single collision, that's a lot. Even if you've had one out of 30, that's a lot. But that's not what this data is for. AP, I work in the auto industry. I can definitively say that the multiple black boxes for the main drive line are more accurate and precise than any infotainment system will ever be. The NTSB, National Traffic Safety Board, requires it, or National Traffic Standards. I'm not sure. Don't know the acronym, but one of those. I forget. Yeah, this doesn't surprise me at all. I'm trying to think back about cases I've had where there's been reconstruction and there's been black box data, and what have they found? And I'm thinking of like at least a couple cases I can think of where you go out and you measure. They'll always like go to the road, right? And you look for the skid marks. If there's skid marks, you look for gouges or things like that in the asphalt that can show you where impact occurred and things like that. And then they're able to, I remember, get out of the black box the acceleration, like acceleration between different points. And so at this point it was 65, and a few seconds later it was 72 and stuff like that. Like it wasn't, they don't have like a continuous graph of the vehicle movement, but they had these measurements that were to be able to show acceleration over time. And they put all of that together because you can do a whole bunch of calculations, skid marks and things like that, to stop over this period of this length of time, assuming this weight of the vehicle, how fast were you going when you hit the brakes, assuming, you hit the brakes hard or whatever, wheels full stop, wheels lock or close to lock. Give you at least a range of what that is. And so then they go and compare that to the black box data. That's how I've seen, reconstruction is the one that like jumps into my mind most readily about how they did the accident reconstruction. And if I remember right, it was from I don't remember if it was from the drivetrain or from the ECM. I just don't remember where they got that acceleration data, but it sure shit was not the infotainment system. I know that. So this is good information to know, Good to have. Thanks for sharing that with us. 4 knots to nowhere. If no May 8th report, do we get this beat down? Oh, I think we still beat him down on the academic fraud. I think we still beat him down on that. That's just, it's a freebie. It's a freebie. If you don't take that, you're not there to fight. You take that one because it was served up to you. But does the May 8th report perhaps motivate you? Oh, you want to play dirty? You want to play? You want to play, Mr. Burgess? We'll play. We'll play. Might be a little motivation there for how this went. German Nightmare 1976. With so much digital evidence stored on CD-ROMs, flash drives, HDDs, etc., what, if anything, does that mean for trials should the data become inaccessible or corrupted? Future problems or no? Thanks. Future problems for who? By and large, if somebody is convicted and the evidence goes bad, becomes corrupted or whatever, oh well, too bad, so sad. There's no process of having to like revalidate the conviction. Now, could be a problem if you get your conviction thrown out on some other basis, and now we need to go back to court and have a new trial. If it's corrupted, yeah, you better have a copy of it somewhere, or you better have some way to be able to get it back in, or you're going to have an issue. Try to imagine what I would do in that scenario. Probably what I'm doing in that situation is I'm trying to introduce the prior testimony about what the evidence was, on the grounds that the best evidence rule does not apply. Best evidence rule is that you cannot, the best evidence of a document or an item is the thing itself, not testimony about it. But you can often overcome that if the original has been lost, no fault of your own, just some other reason that the original isn't accessible, then you can get to the testimony about it. So I might try something like that, and it might work. But by and large, who this is going to create issues for is defendants on post-conviction. You want to come back, you want to relook at your conviction, you want to reevaluate the evidence. Maybe there's new information. It needs to be reweighted with everything else that the jury already heard. Maybe there's an issue with some of this evidence that you want to revisit, but you can't now because it's gone. That, I think, is who's most likely to be affected by this type of scenario. And yeah, I think this is very real. It's super common to get this type of data and it's corrupted, or it requires some type of reader that you don't have, and now if we're talking about like old stuff, it may require some reader that you don't have, that they don't make anymore, that isn't supported on the operating system that you have. Like, there can be all kinds of problems with this. So yeah, digital data is a little bit of a ticking time bomb for courts. They're already having troubles dealing with it in a lot of different ways. The transition away from paper has not been kind to the court system. E-Ray, this guy obviously views reality as optional, the way he answers with ease. Also, please check out Mr. Burgess's interview where he talks about imposter syndrome as a challenge he faced early in the past. Oh, that's hilarious. That's hilarious. Is it still imposter syndrome if you are, in fact, an imposter? If you actually are, you really are unqualified for what you're holding yourself out to do. Is that still imposter syndrome? Or is that just recognizing your limitations? Yeah, the only sign at all of any kind of discomfort with all of that, right, was just the red. He was getting pretty warm. Those ears were probably burning a little bit. He was getting pretty warm. But no, very facile with his responses. No obvious embarrassment or shame or anything like that at all. Not his fault, guys. It's not his fault. Don't you understand? Life got in the way many, many, many times. But he always had the best of intentions. Miranda Bauman, if Cannoni had granted a voir dire, would Hank Brennan have been able to confer with Burgess before his trial testimony? Was this denial a blessing in disguise? It's possible that the damage was already done. I mean, we don't know when Alessi found all this other information, but yes, we certainly see he's prepared. He is doing this homework. He's shown up with federal court documents that he got off of Pacer. Okay, he didn't just do that over lunch. This has been planned. This has been researched. So what could he have done to get around it? I don't know. If they hadn't caught everything at that point in time, surely they would have screenshotted Aperture. Surely they would have screenshotted or archived or whatever his LinkedIn. So what can you do? You can go change it. Try not to get caught absolutely red-handed in real time. But if they have the record of you doing that, is it helpful? Because they can point out, while you were on this case, I found this. I found this and here I documented it. And this is how you were holding yourself out to the public and to your potential clients as what your qualifications were. So I don't know that this could have been avoided, honestly, even with the voir dire. But it just depends on the timing. My Mini 67, the heroic hair, for reasons I'm sure that contact with or subpoena for Toyota Technical, they would have given a full analysis of the entire vehicle system data for a set period. Total waste of resources. Yeah, I wonder if Toyota has a service like that. It kind of makes sense that they might help interpret their vehicle data. I mean, they designed the vehicle data systems. They designed it for a certain purpose with certain outcomes in mind. They presumably have tested and validated the equipment to ensure that it's doing what they expected it to do. Seems like a fairly common customer service type of thing to offer. You need help interpreting part of what our design is doing for you, then you help with that. We just heard all about it with Celebrate. You don't fully understand the Celebrate report. We got these customer service types of people like Ian Whiffen that will help you with your problem. So you do have to wonder if Toyota has something like this. Makes sense that they would. It's not required that they do. I don't know if they do or don't, but surely somebody has asked that question. My Mini 67, the heroic hair. After some research, I have found that the LX570 clock on the infotainment system is GPS synchronized, wanker. I think he even said that. He says it periodically syncs up with the GPS satellites. He just doesn't know. He doesn't know when or how often. There's a record of that somewhere. Now, I don't know where. I don't know enough about this tech to be able to track that, but surely there is a log of the connections within the system itself, because wouldn't they need that for diagnostic purposes? Wouldn't they need to know, hey, if we're having an issue with the clock not updating to the GPS, they'd need to evaluate what the possible reasons for that were. I mean, isn't that just basic diagnostic information that you would keep, the connection times and what it's connecting to and all that? It's hard for me to believe there's no record of when those satellite syncs take place. Don't know. Guys, I just caught myself slurping. Sorry about that. I'm going to pause for one real quick minute to jump out and refill my tea, and we'll come back and get through all the rest of everything you guys had to say while we were watching this today. Give me just a couple minutes, guys. I'll be right back. All right, guys. Thanks for hanging tight with me, giving me that minute to go get topped up. Got to make sure I got plenty of voice. Take in what you guys are thinking about all this. Ever Age, I really enjoyed seeing Runkle of the Bailey live reaction to the cross from yesterday after watching your great analysis. It was hilarious. I haven't been able to watch the whole thing yet, but Ian is always fabulous. And if there is anybody who is going to be able to articulate the pure WTF that happened in the courtroom yesterday, I fully expect the most eloquent version of that to come from Ian Runkle. So yeah, I will be going and checking that out as soon as I get a chance. It's always very delightful with his coverage. We love Ian here. In Wings, CW gets expert gets to testify twice. So ARCA testifies twice. Correct. Great coverage, Andrea. Oh, no. Don't you see? This is not an equal standard. They get to come in and testify twice because ARCA could only file their report by the deadline of May the 7th because they only got the stuff from Aperture in mid-March, and then went through that whole TUI process to get them approved. So no, ARCA's not going to get another chance. They might ask, but seriously doubt she's gonna give leave for that. No, they get to testify twice to deal with ARCA's new stuff. And this is just part of the finger on the scale in favor of the Commonwealth that Judge Cannoni is trying to carry out here. The right flux, how is a 3-point turn showing on an iPhone? Do tell. He's picked out random points in the GPS data from Waze that he says are a 3-point turn. Is he right? Who knows? Who knows? Because we don't have any idea. There's no natural correlation between the GPS data and what Lexus is registering. So we have no idea if those things are related at all. Joshua Frost, Brennan using redirect to completely discredit Welcher's report was not on my bingo card. Sure, go ahead and put the entire defense expert's report into evidence and let's walk through him painstakingly critiquing what your expert did. And then we can see for ourselves all of these problematic interpretations and misleading suggestions that the jury might get. Then we can all see for ourselves those came from your expert. Those came from Welcher. There's a reason why Alessi didn't have to recross on any of that. You did his job for him. He doesn't have to do it. Gary Burnett, Andrea, as a strategy, should Alessi keep recross to 10-15 minutes max? Use it only to point out that what's misleading is Aperture's initial analysis amongst other misleading testimony for Burgess. You know, my preference strategically is and always has been and remains to keep it honestly as short as possible. It should be focused. It should be tailored. You should have very specific points that you are going in to elicit. And if you find yourself without a point to make, it's time to sit down. You don't go fishing for things on cross because that tends to be where things can go real sideways real fast. So, you know, on the one hand, yeah, always keep it short. On the other, I can't put an arbitrary timeline on it. You know, it takes the time that it takes. I see it as more focused on what point do you actually need to make more than, you know, the stopwatch, because if you got a great point you need to make, but they're going to fight you every step of the way, then it's going to take the time it takes for you to get it in. But, I thought Recross going back to revisit the academic fraud, that was great. Start on your, finish on your strongest point. Go right ahead. Finish on your strongest point. That is by far the strongest point. This guy's a big fat liar. So how are you to give any weight to his analysis? He will twist anything and come up with excuses for it and blame others. And then you see that same pattern playing out in what he did in his representation in this case. Blames the defense expert, doesn't take responsibility for his own contribution with the call logs and the analysis to why the time frame thing got distorted. You see him doing all that with his personal stuff, then you see him doing it with his representations, and you have to wonder if he applies the same type of principles to both of those things. Gary Burnett, also thank you for all you're doing. I really appreciate all of your thoughts and analysis. Thank you. Well, I appreciate you guys being here with me. I really do. So it's my pleasure. It's fun. It's fun. It's fun to watch the trial. Take it in together. See what happens. Try to make sense out of it. And I hadn't expected, I didn't expect that trial 2 was going to be exciting. I really did think, God, they worked out all the kinks in the first trial. This honestly might be kind of boring because you already know what's coming, and they're just going to have it tighter now. Oh no. Oh no. Who was going to know there was going to be all of this drama? Factual lie would be great if Alessi got Burgess's Aperture job application. Thank you for all that you do. Boy, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it? What qualifications did he represent to his employer that he has? See, they don't necessarily have an incentive to give him the boot now either, right? Because that would be essentially like acknowledging, oh yeah, everything else you touched in the last 10 years for our company is tainted, or however many years he's been with Aperture. It's all been tainted. Kind of in your interest to just try to manage, try to cope. Maybe his next performance review is going to require him to go finish that degree at long last. It's been 17 years, dude. You can't pretend like you've been working on it for indefinitely. Don't think that's going to fly. J-Man, did they back exemplar into a man-deer size object to see if any impact alarms went off? Seems like data the infotainment would record. I think this would be data that the black box would record. I would expect the black box to record that, whether or not the infotainment did. But they gave us no details of their testing. No details of their testing. Just assured us that they did it, and it's very, very sciencey, and it's very accurate. Not at all like his degree. Not at all like that. It's very accurate what they did. Clearly very appropriate to answering the sciencey questions that they have. Okay, because scientific method is what drove all this. We have no idea what testing they did. Yeah, I would expect backing maneuvers. If that's what we're interested in, what causes that to be triggered? Where is it triggered? What sort of data do you get? Yeah, simulate the accident. See how it shows up. This accident that you're postulating, simulate it. And see how that shows up in the data recorders. And then the 3-point turn. Do that a few times. Get some data on that. What exactly is registering when? Are there lags, etc.? We heard none of those details. We just heard they bought a $70,000 car, did some testing. And who's going to pay for that? And who's going to be driving it around when this case is over? That has gone unsaid. My Mini 67, the heroic hair, the SD only contains user data and is encrypted. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know if it contains other data, but the encryption I think is definitely important. Just because, yeah, if you're breaking in, if you're using a non-approved method to try to get the data, what's your way of ensuring that that is valid and that what you're getting has integrity? I don't know. Usually that's why you have manufacturer processes. Could you have called Lexus maybe and asked if there's a way to get that data? I don't know. Abacus Flinch. Aperture science. We do what we must because we can for the good of all of us, except the ones who are dead. Little song there. We do what we must because we can for the good of all of us. Dumpster juice. I think Alessi's point was, why would Gaffney take out the SD card at first chip off if she already knew there was no way to read it, no support available through Burla at that time? Maybe. Yeah, maybe. It just wasn't that it wasn't clear. I didn't think it was really clear how that landed. I mean, he clearly saw some kind of relationship between the lack of being able to read it in Burla and why they didn't bring it up or remove it or whatever. I don't know what their method is to get the data off the chip without Burla. I mean, if Burla is the in car and the chip off is the out of car, I don't know. I don't know if the issue here is the lack of any kind of reader for the chip or what. But this is I think this is a good explanation maybe of where he was going. I'm not entirely sure that it landed. I mean, I didn't get it, but I think it's a good point. Haven, no, not Artex. No, I have to go call my therapist. I knew as soon as that analogy popped into my head. Ooh, nobody likes to think about the swamps of sadness. That's why. That's what they were trying to do to my man, y'all. That's what they were trying to do to Alessi. And then by contrast, all of us going, no, he must fight back against the sadness. I know. Annie Abramson, can defense ask for missing witness charges? So for any witness that is peculiarly in the ability of the Commonwealth to produce that they have not, it is possible that the defense can ask for a missing witness instruction. Are they going to get one? Maybe for Proctor. But that maybe just depends on if they call him themselves. You know, he's not necessarily like within their peculiar ability to be able to get him and bring him in, but he's certainly got a particular association. He's the freaking lead investigator, as multiple of the Commonwealth's own witnesses have confirmed several times by now. Buchanan's denial notwithstanding, case agent, he's the case agent, the case officer. He's the case officer. We do everything as a team. 3 or 4 other people that have testified knew that he was the lead investigator. So he does have that affiliation and that relationship with the prosecution. Might be enough to warrant a missing witness instruction for not calling him. But they're going to call him themselves. They're going to, because they need to get in those preliminary text messages, the ones with his buddies, and then the ones with Courtney Proctor about the gift. And Bev has made it clear there's no other way to get those in. Like, in theory, they could call whoever the FBI agent is who did the extraction and authenticate the extraction. But you can't for practical purposes because that guy is subject to TUI. He's not on your witness list. A lot of reasons why that's not feasible. So you got to get it in through Proctor. So they're going to call him. And because of that, I don't think they get a missing witness instruction. As far as the rest of them, like the McAlberts, there's no, they're not uniquely in the control of the Commonwealth or anything like that. So they can ask, but I don't think they'll get one. Borders Girl, can defense ask ARCA about working for NHL and Army contracts like in their first voir dire, or is that improper? I think the jury would be impressed. If we get to go down talking about, Jen McCabe's history with kids and all the things she does for kids and the teaching and coaching and so forth, then I don't know why preliminaries for ARCA would be off limits. But do I expect Bev to push back on any sort of framing like this, any sort of introduction like this? harshly limit it? Yeah, I do. Of course I do. It makes them look really good. Makes them look cool. Makes them look cool. Hey, we got to hear about insurance companies rely on Mr. Burgess. So maybe the door's been opened. I don't know. I kind of doubt it though. Kerry Collins, how can he be an expert now since his company wrote not an expert across his CV? I sent you a copy on X. Yeah, I've seen the CVs are marked with a language that says not an expert designation. So I don't know when they did that. I don't know if this is a new thing that they did. It's apparently on all of their experts' resumes, but I don't know if that is something that they did recently or if that's always been the case. It wouldn't surprise me if it's always been the case, because if you're going to make the expert CV publicly available, it makes it very easy then for somebody to fraudulently claim that you are their expert. This is something that, you run into a lot as a lawyer. You got a public profile with your office and your phone number and things like that. And people out of nowhere will claim, this is my lawyer. You just need to give her a call. They can use your publicly available info. And through that, claim some type of relationship that does not and never has existed. It's not uncommon at all. And so it wouldn't surprise me if something like this is put on the resume so that people don't do stuff like that. Oh, talk to my accident reconstruction guy. Here's his resume. Tell it to him, no. So I don't know quite yet what to make of this. No, it doesn't undermine his expertise. You don't have to have a bachelor's. You don't have to have a CV to be an expert. It's not required. It's just knowledge that can be obtained from education, training, or experience that leads you to have specialized knowledge that's not readily available to the average juror. It's a very low bar. Doesn't make him not an expert, but it sure does go to the weight that his testimony should get from the jury. Robin Hall, yesterday when Alessi asked SB how much is a handful, I had to physically restrain myself from referring to his mom. Why would you do that? Why would you restrain yourself? That's a good setup. That's a good setup. 5 to 10. 5 to 10. Your mom's a busy woman. Haven, I thought mendacity meant the audacity of men. Nope. We all learn from the Alessi vocabulary. Mendacity is lying. Lying, a fancy word for lying. In fact, while we're just looking up stuff, what's the etymology? I'm always interested in the etymology with like fancy words, new words. Where did this word come from? The word mendacity originates from late Latin, ultimately traces back to the Proto-Indo-European root mend. So it's from mendax is the Latin. The Latin word means lying, deceitful, or a liar. Mendacitas, and yes, I use the hard C for all the Latin because we're not in church. Mendacitas, this term derived from mendax, signifies falsehood or mendacity. French mendacité, the word then made its way into French, where it took the form mendacité, which also meant falsehood or mendacity, and then finally into English. So it's got a Latin root. Good to know. Good to know. Ginger Avenger 09. Would lend JOK hand land in the neighbor's yards, not by the flagpole, according to this? According to what? I mean, we haven't made sense out of any of this so far as I'm concerned, based on what the debris field, based on the data. The 3-point turn, remember, this is up the street. This is before they make that turn onto Fairview. This is, they turn around shortly before they come back to Fairview, and that's when they come face to face with Ricky D'Antano and Heather Maxson and Ryan Nagel. And they flash the lights, go ahead, you take the turn. So they take the right-hand turn and end up at the house. That's the timing of this 3-point turn that they're talking about. So if you're confused about that, possibly because Matt McCabe has previously said there was a 3-point turn out front of 34 Fairview, no, it doesn't seem to be any indication that there was a 3-point turn outside of 34 Fairview. Not on what we have in the record so far, anyway. Maybe she took a 3-point turn and left after she dropped John off. I don't really know. There's still the lurking ways offset that was just hinted at with Ian Whiffen with the monotonic clock, but it really hasn't been developed at any point later on. And I do wonder if that's going to come up as part of the defense theory, or is it dropped? I don't know. AG 4981, in Delphi, they were adamant that a phone will not log steps if it's in a car. In Massachusetts, they say not only can a phone log steps in a car, but also flights up and down. Which is it? Your thoughts? You the best. Well, what do they need to prove? What do they need to prove? Because also in Delphi, touch DNA, it meant nothing. It meant nothing. All of these different sources of male DNA all over the body parts of these girls, these dead girls, it means nothing. And here, trace DNA on a taillight is supposed to be proof of a car accident that we're alleging. So it just depends on what you need it for. And that really should tell you everything about the uses to which this evidence can be put. And we want to think that cases, prosecutor decisions, court rulings, all of this, we really want to think that this is objective and it's just looking at the facts, looking at the proof, and applying the law in an objective manner to reach a conclusion. But this stuff shows that's not what it is. That's not what's happening. There is a position that the party is asserting, and they are relying on whatever they can find as evidence to support that position. That's what it's all about. That's what the adversarial system is. It's not based on impartial analysis and decisions based on that. It's based on what will support a position. And so if it supports your position to say the phone would never log steps under these circumstances, you assert that. And you can literally turn around the same day in the very next case that's called and say, yeah, the phone is logging steps because it was in those circumstances. It was in the car. I would love to tell you I've never seen prosecutors defense lawyers do it too. It's not unique to prosecutors. It's just kind of funny when they do it because it seems extra hypocritical. With the defense, I expect you to take different positions for different defendants because you're the one the evidence is being used against. But, with the prosecutor, you kind of expect there should be a consistent view on how does this stuff work? Is it accurate? Is it not? And so you literally see it change like from case to case, moment to moment, whatever benefits the position they're asserting at that time. Marcelo, would you agree with me that the only lawyer worse at redirects than Brennan is Elaine Heim trying Bredehoft? Oh, that was bad. I'd bet Brennan would pull the 15 minutes of fame with the Crash Kings. She was pretty bad. Yeah, that was a pretty bad redirect. Might be worse than impeaching your own witness with the defense witness's report. Because you do have to be actually paying attention to the substance of what Hank Brennan is doing to realize that that's what he's doing. If you've zoned out the details and you don't care about the substance of what's being said, then it looks like an effective redirect. But with Elaine, where she can't get in the hearsay that she desperately wants to get in because there's no pathway for it, So you're just objected to, sustained, 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 and you never get there. There's nothing about that that looks good. There's no part of that that makes it look like you're winning that. So yeah, I'll agree with you on that. And Cat 100. Thanks, Andrea. All Burla, staggering amounts of data, endless opportunities this trial. Yeah, Burla. I'm waiting to hear more about Burla. I would like to know more about Burla. Am I going to hear more about Burla? Has somebody gone and done a Burla extraction at this point? I guess not. Maggie Gaffney didn't, but did somebody else? Is that part of what ARC has done? I would like to know. Vodrake, the bearing during the 3-point turn. Am I correct that it's the bearing of the phone, not the car being recorded? Would they always have to match up? This is a great point. No, you're absolutely right. It's the bearing and the location data points are taken from John's phone. So I would expect it to be the bearing of the phone. So have the phone like this, have the phone like that. Does that change? Seems like it should. Seems like it should. Or you point it this way, you point it that way. You're looking at trying to see something. It could. They don't have to match up. There could be a lot of discordance between where the phone is pointing and where the vehicle is pointing. This is a great point. Just another assumption that goes into what and when is this 3-point turn. Carolyn Smith, life got in the way for the past 51 semesters. LOL. Oh man, she did the math. Yeah. Yep. Not a very good excuse. Life got in the way. Life got in the way of me being a world-renowned coloratura soprano opera singer. Life got in the way of that. Life not including to my inherent lack of talent for something like that. But I don't go out and claim that I'm working on it just because I might sing a karaoke from time to time. No, life got in the way. Nurse Kim's, I'd like to know when Man Shannon was last enrolled in classes. Yeah, good question. Didn't ask him. You're not going to ask him if you don't have the receipt to prove it. That would be $1 million question. And you can't get that. I mean, I don't know what the process would look like to subpoena that. It's protected information. The data about the students is confidential. Just can't think of the name off the top of my head now. There's a federal statute that deals with it, that deals with privacy of information like that, educational information. So I'm not sure it's even feasible that they could but I'm not sure that they couldn't. I don't know. I don't know what that would look like. It would just be messy, but we'd all like to know. He chose not to volunteer that. He wasn't asked, but he chose not to volunteer that either. Audrey Sova, I delivered my first child in the last 2 months of residency, including critical care coverage the months prior. Life my ass. Yeah, you have the best out to blame life for your failure that you didn't have. Had you failed, you'd have a great excuse for it, but you didn't. And that's a lot of life to be juggling at one point in time. So no, it's such a bad excuse. Everybody has life problems, dude. You think nobody else who grinded it out and got their degrees had life stuff get in the way? That they didn't have other family and work and play types of opportunities that they sacrificed in order to do that? Every single person who went to college and got the degree made the choice to spend their time doing that and not on the other things. It's just such a terrible excuse. Heads everywhere. Denise Eichmeyer. Will his issues of credibility affect Welcher's credibility? If we can carry that thread of how he's tainted Aperture, he's blamed Aperture for a bunch of this, and he's attributed those mistakes that Welcher made to the defense, but they're really Welcher's mistakes, then yeah, I think it could. Now, just in a general sense, this guy's believable, therefore the next guy is not believable. I'm not sure it would be that broad, but the fact that they're both Aperture and you've blamed Aperture, to the extent of the lowest of the low, right? The lowest of the low in any profession is blaming the staff for a mistake. Blaming the staff for a mistake is the lowest of the low. You never do that. You never do that. The buck stops with you. You're the professional. Fucking act like it. Will that carry over? It might. If Aperture gets all this stuff wrong and goes out and does things willy-nilly, and clearly the coordination between these people was terrible, because the data guy never even looked at the data or the other guy's presentation, except for when he did. And even though his work was to specifically evaluate the clock skew to help develop a timeline from this data, that apparently never got passed on to the accident reconstructionist to incorporate it. So, I mean, it's possible that there's a lot of carryover here, just in a vacuum, because this guy's not credible, that guy isn't credible either. I don't think there's that, but he did dirty up. He dirtied up Aperture. He blamed them for these misrepresentations and these errors. And so, to the extent the other guy is also a manifestation of Aperture in this trial, if that dirt stuck, it's going to stick to him too. Fighting Usyk, his Aperture profile is back to showing a BS. No way. The scramble. I hope they have documented this. I really do. I would love it for ARCA to be sitting in the background, getting ready for their testimony, probably sometime next week, maybe the week after. I don't know. And part of what they're doing is just tracking this. I would love that. Or some of those law clerks, maybe, tracking all of it. Burgess definitely has a BS degree. He's got an advanced degree in BS. J-Beans, I do not understand the 3-point turn. They came from other direction. It looks like they are saying 3-point turn is with house on left, which is opposite of their ARV. They're saying it's up on Cedar Crest. So you have Cedar Crest, like the maps as we've seen them oriented. You have Cedar Crest up on top. You have Chapman down on the bottom, and 34 Fairview is like, in here. So they approached from the Chapman, or from the Cedar Crest side, and nobody's seen her leave. She hasn't testified about where she went after she left 34 Fairview. Did she turn around and go back to Cedar Crest, or did she go down Chapman and go that way? We don't know. That's an open question. But we know that the McCabe's, for example, when they left, they went the opposite way. They went down towards the Chapman Street. So she's describing the 3-point turn, or this witness is describing the 3-point turn as happening up there on Cedar Crest. They overshot 34 Fairview. They missed the turn. So then did the 3-point turn to turn back around, came down Fairview. That's my understanding of it. How well any of this is going to hold up, who knows? Who knows? Lots of pockets. Exact data can't come from approximate events. Yeah, good point. We're supposed to be finding this synchronicity, right? This point where we can say this point here is the same as this point here, but you're relying on not only a not point, but like an 8-second arbitrary. Even when you just arbitrarily pick it out, what the 3-point turn is, you're at 8 seconds. You're at an 8-second long event, and you're trying to correspond that with one point, the end point that you don't know what that's attempting to capture. I mean, it's a mess. It's a big mess. Grim, does Welcher have to testify to the inaccurate timestamps he used in his report? Seems like a big problem for the Commonwealth. Well, he's going to get confronted on what he did in his report. And why on earth, if Aperture has assigned this data forensic guy to be in charge of the data and interpreting the data and assisting with the timestamps in that way and evaluating the clock skew, why on earth didn't that get incorporated into his report? Yeah, I'd expect he's going to be crossed on that, if nothing else. But I'll probably already have an explanation, guys. They'd have had to have sorted this out. They've got a plan. I can't wait to see what it is. Hanky is a cockwomble. Fairview didn't have a pool there, right? They did have a pool there. It's we've seen some. I don't think we've seen it in this trial. We saw some overhead photos from the last trial. It's a nasty green pool, guys. Yeah, I'm a pool snob. Your pool is green. I'm looking to drain that thing and restart if you have to. But green pool, gross. Yeah, definitely caught my attention. Bukaki's deep frown. Actual scientific data and facts. Still pursuing the Commonwealth, probably. Oh, that's hilarious. Didn't include that disclaimer in his opening when he claimed that the Commonwealth had those things. It's currently pursuing that. That's a good one. Bird, I wonder how confused the jury might be. If I were a juror, putting Karen aside, I would be so annoyed with how Bev runs her court and schedule. It's very inconsistent, isn't it? And it seems to change kind of day to day, fairly unpredictably. Yeah, I would think it's kind of annoying because you plan your life around your known events. And so your known events, things like when you're done in the afternoon. And had I known I was going to be done 20 minutes earlier this afternoon, maybe I would have arranged to go pick the kids up at their after school thing. Instead, I had to make my husband leave work early and he's already headed over there. And things like that are annoying. Plus, you have an expectation of how long am I supposed to put my life aside to deal with this trial? And we have short days. It sure seems like that's going to make it take longer. And most people don't want that. Most jurors aren't sitting there going, God, how can we make this as long as possible? No, they want it done. So I don't know how it's sitting with them, but who knows? Doesn't seem to be very consistent or predictable, and for that reason, not all that courteous. Change things up unexpectedly. Caffiole J, all the other forensic experts at Aperture have a bachelor's. Somebody I'm sure has gone in and audited Aperture. I'm sure that they already have. So maybe they do. Maybe they do. Dennis the Menace. Alessi is the dog's bollocks. Extremely good. He's top notch. He's outstanding. Very, very good at this game. Very practiced. Yeah, he's quite formidable. I was thinking last night if you had Mr. Alessi in a showdown with Alex Spiro, how's that gonna go down? And I really don't know at this point. It would be a great show. My initial inclination, my kind of rough gauge would be that Spyro has the viciousness edge. He would be. He's just scary, right? He's like the shark you can see in the water. You don't want to get too close. He's scary. He's got that kind of factor. Alessi doesn't have that factor at all, but he can catch you by surprise how effective and how damaging he is. And he just has so many tools to get to where he needs to go. He's very relentless in that sense. So I'm not sure. It's almost like if you look at a boxing ring, you got the guy with the power versus the guy with the work rate, as long as he can avoid what Spyro's bringing, answer back. You can wear the other guy down. So I was thinking about that the other night. Maybe I'll do a poll. Who's going to win that head-to-head, Alessi or Spiro? T-Shaw, does any of this matter because the 36 steps, 82 feet, couldn't have happened before or after he was struck unless she struck him on the porch? I don't see how he's still taking 4 steps after the end of the trigger event. Even in their best case adjusted scenario, he is continuing to take steps after that. The phone is logging it. So now we're just going to get back into, well, we don't know what the phone is logging when, because that doesn't suit our purpose. So the data fits our purposes when we want it to and not when it doesn't. I just feel like that's kind of the inevitable end of that line of reasoning. But yes, it still seems to me a problem. The steps, as Alessi pointed out in the cross, require human activity. So if those are being monitored and the phone is gauging them as still occurring for 4 seconds after he's supposedly been hit by a car, that's going to be a problem. Kelly, objection beyond the scope of all reality. Do both sides have to give over all reports sent to them even when they're wrong? Or is it more proof that Hank's paralegal really dislikes him? They don't have to turn over drafts. But a final report setting out your analysis and conclusion, yeah, you're probably going to have to turn that over. Drafts you can probably preclude as work product. But there might be some circumstances where you'd have to turn over a draft. I mean, shit, you shouldn't have to turn over the communications, but that doesn't seem to be the rule in Bev's court. So if you write a final report and it's wrong, oops, yeah, they have to turn that over. I don't think we can blame Hank's paralegal on this one. And of course, no real man would blame the staff. No real professional who's a man is going to blame your staff. Dude, step up and take accountability. If your expert screwed up, take your licks for it. Stand on your business. Jenny Thomas, John O'Keefe wasn't hit by Karen, therefore there can be no data stating she did. So they made up data and found someone to present it. I expected this. They can't get around the lack of injuries to John. The lack of injuries to John are a fundamental problem with their entire theory. And so, yeah, they've had to construct it, and that goes to show why it's taken them so many different versions, so many different revisions, even up to within the last couple weeks. They've had to try to refine this theory to get it to work, because it doesn't naturally work. You have to really tilt everything in a particular direction to get it to come out the way you want it to. I think typically collisions are not quite so hard to interpret. They're pretty easy to interpret. The issue here, lack of injuries on John, the lack of corresponding appropriate damage to the SUV, the lack of any type of black box incident, the lack of anybody hearing anything like acceleration, squealing tires, sudden acceleration and deceleration, a bang, a collision, none of this. These are all problems. And those don't usually exist in normal vehicle reconstructions, normal accidents. So yeah, they're having trouble. Edward Kirkpatrick, remember, defense has to share impeachment evidence with the Commonwealth. So Brennan knew this was coming. He chose not to direct on education. Yeah, the reciprocal discovery in this court extends to the impeachment, which in that pretrial hearing over in the Koberger case, Judge Hippler's like, obviously not impeachment. Obviously, you don't have to disclose that before the point that you freaking use it. Obviously, you don't have to. Because that's the whole point, is the surprise. The impeachment? Obviously, you don't, but not in Bev's court. In Bev's court, you have to turn it all over. So, yeah, he chose not to ask that question, not to elicit it on direct. We'll just skip over the education part. Everybody else we ask for their education if they're an expert. Everybody else, we ask for their full background and where did you work? And what did you do? And then tell me about your promotion. All that stuff. Yeah, good observation. He chose not to take the sting out of this. Is that a little payback maybe? Guys, I'm just going to take the opportunity to say this. I know that there's some folks that think, okay, so Hank Brennan is an unprincipled, vicious attack dog, but that's okay if he's working for me. I want him to be my unprincipled, vicious attack dog. And that might be the approach that, like, you know, a mob client might have, for example. Not uncommon. Criminal defendant shopping for a lawyer. Who do they want? Do they want the upstanding one who's going to play by the rules no matter what and stick with the principle? No, they want the one who will bend the rules. The problem, guys, is that when you associate with a vicious attack dog, you're just taking it on faith that you're not going to end up getting bit when that's what furthers that dog's goals. Just might help to bear that in mind when you're thinking about, what do I want in a lawyer? What do I want in an expert? What do I want in an ally? Be careful what you choose, because you choose one that's particularly vicious when coming after you is going to benefit them. They're not going to hesitate. The rural juror, Alessi holding back the Fed case, knowing HB would elicit that he never misrepresented to a court. Chef's kiss. It was a master class. It was very well done. And it was also good because it's particularly challenging when they don't have his signature on it. They don't have proof that he filed it. They don't have proof that it's his document. It's something that the client filed. And they had to go through all of that preliminary. That's a difficult thing to get in. And if this guy wasn't such a thick brain, he would know, like Buchanan knows, he would know this game. He's been an expert for 10 years. He's not good at it because he hasn't learned the game. Buchanan could have told him very easily, you've never seen that document before. You have no idea where they got it. You don't know what they've done with it. You have no idea if this is a true and accurate depiction, a true and accurate representation of what was filed in court. They could have taken it back there and whited some stuff out and put some new stuff in and then photocopied it so nobody would ever see and it looks like a copy and you'd never know. That's what Uri's doing. But this guy doesn't have the brains to not authenticate the defense's evidence against you. He's not good at this. Probably not made for this type of sport. Fortunately, things like inflation, exaggeration, dishonesty, they will get flushed out. Josh H. I competed my AAS, BA, and MA all while active duty military, traveling all over the world. I don't buy Burgess's excuse to why he hasn't completed his. It's not even like it's not even a real excuse. It's just a half-assed, I have a life. Everybody has a frickin' life, dude. That's it. That's the best you got. Life got in the way. Well, what steps have you taken in 17 years to get your life in order so that you can balance getting this degree that you've been representing you're just about to get since when? I mean, 2016 to 2018 on his LinkedIn profile. And that was anticipated. Okay. So since 2017, roughly, maybe, you've been planning to get this degree, but just couldn't quite get your life organized to make it happen. What's gotten in the way exactly? Could have pushed him maybe a little bit on that, but I don't know that there's any real upside to it. The point is made. It's a terrible excuse. Isabel Park with a super sticker. Thanks so much for that, Isabel. Appreciate your support. Feral AF. So the defense can't do CVs from their experts. The defense should have disclosed CVs for all of their experts. They should have. I would expect them to. I think we've seen some. So yeah, I think this is a pretty uniform requirement. Zarnik 2. I think there's a small chance that the defense could call Proctor, confront him with all the stuff other Commonwealth witnesses are hanging on him, and get a Colonel Jessup moment. They have hung a lot on him. They have really distanced him, sidelined him, marginalized him. And the guy with a big ego might take that personally. We'll see. I mean, I think they're calling him. I think they have to, really, no matter what. I think this is an interesting idea. I'd be planning this one out pretty carefully if I'm thinking of going down this road. Make sure I know real specifically what's been laid at his door, who did it, what it was about. Because Hank's not going to have any issue with recalling the person to explain, give context to what they meant. They didn't really mean they were hanging it on Michael Proctor. We'd all love that. You can't handle the truth moment. You can't handle the truth, Mr. Alessi. You're right. I can't. Let me have it. Would it assist you? Would it assist you if I held my chin like this? Go ahead and let me have it. That would be fun. Carolyn Smith. Ooh, on the Wayback Machine. Someone archived Burgess's LinkedIn back on April 5th. Or tried to. Have to be logged in to see it, but still. This has been built up for a long time. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me at all. Somebody would have archived it. I wonder who. I don't know if there's any way to tell from way back. I'm not necessarily that good at using the archive, but that's intriguing. Good find. Good find. Eris Lee with a super chat. Thank you so much for that, Eris. And Carolyn Smith is a new member. Welcome to the channel, Carolyn. Glad to have you here. You look great in green. Eris Lee, Aperture already put a watermark on Shannon's CV on their site as not for expert designation. Yeah, I saw that. It's apparently on all of their expert CVs now, but I don't know when they did that. I don't know if it's always been that way or if this is something they just did in, I don't know, the past 72 hours. I guess it's up to 96 hours now, the last 96 hours since Alessi was asking about that yesterday. Don't know when the timing of that stamp came about, but yes, it is on their website as not for expert designation. German Nightmare 1976. Thank you very much for your thoughtful answer. Well, you're very welcome. Thank you. Thank you very much for your question. Appreciate it. Duncan, Idaho. Can we members get a Andrea laser eyes emoji? I feel like that would see a lot of use, though it does clash with the established aesthetic. Well, I try not to be too ruled by vanity or aesthetics or things like that. My mom threw. I won't say she threw a fit, Mom. I won't say it was that bad, but she was less than impressed when I made a bonsai video and didn't have makeup on and stuff. No, because I'm doing bonsai. Why would I put on nice clothes and makeup and stuff to do bonsai? I'm going to be getting really dirty. That's just over the top. But I understand. Yeah, we do have a certain. We want to try to be, sort of professional here, guys. I mean, sort of. Let's not go crazy. But I'm not against it. I'm not against it. If the chat demands it, it will probably find a way to happen. Lula Bella, I went to the Aperture site and each employee's CV that I clicked on says not for expert designation. Interesting. Yeah, we don't want to blame the website. Don't want to blame the website. We'll just blame the staff who puts together the information for the expert designations. Did they know this was coming also? Did they know this expert designation with the CV? Did they know that this was coming? So they have preemptively taken that off the table. I don't know. I would love to see, man, if somebody has way backed the rest of the Aperture site, not just his LinkedIn, but the Aperture site. That would tell me, yeah, the defense is tracking this, and it may come out. The changes may come out. I'd love to know, when exactly did you start making all these changes? Because there's a reason why we put that 72-hour time frame in those questions from Alessi. And that shoe never dropped, so I'm not sure if that was just a balloon that was floated to see what kind of answer you got, or if there is more of a ticking time bomb here that has yet to explode. Z, Mr. Reed was married with kids whilst a security guard and doing uni at night. He got PhD and became dean of Bentley University. Man, Shannon is a cheap insult. So many people have stories of achieving very impressive things despite having life in the way. I mean, so many examples: academic achievements, trainings, credentials, improving your lot in life, all kinds of stuff like that. I was just thinking about Heidi's sister, my girl Heidi. Piranha Whales. Go follow Heidi, guys. She's amazing. Heidi has a sister who's a bodybuilder. She had her second kid, became a bodybuilder. You want to tell me life with two kids, two small kids, isn't going to get in the way of being able to be a freaking bodybuilder? You know how much work that takes? And like, guys, she's super competitive, man. The girl is built. She's been working on it. She's been disciplined. She's been consistent. You have every excuse in the world to just eat bad this day, to not do your workout. Go ahead and skip this one. You have every excuse in the book when you got two small kids. No. You make time for your priorities and for what you really intend to do, what you really are in fact working on and working towards. It really is just a cheap insult at everybody else who has made that accommodation, who has dealt with those types of conflicts and found a way to make it work. Bev sitting on the scales, worked with a guy like Shannon, couldn't trust him as far as I could throw him. Everything was done by email, so he couldn't throw me under the bus, would disregard him if I was on the jury. If you've worked with people like that just raise your red flag and, those alarm bells. Yeah, you're dealing in writing. You're minimizing your contact that's happening in person, that's happening in non-recorded, non-documented types of forums, so that you don't become a target. Yeah, you can't trust people like that. So you don't make friends with them. You don't make friends with them. Pick your allies very carefully, because if you pick them because they're vicious, you could find you just happen to be the easiest target next. Bobby 0081, why can't Commonwealth admit they don't know who killed John O'Keefe? Sunk cost? They're in it so far. How do they backpedal at this point? Tunnel vision? They decided this three and a half years ago. So we're just not coming off it now. We're not gonna be shaken. There's a lot of people that will confuse stubbornness with persistence. And they're really not the same thing. But there are people who will confuse those things, and so they'll just see, hey, look, this person isn't budging off of their position. That's some kind of a virtue. Like that means they're being persistent, and not just that you're being stubborn. $1 million question. Everybody would like to know why the Commonwealth won't just admit this, because it sure seems like so much of the rest of the world is able to see it. Melissa Garcia, Dr. Russell's credentials alone would shame Shannon. She was a police officer, took care of her mom, went to medical school. Yeah, life gets in the way, and she still freaking did it. Life got in the way, and she still did it. A lot of examples, great examples, even just in this case, of people achieving difficult things. You just have to make that decision, choose those priorities. Life gets in the way. What a terrible excuse. That's loser thinking. That's loser thinking. That just means you don't want to make it a priority. You want all of the prestige without having to put in the work. People like that are a dime a dozen. People who want the prestige and actually put in the time to earn it, far more rare and far more valuable. I have a feeling once we get the crash daddies on the stand and jury gets to see those ARCA witnesses and their backgrounds and their dedication, it's going to be a very sharp contrast. Does make me wonder, is he gonna run that risk of making himself extraordinarily unlikable just to try to drag ARCA down to the same level as Burgess? If all he has is a snarky tone, I don't think that's going to work. Michael Oldham, did O'Keefe's arm have 8 dog bits or 1 dog bite? Well, Dr. Russell is probably the expert on that one. That's a good one. 8 dog bits or 1 dog bite. Well, guys, that was more of Burgess than I thought we were going to get. I guess now we just we just await the end. It's surely got to be coming, right? My expectation, Christina Hanley is not coming back first thing in the morning tomorrow to confirm that the bumper sprinkles did not come from the glass. Because Welcher, this is the time when we have set aside for Dr. Welcher, his precious availability. Only time he can make it work, so we're going to work around him. I hope the defense makes it worthwhile. Hope they make him glad that he found time in his very busy schedule to visit us over here in Norfolk County with his theories about the case. I am intrigued to hear more. I'd like to see, given Mr. Burgess's explanation, all these issues are unreliable. They're a problem. Is the defense going to be able to pin that on Dr. Welcher and his Gross? Curious to see how they play that, because they might. You have the right approach with it. You could triangulate their experts against each other. They've already kind of done that with, let's talk about your academic fraud, and now let's talk about how your analysis differs from that of the licensed engineer, Dr. Welcher. So they already started that triangulation with Burgess's cross. Yeah, I would expect they're going to try that with Welcher too. We'll see. Maybe tomorrow. Well, in the meantime, anything really land today other than just reaffirming the academic fraud, and it might have extended to a federal court? Do you think the rest of it landed with the jury? Are they picking up a lot of this stuff, or is that all that really mattered? I don't know. Maybe someday someone will get to ask them and we'll find out. So guys, we're going to call that a wrap for today. Not a bad day. A little bit under 9 hours today. Got that early finish with Judge Bev deciding 20 minutes early is good. We don't want to get too deep into the bumper sprinkles not matching before we let the jury go for the day. Otherwise, that might stick with them while they think about it overnight. We want to let Mr. Lally come back and find a way to bury that in a lull. You know, he's going to have to repeat a whole bunch of stuff to get us back up to speed with where we were. And then everyone's going to be doing that. That's when you drop the bumper sprinkles. But that won't happen until sometime later tomorrow, if even tomorrow. If tomorrow is set aside for Welcher, I don't think she's coming back tomorrow. Surely, if Burgess takes a day and a half, surely Welcher is going to do the same. But we'll see. So not a bad day. A little bit of an early start. We got a beautiful day outside. It's been very cold here, unseasonably cold, a little bit windy, a little bit of rain. We've had some big squalls come through, quite unusual, but it's a beautiful sunny day out there right now. A little bit of wind, so definitely need to check up on those trees, but I think I'm gonna take the chance to get a little outside time, catch up on some things. Maybe got a baseball game to watch. What's going on with the Phillies today? We had a great win in Colorado yesterday. It almost wasn't a great win in Colorado, but they pulled it out late. Yeah, we got Luzardo starting in Colorado tonight. So just a nice evening to go back and reset, clear your minds, let all this stuff go. Tomorrow is soon enough to start thinking about it again. In the meantime, you can focus on other stuff. It's totally okay to let some of these things go, and you don't have to make it your entire life. Nobody says you have to do that. So I encourage you, just do what you need to do to give yourself some space, give yourself some room, feed your soul, get some joy. Get up and move around helps. I haven't been so good about getting out of my chair like I said I was going to, but I've been doing it a little bit. I went and sparred at the gym yesterday. It's the first time in a while. I've only sparred a few times since I came back from Chile in the spring. So it's rough, man. It's rough. You lose the gas tank real fast, and it's very, very painful to get it back. Not because you're getting hit or whatever. Because you have to work so hard. There is nothing more painful than having to work, having to push past your limits. It's just the worst. And that's why you'll see sometimes people will give up in the ring. It's like you're just so exhausted that it hurts less to get hit than it does to keep working. So anyway, I did that yesterday, trying to kind of make the most out of the active time that I do get. You know, if I'm not going to be sitting, then I'm going to be going as hard as I possibly can, but not today. That was yesterday. Today it'll just be a little relaxation, visit the trees, visit the chickens, all that kind of thing. So guys, do take care of yourselves. I'm going to do a better job of getting to bed a little bit earlier today. It just can't hurt, right? It can't hurt. It doesn't hurt anything. Don't need to be so stubborn about when I go to sleep. And we'll look forward to seeing everybody tomorrow. I suspect for Judd Wilson, but Judd Welcher, but we'll see. We'll see what we get. Pretty confident I know what we're not going to get. We're not going to get a very good, credible, solid, substantiated explanation for how John O'Keefe was hit by Karen Reed's car, but they're going to try. It might be very entertaining. So we'll be here to see it, guys. Thank you so much, everybody, for being here. Thank you for your contributions. Thank you for your support. Thank you for helping to turn the chat green, all of those very generous gifts that folks make. Thank you, of course, to the mods, always to the mods. Thank you for calling out when Of course, the moment Jeff has to step out of the room is when we have audio issues because Jeff is the only one who can like get my attention right now. But we caught it, guys. Eventually, it took me a minute, but you guys in the chat kept me on. Thank you to all of you for that, helping us make this a good experience for everybody. Just sit and watch this trial together, make sense out of what we're seeing together, and have a good time doing it. So really grateful to all of you for making that possible. And look forward to another day of it tomorrow, guys. Wednesday, hump day, getting through to the end here. So take care of yourselves, and I will see you tomorrow.